Welcome to Fanfiction Hub. Please like, subscribe, and hit that notification button for more. We bring quality fanfiction for your enjoyment and hope to better the contents in the future. Now please enjoy. Mayman, my ex-gene is a creation system author. The rain is coming. Introduction: sweet text plus not the virgin plus decisive killing plus the strongest system in history plus invincible horizontal tweets plus pirates plus Naruto. After time travel, he became a mutant with the same name and surname at Xavier College and awakened the weird X gene, which turned out to be a system creation. What the heart thinks, the system realizes. Lee Hayashin said that he is invincible. But when he knew that this was the eve of the third battle, his heart trembled. Even if he is not a fan of the comics, he still has some understanding under the influence of his ears and eyes. He is very clear about how dangerous this world is. It seems that in addition to the troublemaker who likes to play cards, oh no, it is Magneto, and there are many wars that are about to break out in Gotham. Who is the opponent? Alien. Cthulhu. Forget it, and the terrible Sentinel project has been completed quietly. Do you think this is over? The Lord of the Dark Universe next door said that he wanted to come here as a guest, and by the way brought a purple sweet potato who likes to do family planning for the whole universe. How do you live a day like this? Are you counting on the rescue of the giant green underpants, the flying iron shell Joker, and others? But every time there is a rescue, a group of people will still die. For the sake of safety, my first system must be strong, and it's best to lie down and bask in the sun to become stronger. Oh yeah. Chapter 1: People are in Xavier. My X-gene cow is getting bigger. Oh yeah. Xavier College. Am I not dead? Lee Hayashin suddenly had a headache, as if his whole body was about to fall apart. What is this place? He glanced around subconsciously. The unfamiliar yet familiar environment looked like a high-end apartment house or villa. It's obviously the first time I've seen this place, so why does it feel familiar? Zwish. At this moment, a torrent of memories flooded into his mind, and Lee Hayashin immediately understood. He crossed. It's just that when people travel through time, it's a dimensionality reduction blow. Either go to a parallel world, become a copywriter, and a random song will shock the music scene, or a movie will shake up the entire entertainment industry. Either go to the ancient world and rely on the knowledge of modern people, either to be rich and wealthy or to fight for hegemony and conquer thousands of miles. But he was lucky, and he was hit directly to upgrade his dimension. Because the world that Lee Hayashin traveled through, it is a Marvel comprehensive world where gods and demons coexist, aliens invade randomly, and mutants, superheroes, and people with superpowers walk everywhere. Chaos, battles, and killings seem to happen in any corner of the world every second. Especially in this world, the situation of mutants is very passive. It can even be said to be dangerous. You might die anytime. Damn world. In fact, Lee Hayashin is not like most people, looking forward to time travel. Although he is not the second generation, he is still a master who graduated from 985. After working hard for so long, he finally entered the Big Penguin factory and became a supervisor. The annual salary has finally risen to more than 1 million, and life can be said to be getting better and better. I'm afraid it won't take a few years before he can get rich and free and return to his hometown in the 7th line. With the house price of less than 200 million yuan for the decoration of the villa in my hometown, when the time comes, I can buy a luxury car to live in the villa, marry a young daughter-in-law, and live a life like a fairy. But when he opened his eyes, he came to this terrible world. The original body is also unlucky enough. The awakened X gene is too powerful and the spirit can't bear it, so it just collapsed. Lee Hayashin muttered to himself. This is also the reason why he crossed over. According to the logic of consciousness, create some power of equivalent exchange. Feeling the memory of the original body and the power of the awakened X gene in his body, he suddenly had some guesses. After all, he used to be considered a top student, and his thinking ability is still good. It took just a moment to guess. Isn't this the system? The more Lee Haoshan thought about it, the weirder his expression became. He has also read some novels. Basically every time traveler novel, the protagonist will have a system. For example, the God-level lottery system consumes points and conducts a lottery. Another example is the God-level task system, complete the task and get rewards. There is even a one-knife 999 instant kill system. As long as you kill the enemy with one knife, you can instantly be promoted to level 999 and so on. They are all equivalent exchanges according to certain rules. It's just that the things the host pays are generally much less, which is not too cheap. After all, he is the protagonist and he is not allowed to make a discount. Thinking about it this way, Lee Haoshan immediately understood his X-Gene ability better. If it is used well, it will definitely be an extremely powerful existence. Wait, isn't that I can create awesome systems at will? Suddenly Lee Haoshan was stunned. Isn't the ability of his X-Gene equivalent to creating systems at will according to the logic of consciousness? Zug. Lee Haoshan couldn't help it and contributed to global warming. This X-Gene cowhide is too big. After a while he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Even Lee Haoshan wasn't very interested in time travel at the beginning, but he couldn't help becoming excited at this moment. The future is promising. Lee, are you awake? At this moment, a girl with long flaxen hair walked beside her, holding a water glass and a warm, wet towel in her hand. Katie. In Lee Haoshan's memory, the girl's name suddenly appeared. This lovely girl with long flaxen hair is the phantom cat, Katie Pride. The original body seems to have a good relationship with her. Through the memory screen, Lee Haoshan immediately got some understanding of Katie. He looked at the other party, a 17-year-old young girl who was already young and beautiful, but the other party was a Caucasian girl with fairer and tenderer skin. Coupled with her exquisite facial features and cute face, she is also a little beauty with many suitors at Xavier College. Are you feeling better? Katie asked with some concern. It has been half a year since Lee Haoshan came to Xavier, but the X-Gene has always been very unstable, but suddenly a powerful force broke out yesterday. It even alarmed the professor, although he finally suppressed it. But Lee Haoshan also fell into a coma for a long time. This made Katie, who had a good relationship with him, feel a little worried. She has a very strong interest and affection for this Chinese mutant with black hair and black eyes, and the relationship between the two is very good. Don't worry, I'm much better. Lee Haoshan nodded. The original body is dead, and he has also traveled over. Even if you don't want to travel too much, there is no need to waste energy on what has happened. Regret, hesitation, fear, and other emotions will only waste precious time. This is what Lee Haoshan has known since he was a child. I want to live well. Although in this era the risk factor is extremely high and it is even possible to encounter danger in the next moment, but Lee Haoshan has not enjoyed life yet. Absolutely will not give in and admit defeat like this. So, he wants to live and he wants to live well. And if you want to survive, then first, just to become stronger. Using the X-Gene to create my first system. Lee Haoshan is a person with a plan, and suddenly there are some ideas in his mind. This first system is very critical and important. And it can be regarded as an exploration of the X-Gene, which needs to be studied carefully. You're awake, I'll call the professor. Katie touched Lee Haoshan's forehead and found that it was no longer hot, so she ran out excitedly to announce the good news to Professor X. What a lovely girl. Lee Haoshan shook his head. Although it was only the first time they met, Lee Haoshan was also full of love for this girl. After all, who can say no to a beautiful and kind-hearted little girl? What should my first system look like? Take a deep breath and calm your mind. Only then did Lee Haoshan start to seriously study the X-Gene in his body. The X-Gene, according to the setting of Marvel Comics, is an experiment conducted on the human beings on Earth when the cosmic gods came to the Earth 100 million years ago. They endowed some humans with genes capable of random mutations. As long as you can activate the X-Gene in your body, you can become a mutant. As for the powerful Omega class or the weak Epsilon class, it all depends on one's luck. This is random, just like the genes responsible for the appearance of human beings, which have many kinds of combinations and mutations. It's as if both parents are beautiful and handsome, but their children may also be not satisfactory. So it's not certain and certain. So sometimes the parents are powerful mutants and the children can be trash. For example, Bailey. His mutant ability one-time human fireworks has been officially certified as the shortest and worst mutant ability. Another example is Franklin Richards, the son of Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman. Although neither of his parents are mutants, he was born an Omega. Even in his childhood, he was already stronger than ordinary members of the Universe God group. This is uncertainty. Chapter 2 Creation System. Oy. What about me? The X gene of Lee Hayashin's original body is very powerful. Even if it is not the strongest Omega level, it is at least Alpha level. It's just that which level he belongs to, with his current knowledge and insight, he still can't tell the difference. And his mutant ability is actually very simple, simply put. It is to create some power of equivalent exchange, according to the logic of consciousness. But Lee Hayashin understands that this seems to have involved some simple rules. If used well, it is definitely a powerful ability. The more I look at it, the more I feel that this is the prototype of the system, Lee Hayashin secretly said. Then what kind of system should we create? The systems owned by the protagonist in the novels and comics that I have read before flashed quickly in my mind. One Knife 999 System. Invincible Upgrade System. Daily Check-in System. All Heavens Fishing System. A large number of system names flashed through Lee Hayashin's mind. But many things cannot be born out of thin air. For example, the fishing system of the heavens, according to the introductions in those novels, can fish the heavens and myriad worlds with everything from pills, magical weapons, and skills. But in fact, Lee Hayashin's X-gene ability is still unable to break through the crystal wall of the universe and go fishing in the heavens and myriad worlds. The logic of consciousness can imagine infinitely, but the power of equivalent exchange is limited. And it can't break through the limit of the universe. At least in this Marvel universe, Lee Hayashin is still unable to break through. A price of 999 is definitely a failure. The increase in energy cannot be so much in an instant, and level 999 needs a reference to be 999, but who is one? This issue is still very complicated. Creating a system is definitely not as simple as ding, and then your system has been credited, nor is it inexplicably system loaded successfully. Lee, you're awake. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. Lee Hayashin looked up and saw a man in a wheelchair pushed by Katie coming to him. It's him. This person is so recognizable. Deep eyes, confident expression, and the extreme wisdom smiling face with a strong affinity. Professor X. Lee Hayashin looked at this man with some vigilance in his heart. Because the opponent's spiritual power is too strong as Magneto, and he also needs a small helmet to be uncontrollable and telepathic. He was worried that his secret would be discovered by the other party. Ding! Spirit shielding system created successfully. It detects that there is a mental force sensor around, and the system automatically initiates a mental shield. At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly echoed in Lee Hayashin's mind. The system is successfully created like this. How did you do it? And many more. Just now I just thought, without being telepathed by Professor X reading my inner secrets, the system was created. Could it be? Lee Hayashin's heart skipped a beat, and he seemed to understand. According to the logic of consciousness, create an equivalent power of exchange, so that's how it is. He finally understood. Okay. At this moment, Professor X frowned slightly and looked at Lee Hayashin in surprise, but he spoke with gentle eyes. Lee, you don't need to be so vigilant. Even if I can easily manipulate, delete, browse, or even create other people's memories, under normal circumstances I won't use them on people. After all, we are not enemies and each of us should have our own privacy. Hearing Professor X's words, Lee Hayashin smiled awkwardly, looking a little embarrassed. Professor, you misunderstood. I just suddenly thought of a certain application of my ability just now, so I experimented and didn't specifically warn you. Everyone in the school respects you very much. Speaking of this, Lee Hayashin smiled, me too. As expected of Professor X, I was noticed by the other party just after I created a system. The other party's telepathy is really powerful. But now Lee Hayashin is at ease. Of course, it wasn't because Professor X said he wouldn't pry into his heart, but because of his X-gene power. With the mental shielding system to protect his heart, no telepathic mutants or superhumans will be able to pry into his heart anymore. For a while, he had a lot of confidence. You are my student. If you have any questions, you can ask me anytime. Preaching, accepting karma, and solving doubts are my responsibilities. Professor X said in a gentle voice. I understand. Lee Hayashin nodded. Then don't disturb your rest, get back to shape early and join our activities, Professor X said. I will, Lee Hayashin said. He had just crossed over, and this mutant school could just serve as his refuge. Especially Lee Hayashin already knew that this era is a very bad era. Danger is everywhere. I have to hurry up and make good use of my X gene to create the system. Lee Hayashin took a deep breath and thought secretly. His X gene is definitely very powerful, and the weakest is Alpha level, and it may even be the legendary Omega level. But if you don't make good use of it, it may not even be as good as the Gamma level. Just now, seeing that Professor X had left, Lee Hayashin immediately began to recall the feeling he had had before. At that time, I just thought about not being telepathically read by Professor X, reading the secrets in my heart, that feeling. It's like when two people are making out, after reaching the limit, there will be a special impulse. That's the threshold. When it is turned on, it may be life recreation. If it is closed, it may be kneeling down and begging for mercy. Although the metaphor is somewhat inaccurate, Lee Hayashin feels that when creating the system, there is a strange force in his body which seems to be that impulse. Once turned on, the system appears. Ding! Really? Fantasizing about the feeling he once had and the rules he had mastered with both hands since he was 15 years old, Lee Hayashin finally succeeded in recreating the system. Bask in the sun to strengthen the system and create success. Whoosh! With the emergence of this system, Lee Hayashin trembled suddenly, as if something was consumed in his body. He felt a little tired. But the spirit has entered a mysterious realm of emptiness. In this state, Lee Hayashin's brain is not only extremely calm, but also has quick thinking, deduction ability, and logical ability, all of which have been greatly improved. So it is. Previously, it was just a guess, and the method of creating a successful system was barely tried, but it was thoroughly mastered. And he became more and more aware of his X gene. It seems that the special rule power contained in the X gene has a certain amount. If it is exhausted, it will take time to recover. And the more powerful the system, the more powerful it consumes the power of rules. From Lee Hayashin's point of view, this is considered a disadvantage. However, when recovering the power of rules, you will briefly enter this state of astonishing comprehension, super quick thinking like a saint. Lee Hayashin finally understood. Does exposure to the sun strengthen the system? Actually, just now, I wanted to create a sleep-enhancing system, but an action movie about little days flashed through my mind, and that guy's banner subconsciously appeared. So it becomes sunbathing. It seems that the cultural invasion is quite powerful. Unknowingly, the frog is boiled in warm water. Lee Hayashin looked at the system and couldn't help muttering. This system is not bad. As long as you are exposed to the sun, you will increase your strength, stamina, endurance, frost resistance, fire resistance, and so on. It is almost an improvement of all attributes. It's just that it takes daytime to bask in the sun, which is not as good as Lee Hayashin's previous plan, which strengthens the system when sleeping so that he can sleep all day. Forget it. After the power of rules is full next time, just create a system. Lee Hayashin doesn't think about those anymore. I'm hungry, go get something to eat. He immediately got up from the bed and walked out of the bedroom. Although Lee Haoshin has all the memories of the school in his mind, how can the things in his memory be seen directly with his eyes? Are they real and real? The teacher in the film speaks well, but it is far less real than the 200 yuan young lady. Soon Lee Haoshin came to the cafeteria based on his memory. That is. As soon as he came in, Lee Haoshin's eyes lit up. Chapter 3 Beautiful Friend Cultivation Plan. Cyclops Scott. And Poppy the Iceman is that little naughty Anna. As soon as Lee Haoshin entered the cafeteria, he saw many familiar faces. These are the famous X-Men. He has watched the movie many times, but this is the first time in real life. Quite a feeling of seeing a movie star. This is interesting. Lee Haoshin couldn't help sighing. Soon he came to the cafeteria and ordered some fast food. This food looks good, it doesn't look any worse than those McDonald's and Kankakee outside. I really don't know how much money the professor has. Lee Haoshin couldn't help sighing. There are so many students in the entire mutant school, and the professors are all provided with room and board. How much is this monthly expense? He glanced around, immediately found a place with few people, sat down and prepared to eat. Okay. At this moment, a black-haired girl in her teens suddenly walked over. Sitting in front of Lee Haoshin. She is. In Lee Haoshin's mind, some memories suddenly appeared. Clarice Ferguson. He suddenly remembered that this should be the girl with the nickname Blink. According to the memory of the original body, Clarice is not very popular. But Lee Haoshin also understands this point. After all, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. And if there are rivers and lakes, there will naturally be circles. So Clarice was out of luck and was excluded from the small circle. After all, there are not many people with black hair in this mutant school. Her ability should be teleportation. Lee Haoshin has watched X-Men, Days of Future Past. So clearly the ability to blink. Of course none of this matters. Lee Haoshin is interested in things, although she is called Clarice. But when she grows up, she is a typical Asian beauty. After all, it is Bing Bing. Lee, we still have room here, let's eat together. At this time, some students came to the cafeteria. Sorry, I have already found a place, thank you for your invitation. Lee Haoshin smiled and waved, then walked thinking of Clarice. After all, there are not many black-haired people in this mutant school. Apart from the fact that Clarice is indeed beautiful when she grows up. The main reason is, it was also because of the other party's black hair that he found a sense of familiarity. Otherwise, you will face a group of mutants right after time traveling, and you will still be a crooked countryman. Lee Haoshin was really uncomfortable. Friends, can we have dinner together? So he quickly walked up to Clarice and asked with a smile. What? You can do it. It seems that no one has ever offered to sit with her, making Clarice suddenly look a little flustered. Sure enough, now it has the appearance of a beauty's embryo. Lee Haoshin sat down and looked at Clarice carefully. With bright eyes and white teeth, her melon-seeded face and delicate facial features have the characteristics of a typical Oriental beauty. It's just that the eyes are not black because of the mutants, but light green. But this adds a touch of strange beauty. Fortunately, I didn't have any disability when I grew up and I'm still very beautiful. Lee Haoshin suddenly thought secretly in his heart. Because he has watched X-Men, Days of Future Past, he knows that Blinking Future is still a beautiful woman and she is not disabled. After all, many people are very cute when they are young, but they become disabled when they grow up. For example, the child actor who is often taken out to flog the corpse and the actor who played Harry Potter. Don't be nervous, I don't mean anything malicious, I just want to make friends with you. My name is Lee Haoshin. He saw Clarice's nervousness, so he smiled and held out his hand. Fortunately, both of them have black hair and look somewhat similar. This made Clarice relax a lot. Hello, my name is Clarice Ferguson. Although in Reversal of the Future, Blink used his abilities to help many people and even restrained the sentries many times, which felt a bit heroic. But now she is still very timid and introverted. So Lee Haoshin didn't communicate with her too much. After all, when making friends with such an introverted and timid person, you should not be too enthusiastic at the beginning. Otherwise, the other party will not be able to adapt and will instinctively want to refuse to dodge. So Lee Haoshin smiled at Clarice and began to eat. He was indeed a little hungry. Seeing Lee Haoshin started to eat, Clarice also chewed and ate slowly. After a while, she finally finished eating, then wiped the corners of her mouth and slowly raised her head. But he found that Lee Haoshin was looking at him with a smile. Is there something on my face? Clarice hurriedly wiped her face again with a tissue. Of course not. I just suddenly discovered that you fit the definition of beauty in my hometown. Like a little fairy. Lee Haoshin said with a smile. What? Clarice blushed instantly, but soon a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes and she muttered softly. I mean no more, they all say I'm ugly. How come? They say you are ugly just because they don't know how to appreciate the beauty of the East. Lee Haoshin just shook his head. Not to mention the flashes of the future, even the current Clarice is an absolutely perfect little beauty. This age is when I was in junior high school. If it is in China, I am afraid that the hormones of those young boys have already been secreted. Really? Hearing what Lee Haoshin said, Clarice raised her head and asked expectantly. Of course. Didn't I tell you that I wanted to be your friend, so how could I lie to you? What's more, if you are really ugly, I won't be friends with you. Lee Haoshin said with a smile. Thank you. Clarice raised her head immediately, her eyes were touched and she whispered. See you later. He immediately got up and said no more. Make friends step by step. After all, Clarice has the reserve and introversion of an Oriental woman. It's not like Western women who go straight up to boast and then ask for contact information. As long as the other party doesn't hate you, good luck. You can spend a wonderful night at night. Then the next day, each went back to each house to find each mother. It's so free and unrestrained. Thank you, Lee. Looking at the leaving figure, Clarice's eyes turned slightly red. Because this is the first time someone has praised her, respected her, and valued her. After leaving the cafeteria, Lee Haoshin came to the library. My ex-gene, although according to my guess, is created by rules. But whether there are other abilities or derivative abilities of a certain ability, I need to confirm carefully. Lee Haoshin secretly thought in his heart. After all, the X-gene is still too mysterious. It is not so easy to master. Chapter 4. After reading the book for a while, it was several times stronger. The evolution of life is a long journey. Maybe 10,000 years or even tens of thousands of years. The source of evolution is the mutation of genes. 1-2. Lee Haoshin sat on the ground, flipping through books about genes. I don't know if it's because of the mutants. Not only does he have a photographic memory when reading books, but he can also quickly relate the contents of the book to what he has learned in the past. Infer other cases from one instance, and even build a reasonable knowledge network. This made Lee Haoshin couldn't help sighing if he had this ability in his previous life. I'm afraid I can be admitted to Kingbei in minutes, and then sprint for a doctorate. Finally become a top talent in a certain field. Thanks to this ability, Lee Haoshin became more and more addicted to reading these data. The charm of knowledge is that you can master it. Those who feel sleepy after reading a book or feel dizzy after reading a book. In fact, it's not that they hate knowledge, it's just that they can't learn it. So it's just an instinctive refusal. But once you can master this knowledge, swim in the ocean of knowledge. You will find how magnificent and wonderful it is. Of course. In addition to these books, Lee Haoshin has rapidly increased his knowledge and knowledge. There is another aspect. That is the afternoon sun, warm and genial, shining on him, making Lee Haoshin stronger every second. After all, his system becomes stronger when exposed to the sun. So for a while, Lee Haoshin not only gained a lot of knowledge but also became much stronger physically. Strength, reaction nerves, skin toughness, five senses, etc. All are growing stronger at an incredible speed. It's no wonder that when reading novels before, once the protagonists have a system, they will be in the air every second. It turns out that there is a system which is really cool. Lee Haoshin couldn't help thinking secretly. After all, if you don't do anything, you can become stronger just by basking in the sun for a while. Is there anything cooler than this? Yes, the next time you create one, the breath will become stronger. How about it? Lee Haoshin suddenly thought of it. If there is no previous experience, the breath will become stronger. Wouldn't it be easier? After all, whether it is getting stronger while sleeping or getting stronger after basking in the sun, there are prerequisites. The prerequisite for breathing to become stronger is even simpler. After all, people have to breathe to live. In this way, Lee Haoshin is really getting stronger every moment. Thinking of this, Lee Haoshin was in a good mood and read the book with even more relish. And because he has been getting stronger, the brain and width, quick thinking ability and so on. It seems that they are getting stronger all the time. Therefore, the ability to understand is becoming more and more abnormal. According to the book, the X gene of mutants actually has an upper limit. I used the X gene to create a system. Did I circumvent this limit? Then this is considered a bug. Lee Haoshin suddenly became thoughtful. He has seen the Marvel series. According to the setting, Magneto, Professor X and others, let alone a single universe that destroys the universe. Just wanting to destroy the Earth is not that simple. And that's still comics, the setting in the movie. I'm afraid it's even difficult to control a large-scale war. Calculated, it is actually only a planetary level. Otherwise, the mutants will not be used by Xavier anymore. I'm afraid they will turn themselves over and enslave humans as their masters. Lee Haoshin shook his head. The settings in the comics are actually quite abnormal. But in reality, it's far from it. Of course, some people would say that Chin, to be precise, is Phoenix Girl, a powerful pervert. Belongs to the unique tree. But that is not the ability of mutants, but the power of the Phoenix. And it can't be controlled every time, except for destruction and violence. My X gene may also be Omega level. Lee Haoshin secretly thought in his heart. His X gene is a bit special, and it cannot be measured simply by its strength. Just like now, the system he created strengthens when he basks in the sun. It can make the cells of Lee Haoshin's whole body produce a special change under the sunlight. This enhances the body in all directions. But this perception is vague and undirected. If there is no upper limit to my evolution, then my X gene may be able to. Beyond the Omega class, Lee Haoshin also had some expectations. He raised his head and moved his whole body. A force several times stronger than before filled the whole body. Just simply reading the book for a while, he became several times stronger. It's great to have a system. Although this system was created through his X gene, Lee Haoshin couldn't help but sigh. Chinese letter, 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 asterisk Chinese letter, and Chinese letter 980205, tilde 8-5/6 Chinese letter. The sun is not bad, it looks like you can watch it for a while. Stretching, Lee Haoshin was ready to continue reading. But suddenly, he subconsciously saw a black-haired girl sitting in a corner not far away. The other party seemed to be wearing earphones, quietly reading a book there. Anderson's Fairy Tales. Lee Haoshin was a little surprised. He didn't expect Clarice to come too. I didn't notice it just now because I read the book too seriously. At this point in time, most of the girls are playing games with others. Lee Haoshin couldn't help shaking his head. After all, apart from him, only Clarice was left in this huge library. So it can be seen that the other party is really lonely. However, if I remember correctly, in the manga I read, Clarice's adoptive father is a saber-toothed tiger. According to the current time point, he should still be in elementary school. But she is already a young girl of 13 or 14 years old. It seems that the time point of this chaotic Marvel world is completely inconsistent with the comics and movies I know. This is a little troublesome. Lee Haoshin shook his head. His biggest advantage is that he has a very good understanding of the characters and plots in comics and movies. Even if you dare not call it omniscient and omnipotent, it is almost the same. But now it seems that the timeline of this world is not accurate. If it is calculated in this way, it is very likely that the plot will be slightly different. Forget it anyway, in the Marvel world there are so many parallel universes, the time is not accurate. There's nothing wrong with confusion now. Lee Hayashin sighed softly, rubbed his head and stopped thinking about it. The more I think about it, the more I get a headache. After reading the book for a while, the sun gradually set. So Lee Hayashin left quietly. He didn't bother Clarice. After all, the days to come are still long, so there is no need to rush for this moment. 3 days passed in a flash. Lee Hayashin has become more and more familiar with Xavier College. To be more precise, he has completely merged with the original body. From this moment on, Lee Hayashin completely became a complete Lee Hayashin. The power of rules in the body seems to have recovered a bit, and it seems that it won't take long before the second system can be created. He lay on the lawn looking at the sky, feeling the warm sun. The cells get stronger again, and his strength is constantly growing. Maybe I should test it, how strong it is now. Chapter 5 became stronger with hundreds of million points. Should be better than Spider-Man. When watching that movie, Lee Hayashin sighed. The poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology. After Peter Parker was bitten by a spider, he gained a super strong body and the ability of a spider. All of a sudden, Zainiu turned around. Become the famous Spider-Man behind. But the current Lee Hayashin feels that he is much stronger than the original Spider-Man. In addition to feeling the explosive power all over his body, Lee Hayashin could even clearly see the crawling ants on the leaves and the vibrating wings of flies flying more than 10 meters away. His vision has been enhanced to a level close to dynamic vision. This is definitely no worse than Spider-Man's spider compound eyes. Even my reaction speed and thinking ability have been greatly improved. Lee Hayashin suddenly looked forward to it. As he thought in his heart, he enjoyed the increase of the warm sun. Time gradually passed. In the twinkling of an eye, the sunset is west and dusk is approaching. Without the sun to bask in, then Lee Hayashin's boost time is over. Now is the time to enter and enjoy. But before that, I still have to test how strong I am now. Lee Hayashin thought of this and immediately walked towards the school's training hall. There is some training equipment there. In fact, Xavier Academy has a better place to test his true strength. It's just that ordinary people are not qualified to use that place. Unless I become an X-Men. That's right. The place Lee Hayashin mentioned is the training ground of the X-Men. But ordinary students are not qualified to use that training ground. But he is not in a hurry, after all, he was just an office worker a few days ago. Although the salary is good, but in terms of strength. Although it is not enough to beat elementary school students, it is better for middle and high school students. He also wants to take it easy. After all, the current student party is fierce. So although I feel the power in my body exploding, my eyesight is even better. But Lee Hayashin is still very humble, thinking that the ordinary training ground is enough for him to test. Soon Lee Hayashin came to the school's training ground. Looking at the training ground, which is bigger than a basketball court, Lee Hayashin couldn't help sighing again. The professor is really rich. Xavier College is also really big. Go and test your strength first. He glanced around, basically all the fitness equipment was there. And many are in plus sizes. After all, even if it is an ordinary training ground, the people here are not ordinary people. The bodies of mutants are generally stronger than ordinary people. Even if it's not a powerful mutant but affected by the X gene in the body, it will also make the overall quality surpass ordinary people. I remember before, it seemed that I could only lift a 60 jin barbell. Lee Hayashin immediately walked towards the exaggerated-looking dumbbell beside him. On both sides of the dumbbell, there are 6 dumbbell plates hanging on each side. Each one is 10 pounds. In other words, a dumbbell has a full weight of 120 pounds. It is equivalent to a weight close to 109 kgs. As expected of the training ground of the mutant school, a random dumbbell can be compared to the barbell in an ordinary gym. Lee Hayashin shook his head helplessly. Although there are a few smaller ones next to it, most of them are bigger than the 120-pound dumbbell in front of me. I feel the power in my body exploding. One punch can kill a cow. A dumbbell weighing about 100 caddies should be fine, right? He immediately walked up to the dumbbell, clasped it firmly with both hands, and then lifted it violently. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful force penetrated his arm instantly. This strength is definitely more than 1,000 caddies, or even more. For a moment, Lee Hayashin didn't react at all. He fell back directly. With a plop, he fell to the ground. Hey! Is my strength so great? Lee Hayashin was suddenly a little dazed. This is something he never thought of. Lee, are you okay? At this moment, Clarice came in, saw Lee Hayashin lying on the ground and hurried over to ask. I'm fine. Lee Hayashin was suddenly a little embarrassed. I wanted to test the strength, but I didn't expect that the strength was too strong and I didn't hug it. This scene happened to be seen by Clarice, who had just arrived at the training ground. Are you here for training? Lee Hayashin looked at Clarice curiously. The other party was wearing a white sports t-shirt, and the blue round neck highlighted his fair neck. Although they are only 13 or 14 years old, they are cute and have already begun to take shape. The lower body is a pair of blue sports tight shorts. It makes a pair of straight and round thighs look very slender. The delicate face and the bright eyes with purple lines exude the youthful vitality of a girl. Compared with the cafeteria and library, it looks less quiet and more enchanting and energetic. Especially the cute and white and long, paired with tight shorts, the looming bun. Cough. Lee Hayashin's face turned red immediately. What was he thinking? The other party was just a child. Well, although the Western world opened up very early. But people can't do this, at least they shouldn't. Well, I want to master my abilities as soon as possible. The professor said that the body is very important. So I often come to the training ground to exercise. Clara said seriously. You are really hardworking. Lee Hayashin couldn't help but praise. Thank you. Maybe it was because no one had ever praised her, which made Clarice blush instantly. Yo, isn't this Clarice? You really made it easy for us to find for a while. I didn't expect you to hide here quietly. Are you dating someone else? I used to pretend to be so reserved, so I'm also a bitch. At this moment, 3 uninvited guests also walked in from the outside. Jason, I told you that I don't want to be your friend, Clara said with some fear. You don't want to be my friend. Do you want to be with that yellow-skinned pig? Among the 3, the boy Jason, who was the leader, immediately said with disdain. You. Clarice's complexion changed suddenly, and she was so wronged that she was about to cry. Jason, 15 years old, is the ability of a mutant, a strength increase. The other 2, the 14-year-old mutant Yorkie, have the power to grow their bodies. 16-year-old Spike, the mutant power is canine. Seeing these 3 people, their information immediately appeared in Lee Hayashin's memory. All 3 are in the same class as Clarice. It's just that the 3 formed a small circle and often bullied weaker classmates. Lee Hayashin is in another class, so he doesn't have much contact with these 3 people. In the past, the school bully was the thing I hated the most. I didn't expect to travel to this chaotic world of beautiful comics, but I can still meet them. Lee Hayashin narrowed his eyes immediately. In his previous life, he was bullied for reporting school bullies. Later, I realized an important thing. That is bullying against school bullies. The only way is violence with violence. Chapter 6. It seems that no matter where you go, you can't avoid clichés. Lee Hayashin shook his head. After all, he is nearly 30 years old with the addition of the 2 lives. It's not like the group of youngsters in front of me have the same knowledge. But the premise is that the other party doesn't come to provoke him. Lee Hayashin, do you know that this Clarice is my Jason's girlfriend? But the world is so bloody. When you don't want to provoke others, there will always be people who stick to you with disdain. I have no idea. Lee Hayashin stood up slowly. Although he also has a good impression of Clarice and even has a little idea. But after all, Clarice is still just a girl now. For him, it's just a developmental stage. But if Clarice does have a boy she likes, Lee Hayashin doesn't have the hobby of snatching him up and prying someone's corner. After all, he's not a cow thief. No, Lee, don't listen to Jason's nonsense, I'm not his girlfriend at all. At this time Clarice spoke anxiously. For some reason, Clarice didn't want to be misunderstood by this boy with the same black hair as her. I never promised him and I hate him, so Clarice quickly shook her head. Oh, now you hear that. Lee Haoshin laughed immediately. If Clarice admits her relationship with Jason, then he turns around and leaves without saying a word. But now it was clear that Clarice didn't like Jason at all. You bitch, do you want to be avoided by the class all your life? Jason was furious. Clarice's refusal made him very embarrassed in front of his two friends. I said, brother Jason, don't talk nonsense, let's teach this yellow-skinned pig a lesson first. At this time, the 14-year-old Yorkney next to her suddenly showed a cruel smile that did not match her age. Although I am of mixed Mexican and Han race, I really don't like the 3 words you said. So you're going to pay for it. Lee Haoshin's face suddenly became indifferent. He can tolerate these brats and do things that brats should do. After all, it was the responsibility of those teachers at Xavier Academy to teach them how to behave. It is also the duty of Professor X, the dean. But Lee Haoshin absolutely does not allow anyone to insult the Chinese. Although he is not a pure blood in this life, but Lee Haoshin's soul. But they are genuine Xiaguohua people. Please shut up. Just when Lee Haoshin was about to make a move, Clarice stood up. Lee is my best friend. I will absolutely not allow you to insult him, please shut up immediately. Otherwise, Clarice immediately stood in front of Lee Haoshin. After all, when she came to the training room just now, she saw that Lee Haoshin seemed to be crushed by a 100 Jin dumbbell and couldn't get up. Don't look at her as a 13 or 14-year-old girl, but due to mutant genes. Even if she is not a strong type, she can definitely afford the 100 Jin dumbbell. Therefore, Clarice instinctively thought that Lee Haoshin had just awakened the X gene and his body was too weak. As Clarice said earlier deep in her heart, he has long regarded Lee Haoshin as his best friend, even his only friend. So she absolutely does not allow others to bully him. This is the first time Clarice has summoned up the courage to stand up and resist since she was a child. You really are a stinky bitch, it's your luck that I, Jason, have taken a fancy to you. But not only did you reject me, but you also want to fight against me for this yellow-skinned pig. Jason suddenly became furious. There is quite a feeling of a piece of Hulan prairie on the head. I said I don't like to hear those 3 words. Lee Haoshin immediately grabbed Clarice and walked over. Lee, come back quickly. Seeing Lee Haoshin walking out, Clarice became anxious immediately. Jason is a strong mutant, while Lee Haoshin is a newcomer who can't even lift a 100 Jin dumbbell. For a moment, Clarice was so anxious that she was about to cry. Brother Jason, you don't need to take action to deal with this kind of yellow skin. Yorkney suddenly sneered and walked out from behind. He himself hates Xia people the most. Because of his ancestors, some people had participated in the invasion war that year. It is a pity that the ancestors who were invaders were left on that land forever. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face. Then Yorkney saw a familiar body. That's my body. He immediately stared, full of disbelief. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that at some point, his head was blown away. It's just that its mutant ability can lengthen and stretch any part of its body. So at this moment he was slapped and slapped his head. The neck is even more stretched. Lao Ziohe, who looks like a black ball, is very long but very weak with his head drooping and hanging. What? When Jason saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. You know, although Yorkney's mutant ability is that the body can be lengthened or shortened at will. But that doesn't mean his body is soft. If he doesn't want to change the length of his body has the strong toughness like rubber. But just like that, Lee Haoshin slapped his head away and pulled him far away. This shows that the opponent's strength is amazing. No one has ever known what kind of mutant ability Lee Haoshin looks like. Now it seems that the other party is very likely to be a power mutant like me. Jason's face suddenly became serious. Powerful mutants have very powerful melee combat abilities. Very good at hand-to-hand combat. And judging from the speed and strength of the opponent's shot just now, the opponent is not weaker than him at all. Although he is domineering and likes to bully his classmates, he is definitely not a fool. Speak, let's go together. Jason suddenly spoke in a low voice. Okay, Jason. Spike also became serious. His mutant ability is canine, although not a pure strength mutant. But after using the ability, the speed, strength, and toughness will increase several times. But let Spike blow Yorkney's head off at once, stretching his neck so long. Neither can he. So now the situation is clear. Lee Hayashin is very likely to be a pure strength mutant, and he must not be careless when dealing with this kind of person. Because pure strength mutants have good toughness and great strength. If you hit him, he can bear it. But if he hits you, you may not be able to bear it. There are two easiest ways to deal with this type of mutants. Otherwise, use long-range strikes and use kite tactics to consume him alive. Otherwise, use more strength to fight him close to death. Obviously, Jason chose the second option. I'm also a strength mutant, so I don't believe that your strength is stronger than mine. Strength increased 20 times. Jason suddenly lowered his voice and rushed forward with a drink. And as soon as he came up, he didn't hold back his hands and directly used his full strength. Chapter 7: The Shocked X-Men. Careful! Clara suddenly exclaimed. Jason's ability to bully other students in the class is not just about being able to speak harshly. He himself is a power mutant, and his basic power is stronger than other mutants. It has a full strength of 500 caddies. And after using the power of mutants after a 20-fold increase, it will be a full 1 caddies. Equivalent to 5 tons of power. What a terrifying power to deal 5 tons of damage with one punch. Don't worry, I won't kill you, otherwise I will be punished by the professor. I'll just break your legs and then your hands. Then pull out your teeth. And let you know the fate of offending me, how miserable it is. Jason suddenly showed a cruel smile. Although he is only 14 years old, at this moment he looks like a demon descending. It doesn't feel very strong. Seeing this scene, Lee Hayashin frowned slightly. Although the opponent was so powerful, Clarice exclaimed even more. But Lee Hayashin felt that, although this punch was not bad. But it didn't scare him yet. It seems that I can take it. It's an intuition. He raised his hand subconsciously and punched it hard. With a bang, the two fists met together. It's over. Clarice was taken aback for a moment and turned around quickly to find the teacher. If the treatment is timely, with the mutant's recovery ability. Maybe even a cure. Otherwise, Lee Hayashin could only become a disabled person. And Clarice, who regards Lee Hayashin as her only friend, absolutely cannot accept this scene, nor can she see her become a disabled person. Lee Hayashin will definitely be bullied by then. And Clarice, who has been bullied since she was a child, knows best how uncomfortable it is to be bullied. What? However, at this moment, a scream rang out. Clarice suddenly paused and looked back subconsciously. But he saw a scene that made him unbelievable. I saw Jason's right arm twisted weirdly, the bones of the forearm even pierced through the skin, and the muscles were exposed. This. Clarice covered her mouth with her little hand, looking at the scene in front of her in shock. Lee Hayashin competed with Jason, a power mutant. Not only one but also in the upper hand. How can that be? Spike, who was about to make a move, suddenly trembled and stopped. He who has just completed his canine transformation now looks very much like Urha after being beaten by a Tibetan Mastiff. Jason's punch is powerful. His eyes were full of horror and fear. Even if he completes the animal transformation, his strength is only about 2 tons. But Jason, who is a pure strength type, has a full 5 tons of strange strength. Such a terrifying strength, but now it has lost to the thin yellow skin in front of him. Spike immediately stopped thinking, not daring to say these 3 words again. The opponent was able to punch Jason's right arm off. Then you can kill him with 1 punch. Even if there is a professor at Xavier College, no murder will really happen. But he didn't want to be crippled either. My hand. Jason clutched his arms and rolled all over the floor, howling in pain. After all, he was just a 14-year-old student after all. Although due to the genes of mutants, their strength is much higher than that of ordinary people. But there is not much difference in heart nature. I don't want to see you next to Claris in the future, let alone hear those 3 words. Otherwise, I don't mind tearing your mouth apart. Lee Haoshin said calmly. It's just that his heart was a little shaken. It turns out that my strength is so great. At this moment, he finally had a practical understanding of his own strength. According to his memory, this Jason is a pure strength mutant. Under one punch, there is a force close to 5 tons. But the opponent couldn't stop his punch. This shows that Lee Haoshin's strength is definitely above 5 tons. I only used about half of the power just now, which is equivalent to 5 tons of power. Then, from this point of view, I should have a strength close to 10 tons. Lee Haoshin's heart trembled suddenly. Even he himself was frightened by this statistic. As expected of a person with a system, it's really cool. For this result, Lee Haoshin is very satisfied. However, now that I have the system, creating a property panel shouldn't be a problem. He suddenly remembered one thing. That is, he doesn't have to come here for a ridiculous test. Create a property panel directly, don't you know your current situation completely? It's really stupid. You forgot such an important thing. Lee Haoshin was suddenly amused. It's a pity that he had read so many system stream novels before. But even such an important thing has been forgotten. Jason raised his head immediately and looked at Lee Haoshin jealously, obviously very angry inside. Enough. At this time, a man and a woman walked in outside the training ground. Storm Orlo and Cyclops Scott. Lee Haoshin looked up and recognized the 2 people at a glance. That's the end of this matter, I don't want there to be fights of a bad nature in the school. Cyclops Scott spoke. Teacher, he broke my hand, Jason roared suddenly. To shut up. Jason, don't think I don't know. In the past 2 years you have secretly cooperated with your classmates to isolate Claris and bully other weak students. Originally, I was thinking about these few days and find a time to give you a good warning. Now it is Lee Haoshin who directly taught you a lesson, which is also a good thing for you. I hope you take it as a warning. Storm Arlo spoke. This is not because she is a teacher in the academy, and there is no way to make a public move. Orlo couldn't help but want to teach this nasty Jason a lesson. He's not very young, but he's pretty bad. Jason, your ability has not improved very much in the past 2 years, but your personality has swelled tremendously. I hope you will not be influenced by the power of mutants and go astray. Otherwise, that day, the me you faced would not be a teacher at Xavier College. It's me as the X-Men. Cyclops Scott said indifferently. In his bones, he looked down on Jason, a waste who bullied his own people. It's just that Professor X wants everyone at Xavier College to be like one family. Lee Haoshin, your performance is very good. Be able to stand up at critical moments and protect the bullied companions. I hope you can keep your original intention forever and not be swallowed by the power of mutants. Storm Rialolo said. Later, the 2 chatted briefly with Lee Haoshin and Claris. This turned to leave. The 3 of them, Jason, who were in a panic, left together. What do you think? After returning to the teaching building, Storm Girl looked at Cyclops. It's incredible. That thin Lee Haoshin actually possessed the terrifying power to break the arm of Jason, a pure strength mutant, with one punch. Scott also said in shock. The 2 of them didn't show it before, just to maintain the image of the X-Men. At this moment, both of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. Chapter 8, Creating the Properties Panel. According to what the professor said a few days ago, Lee Haoshin seems to have the ability to block spiritual perception. But I didn't expect that his power is so powerful. The Storm Girl also sighed. However, although the 2 were shocked, they did not feel puzzled. After all, the abilities of mutants are complex and changeable, and there are all kinds of them. It is possible for a person to have 2 or more abilities. Even in school, there are people who have more than 2 abilities. This is not surprising. It's just that Lee Haoshin's strength is indeed very strong, and with the eyesight of the 2 of them, it can be seen at a glance. The strength of the opponent definitely exceeds 10 tons. The terrifying strength of more than 10 tons in terms of strength alone is not weaker than that of the newly awakened Colossus. Scott said, "Of course. After so many battles and training, their strength has long been much stronger than when they first awakened. I think I can propose to the professor that Lee Hayashin be included in the list of X-Men interns." Storm Maiden Orlo said, "Look at it for a while. If the other party is really okay, then apply to the professor." The two looked at each other and nodded. Obviously, Lee Hayashin's strength, as well as his character, have been recognized by the two of them. Oy. On the other hand, seeing Storm and Cyclops leaving, Lee Hayashin looked at Claris. "Thank you for coming out to protect me just now. You are the bravest girl I have ever seen." Lee Hayashin said with a smile, "I don't have any." Hearing what Lee Hayashin said, Claris blushed instantly. In fact, she didn't think so much at all just now. Claris just didn't want her only friend to be bullied. But thinking about it now, Claris suddenly felt that she had really changed a lot. In the past, she definitely didn't dare to do this. And all this changed because of Lee Hayashin. "It's me who should say thank you." After figuring this out, Claris said in a low voice, "What did you say?" Lee Hayashin was thinking about creating attribute templates, so did not hear Claris's words. Boo. But knowing that Lee Hayashin asked again, Claris stepped forward and gave Lee Hayashin a poke on his face. Then like a shy deer, it jumped and ran away happily. "Hey, I was raped." Lee Hayashin immediately shook his head helplessly, but he was flattered in his heart. There is already a better way to test his all-round attributes, and it is useless for Lee Hayashin to stay in this training ground. So he left the training ground directly and walked towards his dormitory. Soon Lee Hayashin returned to the dormitory. Then used the power of rules that has been restored in the body to start creating attribute templates. After all, there has been experience creating two systems. So this time I am familiar with the road, and the attribute template will be created soon. Host Lee Hayashin. Strength 11 tons. Spirit 121, 3 for normal people. Physical strength 1010 for ordinary people. Speed 50 ms. System space 100 cubic meters. Possessed systems, mental shielding system, sun exposure to become stronger system. Sure enough, my strength has exceeded 10 tons. Lee Hayashin looked at the attribute template, and his eyes suddenly brightened. With this template, his power can be more systematic and digitized, and presented in front of his eyes. The spirit is equivalent to 40 times that of ordinary people, and the physical strength is 100 times. The speed is a bit short, only about 10 times that of ordinary people. Lee Hayashin muttered to himself. But after all, I haven't created the system for a long time, and it's already very good to have this value. Lee Hayashin is still very satisfied with the values on the attribute panel. After all, the original body is just a rookie. Empty has a powerful X gene, but cannot use its mutant abilities. Now Lee Hayashin has used the ability of the X gene, which can be regarded as a perfect release of the mutant ability. Then just wait for it to become stronger. Lee Hayashin was not in a hurry about this. Compared with others, you have to train hard and improve yourself crazily. Lee Hayashin only needs to bask in the sun and drink tea to become stronger. And when his rule power is fully charged, Lee Hayashin can create a new system again. Next time, just create a breath and strengthen the system. Lee Hayashin thought beautifully in his heart. Otherwise, the system will be strengthened by exposure to the sun, which is still somewhat limited, and it can only be strengthened during the day. However, it seems that the more powerful the system, the more power of rules it needs. I don't know if I can create a breath to strengthen the system after I fully store it. If it doesn't work, change it to drinking to get stronger or sleeping to get stronger. In this way, you can become stronger all day, night, and around the clock. Lee Hayashin suddenly had a calculation in his mind. Let's go to the library to read. After the attribute panel was created, Lee Hayashin suddenly found that he had nothing to do. After all, he doesn't need to train hard to become stronger. Basic physical fitness and basic strength are strong reliance, but I have more fighting methods which can also make my strength better. Thinking of this, Lee Hayashin is going to the library to find some fighting books to read. Time passed by little, and it was another day in a blink of an eye. On the way to the classroom in the morning, the fighting skills he saw yesterday were still flashing in Lee Hayashin's mind. Because his mental strength is 40 times that of ordinary people, he can easily achieve his photographic memory. But even if you can't forget it, seeing it with your eyes doesn't mean your body has learned it. This is not good. Suddenly Lee Hayashin froze for a moment. Why did I forget and do something stupid again? Lee Hayashin couldn't help but giggled immediately. Since I can create a system, why don't I create a system that can be seen at a glance? In this way, there is no need to study those fighting moves hard. You just need to watch more fighting movies and the battles of the strong. You can learn it in an instant. It seems that my X gene is really awesome. I have to dig out all its potential. Lee Hayashin muttered to himself immediately. After all, his time as a mutant is too short, and he is not that proficient in mastering the X gene. But these don't matter after all, this can be regarded as enjoying the fun of becoming stronger a little bit. Lee Hayashin immediately comforted himself. While thinking, he came to the corridor of the classroom. Yo, isn't this our good friend Lee? At this time they met Jason and Yorkney. But the three of them obviously lost their hostility, especially in Jason's eyes, as if they were looking at their friends for many years. How is this going? Lee Hayashin suddenly frowned slightly. Because of the performance of the three of Jason, it seemed a little abnormal. P.S. Is anyone watching? I don't know if there are readers. Do you like to read beautiful comics at present? It seems that it is a standalone machine. Can you cry for a wave of support, 5-star praise, free gift, let's go, kneel to thank the big guy. Chapter 9 The Real Professor. Definitely a problem. Even if he showed great strength yesterday, it made Jason and others afraid. But when the other party was about to leave, the hostility, hatred, and resentment in his eyes. It's all very obvious. But at this moment it disappeared. It seems that the two have no enmity at all, but have been friends for many years. This weird scene immediately made Lee Hayashin vigilant. No need to worry. I simply modified their memories and thoughts. At this moment, Professor X's voice appeared in Lee Hayashin's mind. Come to my office. Professor X extended an invitation to Lee Hayashin. Although Lee Hayashin was a little puzzled and even wary, he still walked towards Professor X's office. Soon Lee Hayashin came to Professor X's office. At this moment he was sitting in a wheelchair looking out the window, surrounded by Orlo the Storm. When the other party saw Lee Hayashin coming in, he immediately nodded with a smile. Being able to make me, Storm Girl, take the initiative to say hello, shows that Lee Hayashin has indeed been approved by her. Lee Hayashin politely responded with a smile. Then he looked at Professor X. Are you wondering, why should I do this? Professor X didn't look back, still looking out the window. Not bad. Lee Hayashin didn't hide it either, and directly asked out the doubts in his heart. All my life I have been studying the difference between ordinary people and mutants. The final conclusion, do you know what it is? The professor turned his head slowly and looked at Lee Hayashin. Don't know. Lee Hayashin shook his head. How can I easily understand what you, a professor, have been studying for a lifetime? And in fact, Lee Hayashin is not very interested in these things. There is a difference between ordinary people and mutants, or there is no difference. In fact, he has only one purpose from beginning to end. That is to live well and live better. It was like this in the previous life, and it is still like this in this life. It's just that if possible, Lee Hayashin really wants to become stronger. Once you have the ability, go back to the world you used to see. After all, his parents are still alive, even though he has traveled through this life. The opening character of a certain orphanage is still indispensable, becoming an orphan. But in his last life he had parents. And his parents love him, and the family is happy and harmonious. If there is a chance, he definitely wants to go back to the previous world. At least give parents a pension and accompany them through the final journey. This requires great strength. The current Lee Hayashin is far behind. So he just kept this regret in his heart. The biggest difference is not just the mutation of the body, but the change of the mind. Seeing Lee Hayashin like this, Professor X smiled helplessly. Obviously, Lee Hayashin's appearance is different from most of the people he studied. It's a rare case. Perhaps it's because of the X gene which made me discover that almost the vast majority of mutants will have mental problems after awakening. Their personalities will be extremely magnified and even distorted. Otherwise, it will expand the dark side infinitely. Become more irritable, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Otherwise, it will become a distorted personality, and even a reverse personality may appear. Now I dare not contact the outside world. I am afraid of my own ability, and even in serious cases I will start to hate myself and behave self-harm. And this is the mind of almost all mutants. That's why I wanted to create Xavier College, hoping to give them a spiritual sustenance. In order to guide them correctly and let them get out of the obstacles of their hearts. The professor said slowly. This is his original intention. Then Jason and the others. Lee Hayashin asked immediately. Professor X has said it before. Jason and the others had changed their memory because the professor applied the ability of mutants to change their memory. This made Lee Hayashin a little puzzled. Isn't it to guide them? Then why forcefully change their memories and even their personalities? Although my responsibility is to guide them out of their spiritual defects and complete self-salvation. Be the one who harnesses the power, not the one who is harnessed by the power. But you have to understand that sometimes it is useless to rely on guidance alone, that is to say, persuasion and education. The professor said with a smile. But Lee Hayashin felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly felt that he knew too little about Professor X before. Many people say that the professor is too holy, whether it is human or mutant. Almost all of them use the method of not killing. And it's the old pardon hat. But Professor X in front of him made Lee Hayashin a little strange. Even feel terrible. It turned out that he was not a good old lady, but a person with his own principles in order to implement the ideas. He is even willing to forcibly use his abilities to change other people's memories and personalities. Although the professor said that he doesn't like manipulating people's hearts, what he's doing now. Lee Hayashin suddenly understood one thing. That's why Professor X defeated Magneto several times without killing him. Even those other mutants who are in trouble with Magneto and others. It's all about laissez-faire. It's just a defeat and it's almost impossible to kill. It turns out that he doesn't want to kill but needs a white glove. Lee Hayashin suddenly realized. He suddenly thought of Hawkage Konoha village. On the surface there was the burning will of 3 generations of fire. But under the light, there are also roots in the darkness of Danzo. Magneto is the white glove of the professor. Maybe he didn't understand this until Magneto died. Lee Hayashin felt the fear of the professor more and more. Perhaps only such a professor is the real him. And the good old man, the White Lotus, and the monk of the Virgin Mary in other people's population. It's all just one-sided. From this moment on, Lee Hayashin firmly remembered the professor in his heart. He has to be on his guard all the time. I asked you to come here. On the one hand, I am worried that you have too many thoughts and have problems with your mind. On the other hand, Orlo mentioned to me about getting you on the X-Men trainee list. The professor looked at Lee Hayashin and said with a smile. He didn't know that Lee Hayashin, who had long been familiar with the plot of the entire X-Men series, had already labeled the professor a terrible label deep in his heart. Don't worry, Professor, I won't think too much about it. Lee Hayashin immediately smiled back. Now he still needs to hibernate and behave in a low-key manner. Otherwise, Professor X will forcibly change the memory if it is not done well. Even if he has a mental shielding system, he doesn't dare to be careless in the slightest. After all, the strength of the professor runs through the entire X-Men series. As for joining the X-Men as an intern, I still need to think about it. I have just truly awakened the X gene and mastered the ability of mutants. I'm not very proficient yet and I still need to seriously reflect on myself and explore myself. Lee Hayashin said. If there was no attribute panel before, Lee Hayashin still wanted to join the X-Men. After all, in it, you can monitor your own strength and attribute data more accurately. But now he has created the property panel, fully self-monitoring. Then there is no need to join the X-Men. Especially now, Lee Hayashin became more and more wary of the professor. His X gene is just too buggy. Although the combat power is not necessarily the strongest, the short talk is ability, diversity, and flexibility. The abilities of other mutants are hardly comparable. So Lee Hayashin can't guarantee that the professor doesn't care. But Lee Hayashin believes that he also feels that he is an Omega-level mutant. As long as he becomes stronger, he won't be afraid of Professor X anymore. That's when he had a showdown. As for now, the time has not come. Mental shielding system, has my memory been modified? Thinking of this, Lee Hayashin's heart suddenly moved, and he couldn't help asking. This is what he is most afraid of happening now. P.S. It was a little bit of a transition in the early stage, so it seems a bit out of the ordinary, but this book is absolutely refreshing. Please feel free to enter the pit if you like to read cool articles. Chapter 10: The Long-Lost College Life. Master, please rest assured that the mental shielding system has not detected any damage. The voice of the system suddenly came from Lee Hayashin's mind. Fortunately, his X gene is indeed powerful. When creating the attribute panel last time, Lee Hayashin also simply improved the intelligence of the system. System, are you able to defend against the professor's spiritual power now? Lee Hayashin suddenly asked in his heart. I'm sorry, Master, my strength is too weak, although I can detect whether the other party launches a psychic attack. But the opponent's spiritual power is too strong. With my current level, I can't defend myself. However, as the Master becomes stronger and stronger, my defense ability will also become stronger. The system replied. As expected of a professor. For this answer, Lee Hayashin was not surprised. After all, the strength of the professor is really strong. Although it can't be defended, it is enough to at least be able to perceive whether the opponent is using spiritual power. And I am improving every day, and the defense of the mental shielding system will become stronger and stronger. Lee Hayashin immediately relaxed in his heart. If only someone could change your thoughts and memories without knowing it. That would be horrible. Especially thinking about the previous performance of Jason and others, Lee Hayashin couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Fortunately, he has the protection of the mental shielding system. As long as the spiritual strength is not far superior to him, even if it is several times higher, it can be resisted. What's more, Lee Hayashin is improving all the time, and I'm afraid it won't take long. Even the professor can't influence him anymore. However, the professor is not as holy as I imagined. I must always be vigilant. He thought secretly in his heart. So you don't have to worry about Jason's affairs. The professor said with a smile. But Professor, have you ever thought that you think this is the correct guidance? Since ancient times, people's hearts have been unpredictable and sinister. If one day the person whose memory you have modified knows these things, maybe what is waiting for you is not gratitude, but anger and resentment. Because nobody likes being that Muppet. When Lee Hayashin heard the professor's words, his heart became colder and colder. Okay, go do what you have to do. If you have an idea, you can come to me and communicate with me at any time. As your principal, this is my responsibility and obligation. The professor smiled. Okay. Lee Hayashin nodded politely and left the professor's office. How is he? Seeing Lee Hayashin leave, Stormy Orlo asked with some expectation. After all, the X-Men now need some powerful partners. And Orlo's impression of Lee Hayashin is very good. The talent is very good, but he is too cautious, especially for his own heart. He guards it very closely. The professor's eyes flickered, and he looked at the direction where Lee Hayashin was leaving and smiled. A very funny little guy. He hadn't seen such an interesting mutant for a long time. And the mutant ability of the other party seems to be very interesting. He has spiritual strength, and his physical strength increases rapidly. Really good ability. The professor seemed to be looking forward to it. If Lee Hayashin can grow up smoothly and become their guardian, there is no doubt that it is definitely a solid shield. What about the X-Men interns? Orlo asked. Just follow the fate, the gear of fate will put everything back in place. The professor smiled and said no more, but turned to the windowsill and looked outside again. Oy. Lee Hayashin left the office and came to the classroom. It's just that his mood at the moment is a little heavy. Because when they went out just now, the three of Jason greeted him very warmly again. It's like a different person. This made Lee Hayashin even more afraid of the professor. The power of the mind is indeed terrifying. In addition to being increasingly wary of the professor, Lee Hayashin is also wary of mutants with spiritual power. We still have to hurry up and strengthen ourselves. He sighed slightly inwardly. But these things can't be rushed, after all, the X gene is born with the power of rules. Still haven't recovered. But he is getting stronger every day, including mental strength. As long as the spiritual power reaches a certain limit, it will also make the spiritual power stronger. So Lee Hayashin can be said to be strengthening in all directions all the time. A big class, the content of the lecture is not very advanced. It's all easy to understand and common sense. After all, this is not a place to cultivate professional academics. It is to give those timid and introverted mutants who have been persecuted a place to stay, and they will not become illiterate or literate. So the content of the class is a bit cheerful, without the boring things in the usual class. Most of the students had smiles on their faces. But these have nothing to do with Lee Hayashin. After all, I was a graduate student in my previous life, so I'm not interested in these things. He just quietly found a seat by the window, enjoying the feeling of strengthening and refreshing brought by the sun. When every ray of sunlight hits his body, he can feel the cells cheering. The whole body, from the inside to the inside, from the body to the spirit, is getting stronger at a speed that can be seen by the eyes. Why do you say that the eyes can see? Because the value on the property panel keeps jumping. It is even more exciting and enjoyable than those who speculate in stocks. I really didn't expect that after so many years of graduation I would return to the big classroom again. Lee Hayashin was basking in the sun, thinking wildly in his mind. Can I sit here? At this moment a faint fragrance floated over. Lee Hayashin looked up and saw Clarice walking over with a thick notebook. Of course. He smiled. Sitting next to a beautiful woman is also a kind of pleasure. Isn't there a good saying? See more beautiful women live long. Thank you. Clarice smiled sweetly, then sat next to Lee Hayashin taking notes seriously. Haha. Lee Hayashin shook his head helplessly, lay down on the table and fell asleep. Cuckoo tilde. While taking notes, Clarice looked at Lee Hayashin's sleeping state and couldn't help covering her mouth and smiling lightly. Time flies so fast when you're sleeping. Lee Hayashin felt that he had just squinted for a while before the bell rang. He immediately got up and prepared to go to the cafeteria to eat. Can we go together? At this time, Clarice put away her notebook, came to Lee Hayashin and said with a smile. You're much more cheerful than before. Lee Hayashin said with a smile. Because of you. Clarice smiled sweetly. It looks good when you smile, smile more in the future. Lee Hayashin said, and the two walked towards the cafeteria. Along the way, Lee Hayashin told several jokes to Clarice. Two of them are dirty jokes. Immediately, this young girl who had just entered puberty blushed with embarrassment. Like a ripe peach. Say, two corn kernels got married, but the next morning the male corn discovered that the female corn was missing. And there's a kernel of popcorn lying next to him, so it's weird to take a kernel of corn. I can't help but ask, who are you, my wife? Guess what the popcorn said? When Lee Hayashin laughed suddenly. I hate it, I don't care about you. Clarice blushed instantly and ran away shyly. It's just the girl's back which looks extraordinarily cheerful under the sun. She hadn't been this relaxed in a long time. Chapter 11 Practical Training. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the afternoon class. Lee Hayashin and Clarice walked into the classroom talking and laughing. But I found that there was no one in the big classroom. There will be no knowledge class in the afternoon, but actual combat training instead. Everyone has gone to the training ground. The students who stayed behind in the large classroom immediately informed the two of them. Combat training. Lee Haoshin was taken aback for a moment. Claris looked at each other, then turned around and walked towards the training ground. Not long after, the two came to the training ground. There are already a lot of people here now, and many familiar faces are also inside. Phantom Cat Kitty, Iceman Bobby, Cyclops Scott and others are all there. I didn't expect the high grades and the low grades to come. Lee Haoshin looked around. On the small podium not far away, Storm Girl was standing on it and speaking. This afternoon, actual combat training. As mutants, what is really important to us is to master our own power. Those who know how to control power can live better in this world. And us mutants are naturally stronger than ordinary people due to the X gene. Even if you are not a power mutant but an energy type, a mind type, or a body mutant type, no matter which one you are, our bodies are far superior to ordinary people. So we need to know better fighting skills in order to be able to exert great strength. Otherwise, we could easily hurt those around us or even ourselves. Storm Girl said this, smiling and looking at everyone. I think you all know that excellent students can only join the X-Men. But if you want to become an X-Men, then you can completely master the abilities of mutants. This is the basic condition. Having said that, Orlo the Storm looked at Cyclops Scott next to him. Yes, only by fully mastering your own power can you be qualified to become an X-Men. At that time, you can also become heroes who protect the mutant world just like us. Cyclops Scott thumped his chest immediately and said in a high voice, "Clap, clap, clap." The people around immediately applauded excitedly. Some senior students couldn't help but whistle. Okay, be quiet. Now we start class. There are me, Storm, and Iceman. I'll be your training partner. I hope you will cherish it and work hard to familiarize yourself with your abilities. While carefully mastering your own abilities, you should also learn more about your companion's abilities. After all, you are likely to be comrades in arms fighting side by side in the future. Cyclops Scott immediately waved his hand, motioning for everyone to be quiet. It's really strange. It stands to reason that it is impossible for the upper and lower grades to have training sessions together. Lee Haoshin was a little puzzled. Did the professor notice something? A hint of speculation flashed in his eyes. While the world is chaotic, it's more like a consolidated Marvel universe. But in the past few days, Lee Haoshin has not gained nothing. He looked at it based on the original body's memory and the news he had collected. The current time node should be the eve of the X-Men's third battle. Chinese letter, 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 asterisk, Chinese letter, and Chinese letter 980205, tilde 8-5/6 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. However, Wolverine hasn't come back yet and Chin hasn't been resurrected yet, so I still have time. Lee Haoshin estimated the time in his heart. Dong 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 tilde. At this moment, two people walked into the open space in front of the small podium. Colossus. Lee Haoshin looked and saw a burly man covered in metal walking up. The heavy body caused the ground to make loud noises. I don't know how powerful Ganglishi is. Looking at this burly golden bump, Lee Haoshin secretly thought in his heart. Colossus, my freezing power has increased a bit recently, you have to be careful. The man who came with Colossus was Poppy the Iceman. The two are old friends. Just come. Colossus immediately clashed his fists together, making a bang-bang sound. I'm going up. Iceman Bobby smiled and immediately pressed his hands to the ground. Kai Kai. In an instant, a wave of blue light burst out with him as the center. Waves of cold air spread like ripples. The surrounding water molecules were directly frozen into ice, and the entire open space turned into a world of ice. Colossus' feet were suddenly wrapped in streaks of cold air, as if to freeze him. This cold air can't freeze me. Colossus suddenly exerted force on his legs. Boom! The terrifying giant force instantly shattered the frost wrapped around his legs. The ground even began to crack. These two guys. Seeing this scene, Orlo shook his head helplessly. Looks like the place is going to be repaired after the fact. Old friend, let's make out. Colossus immediately ran up. I don't want to make out with a big guy like you. Iceman Bobby smiled, and then the blue light flashed all over his body again. In an instant, 3 ice walls more than 10 centimeters thick appeared in front of him. Colossus hit it instantly, making a loud bang bang bang. The 3 ice walls did not stop him for a moment. Worthy of being a Colossus, it's really fierce. When Lee Hayashin saw this scene, his eyes flickered. Because of his current strength of 21 tons, he can also do this. That's right. These days Lee Hayashin has improved rapidly. His strength has increased from 11 tons a few days ago to 21 tons. Terrible. So it can also do the scene in front of you. But definitely not as chic as Colossus. After all, although Lee Hayashin's becoming stronger is an all-round improvement. Skin toughness, muscle strength, etc. are also very strong. But for the time being, it can't compare with a monster like Colossus who can turn his whole body into metal. Go with. Seeing Colossus, he rushed over like a tank. Iceman Bobby suddenly waved his hands, and the air under his feet condensed into ice. He immediately slid on it like surfing. The speed increased instantly. At the same time, I saw him waving his hands quickly. In an instant, football-sized hockey pucks appeared in front of him. Whoosh whoosh tilde. The next moment these ice balls were like shells, rushing towards Colossus crazily. Although these ice balls do not contain explosives, they have no blasting power. But under the impact of extreme speed, there is still terrifying power. Especially the ice puck contained terrifying power of freezing, and Willy was no worse than ordinary shells. The figure of Colossus was immediately blocked by these ice pucks, and he couldn't help but pause. But it was just leaving some white marks on the opponent's body. Colossus' defense. It can be seen. The strength of Colossus and Bobby the Iceman's control over the freezing power is much stronger than in the movie. Lee Hayashin's eyes flashed suddenly, and he muttered to himself. After all, in the film and television, the Iceman trash can only attack with cold air from both hands. The power is too weak. But now it seems that whether he releases the speed of the ice wall or controls the rapid attack of the ice puck, they are all very skilled and powerful. This is completely different from the Iceman Bobby in Lee Hayashin's impression. So, obviously, this world is different from the movies and TV dramas he is familiar with. There are still some gaps. This also made Lee Hayashin more vigilant. Never underestimate anyone. Otherwise, it is very likely that the ship will capsize in the gutter. P.S. Sign the contract. So happy. If there are readers who like to read beautiful comics, please support them. Writing a book is not easy. Please water the seedlings carefully. 5-star praise and free gifts if possible. Please give some to the author. Thank you. Chapter 12 Shocking Battle. I can't break my defense with your attack, Colossus said suddenly. As expected of Colossus, powerful and fast, it is simply a humanoid tank. Lee Hayashin couldn't help sighing. The opponent's strength is indeed not weak, and the two sides fight back and forth. It does look stunning. This immersive feeling of watching a real battle on the spot. It is incomparable to any 3D movie and VR. Don't worry, I still have many means prepared for you. Iceman Bobby laughed and rushed up again. His feet slid on the ice like surfing, making the speed increase several times. This time, several ice sledgehammers appeared beside Colossus. Each sledgehammer is the size of a millstone, and it looks shocking. Hey. Seeing this scene, Lee Hayashin's expression became strange. Because Iceman Bobby's control over ice at this moment reminds him of Gray in Fairy Tale. Ice Mage. And at this moment, Bobby the Iceman's control over ice seems to be no worse than Gray the Ice Stylist. Boom! Colossus was directly blown away by the sledgehammer, but he didn't wait for him to fall. Another sledgehammer came again. In this way, Colossus was abruptly beaten by Bobby, who hammered back and forth in the air with the ice sledgehammer. It seems that Iceman does seem to be Omega level, and Colossus is a little bit worse. Bobby the Iceman has started to suppress Colossus. Lee Hayashin thought for a moment. In fact, he is almost the same as Colossus at the moment, and also belongs to the melee fighting type. And in terms of strength, the current Colossus should be stronger than, for example, Hayashin. In addition, although the defense of the two is similar. But Colossus is more comprehensive, while Lee Hayashin focuses on skin toughness and muscle strength. But in terms of absolute defense, it is worse than the Colossus who can turn into a steel monster. If I fight Poppy the Iceman, he suddenly thought about it. If it is he who is fighting Iceman Bobby at this moment. So how does Lee Hayashin deal with Bobby the Iceman, who has a powerful ability to control ice like an ice mage? If you compare it with Colossus, Lee Hayashin suddenly had a thought and opened the attribute panel. Host Lee Hayashin. Strength 21 tons. Spirit 191, 3 for normal people. Physical strength 1810 for ordinary people. Speed 100 ms. System space 100 cubic meters. Possessed systems, mental shielding system, sun exposure to become stronger system. My strength is now 21 tons, which should be much weaker than Colossus. But my speed has reached 100 ms, which should be much faster than Colossus. That's why Bobby the Iceman is inferior to me. Lee Hayashin can roughly estimate that Bobby the Iceman is normal. The speed should be at the level of 40-50 m/s. When walking on ice, the speed nearly doubles, reaching the level of 80-90 m/s. Although this is already close to Lee Hayashin, there is a gap of 10 meters per second. But the key to victory. What's more, Lee Hayashin's speed and strength are increasing rapidly every day. There is no sign of decadence yet. And my mental strength has reached 63 times that of ordinary people. So in terms of reaction speed and flexibility, the opponent is definitely not as good as me. As long as you don't use the prince's fighting method, whether it's against Colossus or Iceman Bobby, I won't lose. Lee Hayashin immediately speculated. As expected of a Colossus, it's fine to be bombarded so violently. I heard that even rockets and tank guns can't break through his defense in the form of his whole body being tempered. At this time, Clarice next to her whispered, "You know it very well." Lee Hayashin suddenly looked at Clarice with a half-smile. "Lee, don't think too much, I have nothing to him. It's just that in normal times, I followed what the teacher said to collect more information about the students. This will help in the future to be able to fight side by side together." Clarice quickly explained to Lee Hayashin. "Needless to say so much, I believe in you." Lee Hayashin shook his head helplessly. He just wanted to make a joke with Clarice, but he didn't think of it. This little girl thinks so much. Those who didn't know thought he fucked her. Okay, stop. At this moment, Orlo, the storm girl on the small podium, waved her hand. Indicate that Colossus and Iceman Bobby don't have to fight anymore. You two are very good, especially Colossus. It seems that your defense is stronger again. Bobby is also very powerful, your ice sledgehammer attack is really creative. Cyclops Scott stepped out immediately and commented on the two of them. Hey Colossus, your skin is really thick enough. Iceman Bobby said with a smile. But your big ice hammer, it makes me itch so badly. Colossus couldn't help but complain. Okay, you two go down, next is Orlo and Newt Guy. Soon another mutant with a slightly smaller stature came up. His ability is short-distance teleportation. Although it is not as convenient as Nightcrawler's teleportation, it is faster. And it's more casual, without as many restrictions as Nightcrawler. As soon as he makes a shot, he is dazzled and teleports everywhere. It's just a pity that he met the storm girl Orlo. I saw Orlo wave his arms. In an instant, a gust of wind filled the surroundings. And streaks of lightning seemed to appear out of thin air. In an instant, the Newt cover was stuck in the strong wind, as if it had been dry-cleaned by a dry-cleaning machine. Being directly disturbed, he turned his back on his back and immediately lost his combat effectiveness. It is obviously the best at fighting attrition wars, the ability to consume people alive. After meeting the Storm Girl, she didn't even persist for a minute. The battle ended almost instantly. It can also be seen from this that there is a huge gap in combat experience between the two. Next, several mutants fought against Poppy, Colossus, and Cyclops. This battle after battle really opened Lee Hayashin's horizons. After all, how can those fighting scenes seen in movies and TV before really compare with this shocking scene in reality? One is burning expenses and the other is real sweat. So after this actual combat training, his vision has indeed been broadened a lot, and he has also gained a lot of experience. In particular, he has a mental power 63 times higher than that of ordinary people, which makes him almost impossible to forget. Learned a lot of fighting skills and combat experience. At the same time, I also have some understanding of the abilities of more mutants. This can't help but make Lee Hayashin sigh. The abilities of mutants are really varied. Much more than what he saw in movies and TV. Just when he was fascinated and full of gains, Cyclops Scott suddenly walked over. Orlo thinks highly of you, and the professor is looking forward to you. So next, I will arrange Colossus to be your training partner. Both of you are powerful mutants. I hope you can gain something. Cyclops Scott spoke. Chapter 13. This punch is 20 tons. Does it hurt to hit the face? Fight against Colossus. Lee Hayashin's heart skipped a beat when he heard the words. In fact, just now he saw the battle between Colossus and Iceman Bobby was a little fiery. From some aspects, Lee Hayashin can also be regarded as a powerful mutant. Of course, only for now. After all, Lee Hayashin's improvement is all-round, and the Steel Warrior has strong strength and high defense. But the attack method is single, and the shortcomings are obvious. As far as Lee Hayashin's X-Gene ability is concerned, he will definitely be a comprehensive player in the future. This is not what Colossus can compare. It is good. Lee Hayashin nodded immediately. Dong 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 tilde. Colossus immediately walked to the open space in front of the small podium again. Come on, Junior. But he didn't change. Obviously, in the eyes of Colossus, Lee Hayashin, a junior student in the lower grades, is not worthy of his transformation. Lee, come on. Claris next to her immediately cheered Lee Hayashin up. This is Lee Hayashin. I heard that he couldn't control his mutant ability at all before. There was an explosion a few days ago. Mr. Scott actually asked him to fight Colossus. It's too flattering for him. I think he won't be able to hold on for more than 5 minutes. The people around immediately started talking. Don't say that. Lee is also our classmate. Everyone should support him. The Phantom Cat Katie next to her spoke. Although the original body is not good at talking, the only one with whom he has a good relationship is Katie the Phantom Cat. Don't talk nonsense, Lee, it's very strong. Claris immediately summoned up her courage and spoke to the people around her. Others don't know, but Claris knows that Lee Hayashin is very powerful. Even Jason, a purely powerful mutant, couldn't stop his punch. Hey, isn't this our boring gourd, Claris? How dare you talk like that now? A long-faced senior student next to him said jokingly. You. Claris's eyes turned red when she heard the words, feeling aggrieved. But with a gentle personality, she didn't know how to refute at all. She could only bite her red lips lightly with her white teeth, pinch her fingers with teary eyes, and stand aside aggrieved. Shut your mouth, otherwise I don't mind teaching you a lesson before fighting Colossus again. Lee Hayashin looked at that person immediately. A sternness flashed in his eyes. This world is very dangerous, and he never wanted to be the first bird. I didn't even think about being a Superman in the past to save the world. But if someone bullies his friend, Lee Hayashin will never agree easily. The man wanted to speak, but when he saw Lee Hayashin's eyes, his heart trembled. Keba, you are a senior classmate. How can you bully a junior classmate? Orlo, the storm girl, frowned suddenly and said aloud. Before talking to the professor, she was often bullied. This made Orlo hate bullies. Feel sorry. The young man with a long face, Keba, suddenly smiled awkwardly and found a way to go down. Come on, Junior, let me see how strong you are. Orlo strongly recommended you, thinking that your potential is no worse than mine. And it's also a mutant type who is good at strength. Colossus said suddenly. He was a little curious. After all, Orlo had a high vision. But the other party mentioned Lee Hayashin several times in front of Colossus. Senior Colossus, I think it's better for you to metalize first. Lee Hayashin raised his eyebrows and said. It's fine if you fight against the enemy. If the opponent carelessly underestimates him, you can catch him by surprise. But after all, at this moment, they are only competing with Colossus. Lee Hayashin didn't want to take advantage of the other party, and he didn't want to be accused by the other party of attacking him. And he also wants to know how strong his current strength is. He didn't show his strength at all when he fought against the three of Jason. All right. Hearing this, Colossus nodded immediately. In fact, in his opinion, there is no need for metallization at all to fight Lee Hayashin. After all, due to the X gene, even in his normal state, his strength is astonishing. It's just that out of maintaining Lee Hayashin's self-esteem, he still chose to be metallized. Senior, here I come. Boom. Lee Hayashin's expression froze immediately, and he kicked hard. He didn't take the temptation, but directly exerted his full strength as soon as he came up. When Colossus fought Poppy the Iceman earlier, he took it very seriously. The opponent has strong strength and high defense, but the attack is single and slow. Such an opponent is the easiest for Lee Hayashin. The terrifying power immediately cracked the ground. Lee Hayashin rushed out like a cannonball. So fast. Colossus' face suddenly changed. He didn't expect Lee Hayashin's speed to be so fast. And the strength of the opponent seems to be no small matter. In the blink of an eye, Lee Hayashin came in front of Colossus. With terrible inertia, Lee Hayashin punched Colossus in the face. With the power of 21 tons. The combined punch is even more powerful than cannonballs. With a bang, Colossus actually responded and flew upside down. It hit the ground fiercely, drawing a ditch on the ground. Zug! Suddenly everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it and looked at the scene in front of them. Known for his strength, he is like a steel warrior of steel tanks. He was blown away with a punch. What a terrible power. I just said that there is no metallization. This punch is enough to seriously injure me. Colossus slowly got up from the ground, with a serious look on his face. Student, you are very strong. I'm going to be serious next time. He hummed. Bring it on. There was also a smile on Lee Hayashin's face. He didn't hold back the slightest punch from the punch just now. A full 21 tons of terrifying force blasted on Colossus' face. It didn't even cause harm to the other party. It can be seen that the opponent's steel structure body is really powerful. Dong 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 tilde. Colossus also started to run immediately, rushing towards Lee Hayashin. Good come. Seeing this scene, Lee Hayashin went forward instead of retreating. Boom. The two immediately faced each other with fists, making ear-piercing roars. Terrible power like two hammers banging together heavily. My God. Lee Hayashin actually confronted Colossus. The two are evenly matched. Too frightening. For a moment, the people watching the excitement around couldn't help but exclaimed. This was the first time they saw someone talking to Colossus. To be able to fight in close quarters like this. Slightly sore but bearable. Lee Hayashin's eyes flashed immediately, and he had an accurate understanding of his skin toughness and bone strength. Bang 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 tilde. In an instant, the two quickly clashed crazily. Fist to the flesh making a dull sound. Seeing the students around, their blood boiled immediately. Some people couldn't help roaring, shouting, and whistling. This is the battle between men. Chapter 14 Short-lived warmth. I slept soundly this time. Boom. The terrifying power immediately turned into a terrifying hurricane between collisions. The students watching the bustle all around were rattling in their clothes. A few students wearing short skirts were blown up even more. But the students around were watching the fight between the two fierce men with all their blood. I didn't see this great scenery at all. The battle between the two became more and more intense, surpassing the previous battle between Colossus and Iceman Bobby. Especially since both of them are strength type, the damage to the training ground is also very obvious. As the two of them entered the white-hot stage, Lee Hayashin's attributes of balance in all aspects began to be revealed. Colossus began to have a slight disadvantage. Roar! And Colossus seems to have been impatient. He has always been relatively gentle. At this moment, he couldn't help becoming irritable. The strength of the whole body has been raised to a limit. Okay, you two stop. At this time, Cyclops Scott came out. He has already seen that if the fight continues, Colossus will most likely lose to Lee Hayashin. Although the Colossus is more dominant in terms of strength and defense, even much stronger than Lee Hayashin. But Lee Hayashin is faster, with more physical strength, endurance, and even resilience. Even more than Colossus. This makes the longer the time, the smaller the gap between Lee Hayashin and Colossus. It seems that Orlo is right, Lee Hayashin's mutant ability is indeed very strong. Not just power. Scott immediately discovered some clues. Lee, you are really strong, and no one in the entire academy can compete with me in terms of strength. You are the first and only one. Colossus immediately returned to normal. But the admiration in his eyes was obvious. After all, he is several years older than Lee Hayashin. Senior Colossus, you are also very strong, especially after you use your mutant ability. It's like I'm fighting an iron lump. Lee Hayashin couldn't help but smile too. The strength of the opponent is only slightly stronger than him. But when he really started fighting, Lee Hayashin was a little bit restrained. After all, Colossus' mutant ability can transform his whole body into a steel-like substance. This substance is not steel, its hardness is second only to Edmund alloy and vibranium. Enough to resist 110 howitzer attack. It can even withstand the impact of a 1-ton truck loaded with 450 pounds of TNT at a speed of 100 miles per hour. This terrible defensive power made Lee Hayashin really tired from fighting. As for Lee Hayashin, although his skin toughness, bone strength, and even muscle resistance are all very strong. But it is still worse than the Colossus in the steel form. Therefore, they can only rely on crazy attacks to consume the stamina and physical strength of Colossus. It's a pity that Colossus itself also has super endurance. Otherwise, under the attack of Lee Hayashin's terrible power of the storm, he would have been defeated long ago. However, Lee Hayashin still has a strong recovery ability, which is beyond the reach of Colossus. He is strong in all aspects. If he continued to fight at most 1 hour, Lee Hayashin could exhaust the strength of the Colossus. Okay, you two stop flattering each other. Now we all know Xavier College, you two are macho. At this time, Storm Lady Allura also came down and said with a smile. The battle between Colossus and Lee Hayashin made her very satisfied. And Colossus has long been included in the X-Men list. As for Lee Hayashin, she has already told Professor X. Earlier, the professor had also invited Lee Hayashin. It's just that Lee Hayashin has not agreed yet. But in Orlo's view, Lee Hayashin will definitely join them. In this way, the X-Men team becomes stronger. Melee fighting teammates have always been reassuring. Well. Suddenly there was applause from all around. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Lee Hayashin anymore. Many people even regarded Lee Hayashin as their idol. Adolescent boys and girls naturally worship the strong. Especially Lee Hayashin, who is still a student just like them. But he was already able to fight to this extent with the senior Ganglishi. For them, this is shocking and motivating. It is the progress they can see. After all, teachers like Cyclops Scott, Storm Aurora, Professor X, etc. are too powerful. He has long been a famous figure in the mutant world. To Lee Hayashin, just like them, he is just a student and he didn't show his face before. It can be said to be mediocre. This gave them even more hope. Lee, you performed very well in the battle just now, but there are still some flaws. Cyclops Scott said immediately. Then he spoke out some small disadvantages that he had barely seen before. In fact, these things don't affect the key to Lee Hayashin's fight with Colossus at all. It doesn't even do much. But Scott is a teacher of the college after all, and he boasted before. Said that it can help Lee Hayashin so that he can gain something. This family fought a big battle and they fought beautifully. If Scott doesn't say something, he always feels embarrassed. Lee Hayashin also saw this point, but he saw it through, but he didn't say it through. There was nothing to lose for him anyway. In the end, Scott, Orlo, and others only ordered some experience and combat skills. Lee, you are really amazing. Phantom Cat Kitty walked over and said excitedly. Good. Lee Hayashin smiled. Are you hungry? At this time, Clarice came over and asked in a low voice. Sure enough, you still understand me. Seeing this shy girl, Lee Hayashin immediately reached out and rubbed her head. Let's go to the cafeteria together. Clarice immediately lowered her head, her face turned even redder and her voice was almost lost. The battle just now did consume a lot of Lee Hayashin's energy. Now I really need to add something. Of course. Besides going to the cafeteria to eat food, Lee Hayashin has another way to replenish his energy. That is basking in the sun. His system becomes stronger when exposed to the sun, not just his physical data. Even physical strength can be recovered quickly. Appears to be able to convert solar energy into bioenergy. It's amazing. Let's go. The two left the training ground immediately and went to the cafeteria to eat. Although basking in the sun can replenish physical strength, but Lee Hayashin still prefers to enjoy the fun of eating food. I have to say that the cafeteria at Xavier College is pretty good. Even if it is some fast food and Western food, the taste is no worse than that of restaurants outside. After eating, the two walked around the college again, looking like a young couple. Warm and romantic. Along the way, Lee Hayashin still told one or two nasty jokes to amuse Clarice. Offended the other party, blushing to the ears. It wasn't until it was getting late that Lee Hayashin separated from Clarice. After returning to the dormitory, he immediately lay down on the bed, enjoying a short period of peace. In his mind, he recalled the scene of fighting Colossus earlier. It has to be said that this battle has indeed benefited him a lot. After all, strictly speaking, this is Lee Hayashin's first battle after becoming a mutant. He hardly kept his hands back, and his strength, which was as strong as 21 tons, was exerted with all his strength. As for the last battle with Jason and others, Lee Hayashin didn't even count as a warm-up. However, my method is actually a bit simple. The combat skills are similar to Colossus, but in fact, I should be more flexible. When I was in battle, I didn't show my advantage. This shows that my combat awareness is still a bit weak, and I should strengthen my talent in this area. Also, the ability to transform still looks a bit handsome. The elementalization of Poppy Iceman, the metallization of Colossus, and even Orlo the Storm Girl is forced by the cold air all over his body since Zio asterisk said in Group 9. 80205 tilde 8-5/6 stupid, dumb thunder and lightning flashing. Full of special effects. Next time. Should I also get an ability with special effects? After thinking about it, Lee Hayashin fell asleep. This feeling. Good smell. Chapter 15, The Powerful Third System. Time is fleeting. In a flash of such a life, another 5 days passed. This morning, Lee Hayashin was teaching in the big classroom. Originally bored, he lay on his stomach sleepily. Clarice next to her was taking notes seriously, while sneaking a glance at Lee Hayashin from time to time. Looking at the handsome Lee Hayashin, Clarice couldn't help but put her hand towards him quietly. The white and slender fingers lightly touched his nose. In fact, Clarice just wanted to play a prank among best friends. But at this moment, Lee Hayashin suddenly trembled and raised his head abruptly. What? Clarice was startled. You. Did I hurt you? Seeing Lee Hayashin's reaction, Clarice's expression suddenly changed, and she was about to cry. No. You are fine. Lee Hayashin's face was full of joy. He even couldn't help but kiss the other party's flamboyant little face. Fortunately, this is a big classroom and they are in the back corner. Otherwise, Clarice would dig a hole shyly and get in. Snapped. Clarice blushed immediately, not daring to look at Lee Hayashin again. He kissed me. Lee Hayashin's move immediately made Clarice's heart pound like a deer. A small face that can be broken by blows like a ripe peach. Very cute. But now Lee Hayashin is not in the mood to appreciate the scenery. The power of the rules is full. Lee Hayashin was full of joy, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. After waiting for so many days, I finally fully charged the power of rules again. He's been waiting for this moment. Finally, you can create a system again. These days, Lee Hayashin has thought about it for a long time. Even made several lists. Breathing becomes stronger system, invincible upgrade system, wireless enhancement system, one punch invincible system, god level inheritance system, etc. It's just that these systems are ideal systems in his imagination. As for the power of rules, is it enough to create them? He still needs to try one by one to know whether it is possible. However, Lee Hayashin has created two systems after all. Though he also had some guesses. It creates the rule power of the system, and its original power comes from the X gene in the body. In Marvel's settings, mutants on Earth possess the X gene. Basically, countless years ago, the celestial group came to the Earth and endowed some humans with random and mutated genes on the basis of human genes. It's just that the mutated X gene is complex and random. Its upper limit can be very low, and its birth is similar to the officially certified wateriest mutant Bailey's one-time human fireworks. But it can also be high. For example, Franklin Richards is completely unreasonable, and he is always the Marvel's strongest elementary school student who can create his own pocket universe. And the mutation ability produced by the X gene almost covers the power of the entire universe. Mutant abilities ranging from the animal department to the physics department to the magic department to the rule department and so on. This also makes it difficult to estimate the strength of mutants. Lee Hayashin's X gene belongs to the domain of the rule system. As for how high its upper limit is, it is temporarily uncertain. Although I can't determine the upper limit of the X gene, I just need to use my strength to break the limit again and again. Lee Hayashin suddenly thought secretly in his heart. Start creating. Next moment, he immediately started to create the system with ease. The system that he had planned to try earlier was immediately experimented by him. Breathing is the invincible system, creating failure. Hundreds of billions of multiplier systems, failure to create. One punch invincible system, creation failure. Unlimited explosion system, creation failure. God-level inheritance system, successful creation. Finally, after more than a dozen attempts, Lee Hayashin succeeded in creating it. Ding! Master, please choose a God-level inheritance template. Might Kai, a Chisasuke Uzumaki Naruto, Kurosaki Ikigo Astro Boy Black Cat Sheriff Sakazuki Paluzolino Gray Edogawa Conan Gojo Satoru Edward Elric J. Frisch Jintoki Sakata Ellen Yeager Hanamichi Sakuragi Tanjiro Kamado Vegeta Kame Senjin Kakarot Son Goku Gord Baby Dawa Gord Baby Grandpa. Immediately, tens of thousands of character templates flashed through Lee Hayashin's mind. I'm not familiar with many of them, so I'll choose him. Lee Hayashin didn't hesitate immediately and chose a character from a familiar anime. Dragon Ball World, Saiyans on Earth Kakarot Son Goku. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the God-level inheritance system has been awakened successfully and the character template has been obtained, Kakarot Son Wukong. Next moment, an attribute panel appeared in front of Lee Hayashin's eyes. Character Kakarot Son Goku. Race Saiyan. Progress 5%. Abilities Dancing Kongshu Turtle Shockwave Sun Fist Controlling Chi Energy Bullet Violence. Transformation Saiyan Giant Ape Combat Power is increased by 10 times and more than 1700 million Bruz waves are required. Talent Blood of Battle. Only 5% of the process is unlocked. Lee Hayashin was immediately disappointed. But after looking at his abilities and talents, he still became excited. Because he discovered that the system of strengthening after exposure to the sun can be superimposed with the God-level inheritance system. So, Lee Hayashin does not need to practice as hard as Sun Wukong in the original book, he only needs to bask in the sun to enhance the inheritance process. Once the inheritance progress is improved, Lee Hayashin's power will also become stronger. Although there is only one transformation of the Saiyan Giant Ape, the following Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, 4 as well as Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan, Super Silver under the Extreme Intention skill and the legendary White God form. Lee Hayashin immediately looked forward to it. It can be said that in Dragon Ball, although Monkey King is not the strongest, but it has been crazily breaking through the limit, getting stronger and stronger. It seems that the bottleneck and limit that people talk about doesn't exist in him at all. Very good. In this way, my combat power can be greatly guaranteed. You don't need to have power for nothing and you can't use it. Lee Haoshin suddenly became excited. Because in the inheritance, all the power of Monkey King will be passed on to Lee Haoshin. He seems to be born with it. This is the aura of the protagonist, this is life. Although the power of rules was exhausted again. But this time Lee Haoshin was very satisfied. Worth it. Not only does it satisfy his strength improvement, but also the subsequent transformation and violence are full of special effects. For the use of chi, it is also extremely gorgeous. Saiyan's blood, I don't know how many levels of mutants are considered. He couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 16. College Canteen. Lee, you look very happy. Clarice asked curiously. It seems that Lee Haoshin has been smiling since the class just now. This made Clarice a little puzzled. Is there any simple good thing that can't be done? Of course there is. Lee Haoshin thought secretly in his heart. Just as he guessed, the system of becoming stronger after basking in the sun can indeed be superimposed with his god-level inheritance system. After basking in the sun for half a morning, his progress has reached the value of 5% from 3%. Although the transformation has no new form, he can feel it. The chi in the body has at least doubled. Now Lee Haoshin can already feel chi. If he is willing, the entire Xavier Academy can be instantly felt by him. It's just that the strength of mutants is mainly derived from the abilities brought about by the X gene. It has nothing to do with the size of the breath. Just like in perception, Colossus' aura far exceeds that of Professor X. But in terms of strength, the Professor can easily defeat Colossus. But for Lee Haoshin, as long as his chi becomes stronger, then his strength must increase. And Lee Haoshin does not need to practice as hard as Vegeta, Kakarot and others in the original book to be able to increase the strength of chi. He only needs to bask in the sun, and he can easily increase the strength of chi. This is the benefit of his X gene. It seems that it won't be long before I can surpass the Professor, Cyclops and the others. Lee Haoshin secretly thought in his heart. Based on his observations these days and his insights from the last actual combat training, he has found out. The character settings in this world surpass those of the film and television dramas I have seen before, but much weaker than in the comics. After all, in the comics, Bobby the Iceman can even freeze the world, and Orlo the Storm can control the atmosphere of the Earth. Even Cyclops Scott enough to smash planets. Not to mention the stronger Professor X and Magneto. But the reality is, let alone pushing everything horizontally. They were even persecuted by ordinary people and left scarred. And it only took me a few days and I'm almost the same as Colossus. If I use my transformation ability now, even Colossus might not be my opponent. A smile appeared on Lee Haoshin's face again. It's just that the Saiyan wants to become a gorilla and enter the Saiyan giant ape form. It also needs full moon exposure. At least the radiation of 700 million Brutz waves is enough. But Lee Haoshin is not in a hurry. After all, his upper limit is too high. There are also Super Saiyan forms, Super God Red, Super Saiyan Blue and other forms. When the time comes to explode stars or even break the universe, no Professor, Magneto, even the Hulk, Thor and the others will be vulnerable. Lee, what are you laughing at? At this time, Kitty the Phantom Cat also came over with a plate. Do you mind eating together? Katie looked at Clarice with a slight hint of provocation. Do not mind. Clarice was taken aback for a moment, not quite understanding what Katie meant. After all, she didn't offend Katie. Lee, I really didn't expect that you are so strong that you can fight like Colossus. Katie immediately praised it. Women like strong men, even mutants. Originally, Katie had a good relationship with Yuenshin. After all, Lee Haoshin is really handsome. The handsomeness of Oriental men is not comparable to that of Western men. Seeing that the other party is so strong now, I feel even more fond of it. After eating in a while, do you want to go to the movies? Katie immediately sent an invitation. Xavier College also has a small cinema. It's a movie theater, it's like a multimedia classroom. But the decoration is very good. This also made Lee Haoshin couldn't help but admire another ability of the Professor. Hey! Clarice next to her suddenly had red eyes, feeling a little aggrieved. Now she finally understood why Katie had said that just now. It turned out that the other party also wanted to chase Lee Hayashin and regarded her as a rival in love. When she heard that the other party invited Lee Hayashin to watch a movie, Clarice suddenly felt uncomfortable. Especially Katie's looks, considered a little beauty. Especially Western girls are more open and forthright and also more provocative. This is beyond Clarice. For a while she felt a little uncomfortable and her nose couldn't help but feel sore. Sorry, I'm going to bask in the sun. Lee Hayashin smiled and shook his head. Where does he have time to go to the movies? That place is Black Blondin. The afternoon sun is the most comfortable. Especially when his strength soared, how could Lee Hayashin go to the movies? Women can see it, before they become stronger they must not go deep. Otherwise, it will only affect the speed at which I become stronger. Basking in the sun. Chinese letter, 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 asterisk Chinese letter and Chinese letter 980205 tilde 8 5/6 Chinese letter. You must know that she can be regarded as the little beauty of the college, and there are many people who pursue Katie. It's just that Katie also has high vision, which most people don't like. There are many people who want to invite her to watch a movie. But he didn't expect that Lee Hayashin would say sunbathing and rejected him. Is it because of Clarice? Katie immediately took what Lee Hayashin said as an excuse to refuse. After all, who would believe that some people choose to bask in the sun instead of watching movies with beautiful women? I will not give up. Although she was rejected by Lee Hayashin, Katie looked at Clarice with a sharp look in her eyes. After eating, I'm going to bask in the sun. Lee Hayashin didn't pay attention to the weird atmosphere. After all, for him, the sun is the most important thing. Although it is still unclear when the crisis will come, Lee Hayashin knows that it will arrive soon. Therefore, before the crisis comes, at least the strength must be increased by dozens or hundreds of times. Otherwise, how dangerous? And if you want to be strong, you have to work hard. Work hard in the sun. Leaving the cafeteria, Lee Hayashin walked straight towards the small park. There is a green grass field, which is also the place where the sun is most abundant in the afternoon. He likes to lie there, basking in the warm wind and sun. Thank you, Lee. Lee Hayashin closed his eyes, lying on the grass, and after a while, a faint fragrance came and Clarice sat beside him. This inexplicable thanks made Lee Hayashin a little confused. Puff. Clarice was also beside him, lying down quietly. Although puzzled, Lee Hayashin didn't say much. Just enjoying the afternoon sun quietly. Feel the more powerful chi in the body. Time passed little by little. In a blink of an eye, it was another 3 days. In the afternoon of this day, Lee Hayashin basked in the sun and listened to the song, when suddenly his body trembled. Because the chi in his body suddenly underwent a drastic change. There seemed to be a terrifying potential somewhere in the body. It exploded out of thin air. Powerful scary. Chapter 17, the first level of Super Saiyan. Boom! This powerful force erupted from the body. For a moment, Lee Hayashin felt that the whole person had become different. Although he hasn't released his chi yet, he knows it. I have definitely become stronger. If it was said that his chi was a big water tank filled with good things before, then it is a small river at this moment. This is already an essential difference. One is stagnant water, and the other has infinite possibilities. It seems that it can turn into a big river, or even go to the infinite sea at any time. The sudden change shocked Lee Hayashin. The powerful force is like the river water rushing out of the water tank in an instant. It broke through the water tank and exploded. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying chi erupted from Lee Hayashin's body. This air presents a golden light. Even people who cannot perceive chi can see it with their eyes. The golden air waves are like flames, wrapping around Lee Hayashin. The powerful coercion directly lifted the surrounding turf away, and Clarice, who was lying next to her, was directly blown away more than 10 meters away. Could it be? With a sudden thought, Lee Haoshin opened the attribute panel of the inherited character. Really? I saw that the above data has changed. Character Kakarot Son Goku. Race Saiyan. Progress 1%. Abilities Dancing Kongshu Turtle Shockwave Sun Fist Control Chi Energy Bullet Violence High-Speed Flight Teleportation. Transformation Super Saiyan 1 Level 10 Saiyan Giant Ape Combat Power increased by 1700 times Need more than million Bruzibo. Talent Blood of Battle. Sure enough, the Super Saiyan transformation has been unlocked. Lee Haoshin suddenly became excited. You must know that Super Saiyan is not a concept at all with Saiyan. And also mastered teleportation. This is a very powerful ability to save lives. As long as the distance of Lee Haoshin's sensor is wide enough, the teleportation distance will be large enough. With the chi of the first stage of Lee Haoshin's Super Saiyan, it is enough to perceive the whole world. I finally have the power to protect myself. From this moment on, Lee Haoshin finally felt a little relieved. Although it is not yet known whether Super Saiyan Section 1 will be able to dominate the Marvel Universe. But at least on Earth, not many can kill him. But Lee Haoshin will not be careless. After all, the abilities of mutants are complex and changeable, not inferior to superpowers. And there are many superpowers in Dragon Ball, but they are very powerful and can even make Super Saiyan feel tricky. For example, Hit in Dragon Ball Super, his flash time is very difficult. In the first confrontation, if there is no intelligence, it is very likely to be killed in one hit. And mutants definitely have abilities no less than Shinchi's. For example, under the rapidity of Kyuhyun, time almost stopped. There are many similar mutant abilities, so even with the Super Saiyan transformation, Lee Haoshin will not be careless. Unless he waits until he is fully 100% Kakarot's ability. But even if Kakarot's ability is fully inherited, I don't know if he can beat Thanos with gloves. Lee Haoshin was a little curious. But if I can fully inherit the ability of Quan Wang, Thanos should be a trivial matter. He secretly thought in his heart. It's just that if you want to inherit the king, you need a lot of power of rules. At least one has to understand that Lee Haoshin becomes stronger, and it is possible for the X gene to become stronger. After throwing these things to the back of his mind, Lee Haoshin immediately studied the first level of Super Saiyan 1 that he had just unlocked. So it is. After Lee Haoshin's careful study, he finally understood. In the form of Super Saiyan 1, there are actually 4 stages. They are Super Saiyan 1, Phase 2, Phase 3 and full power. However, judging by my current enhancement speed, it won't be long before I break through to Super Saiyan 2. So although Lee Haoshin was a little curious, he didn't study these too much anymore. Because he became stronger too fast. What a beautiful day. Anyway, after unlocking the Super Saiyan form, Lee Haoshin's strength has at least increased 100-fold. I don't know if I can beat Cyclops and Storm Girl now. Lee Haoshin became a little curious. After all, in the first stage of Super Saiyan 1, if you use the shock wave of the turtle with all your strength, it is enough to smash the earth. By the way, although Super Saiyans are powerful, they cannot survive in the universe. It seems that next time I will create a small system that can allow myself to survive in the universe. Or add a character template that can survive in the universe. Majin Buu Frieza Cell. Suddenly some thoughts flashed through Lee Haoshin's mind. The strength of these people, although not as good as Kakaro's later stage. But it has a lot of superpowers and can survive perfectly in the universe. Especially Majin Buu, as long as there is one cell left, he can be resurrected again. This ability is still very useful. Gods of destruction and angels require too much rule power, but correspondingly speaking, Majin Buu and Frieza have much less power. Lee Haoshin made a decision immediately. After all, in terms of combat power, it still relies on Kakarot's inheritance. The template of Majin Buu or Frieza is only used to increase some superpowers and the ability to survive in the universe. These golden auras are really beautiful. Lee Haoshin raised his hand, looking at the Super Saiyan chi wrapped around his body. His eyes became brighter. Finally, I also have special effects. Although Lee Hayashin was powerful before, it was only manifested in pure strength. It looks unremarkable without any strong appearance. This made Lee Hayashin, who had also passed secondary school, quite regretful. But now there is. The chi that continues to wrap around the body is like a burning golden flame. Dazzling, full of power. Zwish. Lee Hayashin took a deep breath and then he took it back. Lee Yu. Seeing the golden flames around Lee Hayashin disappear, Claris walked over cautiously. There was a trace of worry on his face. After all, Claris was at a loss for such a sudden change. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. I just seem to have awakened to a new mutant ability. Lee Hayashin said with a smile. Anyway, mutant abilities are diverse, complex, and illogical. He wasn't worried about being found out at all. Is this your new mutant ability? It's incredible, it looks like a burning golden flame. Could it be that your newly awakened ability is the energy system? Claris asked excitedly, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Energy system. Lee Hayashin was taken aback for a moment. P.S. Thank you for the unassisted reward on the 5th floor, becoming the first Krypton Gold boss in this book, powerful and domineering. Chapter 18, A Small Test of Skill against Cyclops. Maybe. Lee Hayashin smiled. Strictly speaking, chi in the body is also a kind of energy. I really didn't expect that you have awakened a new ability. At this moment, Orlo the Storm and Cyclops Scott walked over not far away. Both of them had shock and excitement in their eyes. I just passed by accident just now, but I found Lee Hayashin, who was burning with golden flames all over his body. Is this the second awakening of the X gene? Cyclops Scott looked at Lee Hayashin, thinking secretly. Recently, I do feel that my body has become stronger. Just now, it seemed that there was a surge of energy in the body that was about to burst out. So I gave it a try. Lee Hayashin suddenly smiled and said, I don't know what type of energy form it is. Orlo the Storm was a little curious. Lee the Professor, let us go there. At this moment, Cyclops Scott spoke. Looks like I can ask the Professor. Storm Maiden, Orlo said with a smile. It is good. Lee Hayashin nodded. But in my heart, there was a flash of strange color. The Professor didn't tell him directly telepathically, but to Cyclops Scott. Lee, it's getting better and better. Looking at the back of Lee Hayashin and others leading them away, a complex look flashed in Claris's eyes. Soon everyone came to Professor X's office. The door was not closed, so Lee Hayashin and others walked in directly. You are here, the professor said with a smile. He looked at Lee Hayashin and said, Lee, I heard that you have awakened a new energy-type ability. Hey. Hearing the professor's words, Lee Hayashin was speechless for a while. In fact, with the professor's ability, the other party would have noticed when he exploded. With so many people around, the professor can easily invade a person's mind and see his own transformation through the other's eyes. However, Lee Hayashin smiled slightly and nodded. It should be a new ability of some kind of energy system. I don't know the specific function yet. He said modestly. Anyway, the use of chi can take many forms. Shockwave, energy cannon, sun fist, chi yuan / chi manipulation bullet. None of this is too difficult. Lee Hayashin, who can transform into the first level of Super Saiyan 1, can use all the tricks mentioned above. There are already so many abilities in his attribute panel that they can only be marked with an ellipsis. There are also some energy students in the academy, but it seems that the energy is not as strong as yours, said the professor. He felt that energy before, it was very powerful. There is definitely an alpha class. But the professor didn't know that Lee Hayashin's outburst of anger was less than 1,000th of that. Otherwise, if it explodes with all its strength, it is very likely that Xavier College will be flattened. Is it? I don't know very well. Lee Hayashin immediately touched his head and said with a smile. The second awakening of the ability of the X gene is very rare. I am also very happy that you can wake up. The professor said with a smile. It seems that your X gene is very likely related to your body. He thought about it again and said. In fact, even the professor is a little uncertain. What exactly is Lee Hayashin's mutant ability? Powerful power now awakened energy ability. Could it be the infinite body strengthening system? The professor thought secretly. This is a rather special type. It can strengthen the mutant's body infinitely. And once the body is strengthened to a certain limit, it will produce different strengths. For example, the eyes may have ray-like abilities. Or it can spit out powerful shock waves and ultrasonic waves. Or the mind becomes stronger and has the ability to read minds. In short, the five senses and limbs of the body may have additional abilities. This is the infinite strengthening system of the body. It's just this kind of mutant, not very common. In the academy, the more powerful energy system is Scott, as well as Bobby and Kane. When you are free, you can ask them for advice. The professor spoke immediately. I know Scott and Bobby, who is Kane. Lee Hayashin suddenly felt a little puzzled. But soon he found information about Kane in his memory. The opponent's mutant ability is an energy shock wave. It can hear the limbs and release powerful energy shock waves. It's a bit like Qigong wave. Lee Hayashin secretly thought in his heart. The professor chatted with everyone for a while before leaving Orlo to talk about things. Scott and Lee Hayashin left the office. Lee, do you want to go to the training ground and try out your newly awakened ability? At this moment, Scott suddenly spoke to Lee Hayashin. Not too good in case the training ground is destroyed. Hearing this, Lee Hayashin's heart was moved immediately, and he was also somewhat looking forward to it. After all, knowing Qigong waves and using Qigong waves are two different concepts. It's as if he has suddenly become Qiu Mingshen's car god, but if he doesn't drive for a few laps. How can you feel the coolness of the car god? But tricks such as Qigong waves and energy cannons are not easy to use. Don't worry, Mr. Bath is here, so don't worry. Scott laughed. Mr. Bath. Lee Hayashin was taken aback for a moment. Because there is no such teacher Bath in memory. Oh, you probably haven't seen it. Because Mr. Bath is not in charge of teaching, he is the maintenance teacher of the college. While speaking, Scott dragged Lee Hayashin to the training ground. Lee Hayashin was stunned when he saw the training ground. The damage caused by the last actual combat training has all been repaired. He was a little surprised before why the decoration team hadn't come to the academy yet. Now it seems that the college doesn't need any decoration team at all. Combined with what Scott said earlier, it is obvious that Mr. Bath. It should have some kind of special mutant ability which can repair the venue. Okay, let me be your partner, Cyclops said with a smile. In fact, he really wanted to see how strong Lee Hayashin's new ability was. After all, the golden flame that was burning earlier didn't look very strong. But it always made him feel in danger. It is good. Lee Hayashin's eyes suddenly brightened. He also wanted to play against Scott for a long time. This is a strength measurement unit to measure his current strength. Teacher, I'm on. With anticipation in mind, Lee Hayashin immediately took a deep breath. Then the muscles tensed, and the whole person mumbled and rushed out. Rumbled. The ground immediately cracked open, and Lee Hayashin's figure quickly turned into an afterimage. So fast. Scott's expression changed immediately. This speed is more than double that of the last time he fought Colossus. Chapter 19. Two bullying Cyclops cried. Now, even if I don't transform, my basic speed has reached 200 ms, which is not far from the speed of sound. Lee Hayashin was also full of pride. He is getting stronger every day. However, my strength is stronger. Boom! A powerful force erupted instantly. At this moment, Lee Hayashin's strength has reached 48 tons in normal form. With one punch, the mountain will be shattered. Not good. This terrifying punch immediately made the air roar, and Scott's face changed drastically. He crossed his arms and quickly stood in front of him. Bang! Scott's body was blown away like a cannonball. It's not a fist, it's a train. Scott was speechless for a while, even a little aggrieved. His body was smashed to the ground, and he was dragged for more than 10 meters. Stretching the ground out of a gully, it stopped. Teacher, are you okay? Lee Hayashin hurried forward to ask. Although he knew that he had a terrifying force of 48 tons in one punch, how strong was 48 tons? In fact, Lee Hayashin didn't know. After all, he had never seen such a powerful force, punching out at an extremely fast speed. How much impact can it produce? But now he knows. Cough cough. Cyclops Scott immediately stood up from the ground, looking at Lee Hayashin with a hint of shock in his eyes. I'm fine, I just didn't expect your strength to be so much stronger. He waved his hand and said. But the arm was still trembling. Especially the one on the outermost side, which hangs by the side. Didn't even bother to move. I said, Lee, the last time you fought Colossus, you were at most similar to him, about 20 tons of strength, right? But the strength just now is at least twice as strong, at least at the level of more than 40 tons. You are the most powerful person I have met so far. Scott said a little speechlessly. Generally speaking, after the X gene is awakened, although it can become stronger through practice. But doubling in a short period of time is a bit too exaggerated. If it weren't for the Academy having a special method for mutants to strengthen their bodies. I'm afraid that with that punch just now, I'm going to lose consciousness. The power of a punch exceeding 40 tons is simply outrageous. Scott said with a wry smile. However, I'm not a strength-type mutant. Next, I will carry out ability training. I'll attack you with Cyclops. Of course, I will suppress the strength of Cyclops. However, it will still hurt if you hit your body, so try to avoid it as much as possible. Or use your newly awakened energy system to resist. He took a deep breath immediately and then spoke seriously. I'm Cyclops after all, it's normal to be weaker in competition. Next, I will use my good skills, and it won't be so miserable. Scott immediately comforted himself secretly in his heart. It is good. Lee Hayashin's eyes suddenly brightened. In fact, the strength of his strength does not require him to fight against others. Just go back and find a place to hammer the ground, or hit a mountain to test it out. But in the face of powerful mutant abilities, use your own abilities to fight against them. This is what Lee Hayashin expected. Besides, in the comics, Cyclops can be used to the limit, but even planets can be smashed. This is no less powerful than the shock wave that destroys the Earth level. Although Cyclops in this world seems to be much weaker than in the comics. But it is definitely better than Scott in the film and television drama. So Lee Hayashin also wanted to see what stage his current strength was at. You have to be careful. Scott immediately touched the device on his face. For a while, confidence was full again. He has absolute confidence in his Cyclops. That's fine since teacher you use Cyclops. Then I will also try the new ability I just awakened. Lee Hayashin suddenly took a deep breath with a smile on his face. Boom! Suddenly a wave of white air, like a hurricane, erupted from his body. This is... Scott was taken aback when he saw this scene. Because what I saw earlier was a golden flame-like energy. But at this moment around Lee Hayashin, there seemed to be a wave of white air. Although it was so faint that normal people might not see it, his Cyclops caught it. Although it is not a golden flame, this white air wave seems to be very powerful. Scott still felt a strong crisis. He still has some confidence in his sixth sense. So although it feels a bit outrageous, Scott has to admit it. The current Lee Hayashin actually brought him a life-and-death crisis. A teenage mutant who was able to make him X-Men Captain Cyclops Scott. Feeling life-threatening. Simply outrageous. But this feeling Scott absolutely believes. What a terrifying talent. Maybe his future achievements will surpass Magneto. Cyclops suddenly thought secretly. After all, in his opinion, the two most powerful mutants now are the Professor and Magneto. In Scott's eyes, the Professor is invincible. So in Scott's view, Lee Hayashin can surpass Magneto. Already the top rating. Boom! As he mobilized the chi in his body, the Super Saiyan transformation unfolded instantly. What a strong feeling. Lee Hayashin immediately felt the chi in his body. Actually, though he's been unlocking the template for a few days now. But he has never seriously released the chi in his body. After all, Lee Hayashin was worried that if the Professor and others knew about this matter, it would be troublesome. Before it is absolutely powerful, it is better to be cautious. But now, Lee Hayashin doesn't need to cover up. Because he is strong enough. Transform. Boom. With the Super Saiyan transformation, the white air waves on Lee Hayashin's body suddenly increased. Huhuhu tilde. In the blink of an eye, within a few meters of his body, a circular deep pit appeared. And the terrifying storm swept across, blowing Scott away. Hey. Scott's face suddenly changed, but now he can't care about the embarrassment. He looked at Lee Hayashin in shock. Boom! The terrifying golden beam of energy actually blasted away the roof of the training ground. At this moment, many people in the academy were shocked. So beautiful. What is that? Is someone fighting? Immediately, everyone rushed to the training ground. Even the professor and Stormy Orlo, who were discussing things in the office, were shocked by this scene. In the training ground, Lee Hayashin was burning with golden flames all over his body, and his hair was standing upside down. The originally pitch-black hair turned into a handsome golden color. All right, teacher, we can begin. Lee Hayashin was suddenly full of strength. He has never been so full of energy before, and there seems to be infinite power in his body. Why do I have a faint sadness? There was a gleam of sparkle in the corners of Scott's eyes. Who is the student and who is the teacher? Because I put onions. Hearing Scott's words, Lee Hayashin suddenly turned his corners up and couldn't help making a little joke. Scott, who has never watched God of Cookery, naturally does not understand this talk. But he could feel that Lee Hayashin seemed to look down on him a little bit. Lee, I'm going to make a move. Scott, who was aggrieved and wanted to cry, finally lost his temper, which is rare. The dazzling red instantly appeared in the eyes of his face. Flickered up. Chapter 20, 1000 Strength. It is rumored that Cyclops is connected to this terrifying alien space. This laser beam is ejected from it. And Cyclops is the key to open that alien space. I don't know how powerful it is. Lee Hayashin is also full of expectations. Whoosh. Next moment. A terrifying red light beam was as thick as a magma stick. Shot out of Scott's eye. Kai kai. The temperature was so high that the air around the light beam boiled. What a powerful laser. Lee Hayashin's eyes lit up immediately, and a fighting spirit surged out of his body. Is it the Saiyan's naturally warlike blood boiling? Good come. Boom. The air around him instantly shrank and condensed on the body surface. He raised his hands and stood in front of him. He actually wanted to meet Cyclops Scott's attack with his palm tilde. Kai kai kai. In an instant, the laser beam hit the palms of Lee Hayashin's hands. Oh my god, it's Lee, he actually caught Mr. Scott's Cyclops with his hand. Colossus, do you dare to take Scott's laser with your hand? That's his hand or steel. Even steel can't stop Cyclops. I can't believe it. At this time, quite a few students had rushed over, just in time to see this scene. They couldn't help being exclaimed. What? Cyclops Scott was instantly calm. If it weren't for the laser beams being released from both eyes now, I'm afraid I would be stunned. Someone actually took his Cyclops with the palm of his hand. Sure enough, using chi can defend against energy damage. Lee Hayashin thought for a moment. Scott's Cyclops is indeed powerful, hot enough to melt steel and pierce rock. But he wrapped it around his palm, forcibly blocking the burning and destruction of Cyclops. As for the piercing power, it is irrelevant to Lee Hayashin, who has a strength of 48 tons. What's more, in his Super Saiyan form, his strength may increase dozens of times or even hundreds of times. At this moment, Lee Hayashin is confident that he can smash the Hulk with his strength. Clap clap clap. At this time, the professor and the Storm also rushed over. Lee, you are really talented. Orlo, the Storm girl, admired it unabashedly. This talent is really amazing. It seems that since Lee Hayashin's gene broke out last time, the other party's whole person has changed. The talent is stronger, and the person is much more cheerful. Is this your energy system ability, strange power? The professor was also a little shocked. He could feel that the power of this golden flame was absolutely extraordinary. Even Lee Hayashin has not been completely released yet. Otherwise, its power is unimaginable. And you seem to have transformed. The professor looked at Lee Hayashin's blonde hair and said, it's just that the ability to transform is quite common for mutants. When Colossus activates his abilities, he also turns into metal. The Iceman looked as if his whole body was made of ice. There are many similar mutants in the Academy. Lee, I'm going to increase the power of Cyclops. Scott spoke suddenly. After all, he is also the captain of the X-Men, and now he is being overwhelmed by a rookie. Immediately, I felt a little unconvinced. It is good. Lee Hayashin didn't say much. And the energy around him also increased a little. For Lee Hayashin, this is also a good time to control chi. Only by fighting can one better grasp power. After all, the god-level inheritance system only allows Lee Hayashin to possess these powers. But whether it can be displayed perfectly or not, it still needs time and actual combat to adjust. Boom! The terrifying laser beam suddenly became thicker. The scorching heat directly boiled the surrounding air. Everyone could see that the air was about to burn. The thick laser beam is extremely terrifying and powerful. 5 times stronger. Lee Hayashin felt the scorching heat brought by his hands and was also a little surprised. It seems that Scott's ability to serve as the captain of the X-Men is not just talking. Just relying on the power of the laser beam at this moment, it is not comparable to the previous Colossus. It is good. That's what makes it interesting. A trace of fighting intent flashed across Lee Hayashin's eyes. Boom! In the palms of his hands, translucent circular light waves suddenly appeared. Mini turtle shockwave. 2 blue qigong waves flew out from his palm in an instant, facing the laser beam. The Separatist War started. What? Scott's expression changed immediately. He has unleashed the power of Cyclops to the maximum. As a result, not only did Lee Hayashin resist, but now he started to counterattack. Kai. 2 dazzling shock waves, one red and one blue, pushed each other crazily. About 1,000th of the power has been used. A flash of surprise flashed in Lee Hayashin's heart. He is now in Super Saiyan form. Even a power of 1,000th is definitely not to be underestimated. But Scott was able to stalemate with him. Lee Hayashin was surprised here, while Scott on the opposite side was shocked. My Cyclops with all my strength is on par with him. The opponent's energy system ability has just been awakened. According to past experience, it can still improve a lot. In this way, wouldn't it take a long time for Lee Hayashin to surpass him? Okay, let's stop the discussion between the two of you. Otherwise, the training ground will be destroyed. At this moment, the professor suddenly spoke. He looked at the roof of the training ground and then at the red and blue beams of energy surging at the moment, pulling each other, feeling a little helpless for a moment. Although Teacher Bath was able to repair it, it was so badly damaged. It is also slow to repair. And the professor felt that Lee Hayashin's power seemed to be more than that. There should still be a lot of potential, which has not been released. Once the outbreak broke out, I was worried that Xavier College might be destroyed. It is the shock wave of Cyclops and Lee Hayashin. Once it explodes, the training ground may be flattened. Teacher, let's stop together. Lee Hayashin already knew the result he wanted to verify, and he was not going to continue. After all, he couldn't really use the mini turtle shockwave to kill Scott. It is good. Although a little reconciled, Scott nodded. He has tried his best, but it seems that Lee Hayashin is more calm. Zwish. The two immediately withdrew their strength at the same time. However, as long as Cyclops is closed, the beam will disappear. But Lee Hayashin's turtle shock wave is not good. Whoosh! The next moment, Lee Hayashin rushed to Scott's body. Then, under the puzzled and surprised eyes of the other party, he punched the shock wave of the miniature tortoise flying. Boom! 2 blue light waves flew out along the roof of the training ground in an instant and exploded in the air. The powerful shock wave made the students in the training ground feel the terrible wind pressure. Hey. For a time, everyone was stunned. Chapter 21: Wolverine is coming. Powerful. Too strong. It's ridiculously strong. Previously, Lee Hayashin's shock wave was in a stalemate with Scott's Cyclops. Everyone just watched the fun and didn't feel anything yet. But now that the shock wave of the miniature tortoise exploded, everyone immediately understood the aftermath. The powerful destructive power of this trick. Hey. The professor's eyelids jumped suddenly. Although he knew that Lee Hayashin was very powerful, he didn't expect it. The opponent's destructive power is so strong. From this point of view, Lee Hayashin's strength should be close to that of Scott and others. But the professor didn't know that his previous strength was only 1,000th of his. If you use it with all your strength, will it blow up the earth? Lee Hayashin secretly thought in his heart. He came to the conclusion that, absolutely, there is no need to question the power of the Super Saiyan. Even if this world has mutants, gods, infinite gems, and other supernatural and superuniverse existences, it is countless times larger than the Earth wall in his previous life. But the strength of the Super Saiyan is also unreasonable. Hoo-ho-ho. Plum. 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 After a while, everyone recovered from the shock. Everyone couldn't help but growl. If you are a little better than others, you may be jealous of others. But if you are much better than others, you will get admiration and respect. The current Lee Hayashin has proved with his strength that he is almost the same as Scott and others. The X-Men are the goals and idols of all the students at Xavier Academy. Professor, I want to go back and think about it. I seem to have realized something just now. Lee Hayashin had never received this kind of treatment before, and he felt uncomfortable immediately. He quickly found an excuse and left. Left with a dazed look since Zio asterisk said in Group 9, 80205-8-5/6 stupid dumb Scott and countless carnival and excited students. Professor Lee is so strong, Orlo said with some admiration. The other party is younger than her, but if they fight now. Even Storm Girl doesn't have the slightest confidence to say that she can win. Did you see his speed just now? The professor said. Speed. Hearing the professor's words, Orlo's eyes widened and his mouth turned into a zero shape. Oy. In a flash, it was another 3 days. Lee Hayashin was lying on the lawn of the park with a book covering his face. He doesn't want to go anywhere except basking in the sun now. I finally understand why those celebrities wear masks everywhere they go, and they are so cautious again. In the past few days, Lee Hayashin seems to have become a big star and internet celebrity. Everywhere you go, there are people pointing fingers. Although most of them are envious, greeting, and even many people asked him to sign. But Lee Hayashin didn't like this kind of atmosphere. That's how we came here at the beginning. At this time, Storm Girl came over and said with a smile. Everyone in the X-Men somewhat understands what happened to Lee Hayashin. I didn't expect mutants to have such a crazy star-chasing effect. Lee Hayashin smiled helplessly. Mutants are also human, but much stronger than ordinary people. Orlo said with a smile. Well, that's right. Lee Hayashin responded. How are you thinking? Do you want to join the X-Men? Storm Girl asked. This is the main reason why he came to Lee Hayashin. After all, with Lee Hayashin's current strength, he is enough to join the X-Men. I'll think about it for a few more days. After all, it hasn't been long since my X gene awakened. I want to wait until my ability is completely stabilized. Lee Hayashin thought for a while and said, although he has become very powerful, the enemies in this world are not weak. He is not afraid of enemies like Magneto, but what about powerful aliens, evil gods, etc.? What about the power of the Infinity Stones? So before there is no real invincibility, it is better to keep a low profile. All right. The Storm Girl shook her head helplessly. Orlo has now seen that Lee Hayashin's temperament is a bit too cautious. It is simply not stable. However, if you figure it out one day, remember to come to me. The X-Men always have their doors open for you. Although Orlo also hopes that Lee Hayashin can directly join the X-Men. But the X-Men don't force others to join. If you don't recognize the philosophy of the X-Men, what's the use of joining the X-Men? Once it encounters real danger, it may even lead to a greater crisis for the entire X-Men. So even if Storm wants Lee Hayashin to join the X-Men very much, as long as the other party doesn't agree sincerely, they will not force Lee Hayashin to join. They don't bother to use such means as playing emotional cards, promising benefits, etc. Well, I will. Lee Hayashin smiled. Although I don't know what will happen to him in the future, but now Lee Hayashin has no such idea yet. What? Just when Stormy was about to leave, she suddenly couldn't help but exclaimed. Lee Hayashin looked curiously at where the other party was looking. I don't know when, a car drove in from the gate and stopped beside the teaching building. A man who looked very capable came down from above. I didn't expect him to come back. A trace of surprise flashed across Lee Hayashin's eyes. Does this mean entering the plot line? He thought secretly in his heart. It's Logan. The Storm girl's face suddenly brightened, and she quickly got up and walked over. The return of Wolverine quickly spread throughout Xavier College. After all, he was a member of the X-Men. Not only participated in the first and second battles of the X-Men, but also participated in many rescue operations. It can be said that many teachers and students of Xavier College are very familiar with him. For a while the academy suddenly became lively. But Lee Hayashin was not so happy. Originally, this was to develop quietly until he could at least perform Super Saiyan 3 transformation. It would be even more perfect if it could be directly salted to KLN. But now Logan is back, which means that he has entered the plot line. The third battle is coming. Jean will come back to life and then both Cyclops and the Professor will die. Furthermore, the appearance of the antidote for mutants will cause internal strife in the academy. My power is mainly derived from the X gene. I don't know if my power will disappear after the X gene disappears. But I absolutely can't gamble, so the mutant antidote must be destroyed. Lee Hayashin secretly thought in his heart. Pity. With his current rate of strengthening, he only needs to be given another year or even half a year. At that time, he will definitely at least reach the level of Super Saiyan. At that time, whether it is the purple sweet potato, the Tenjin group or those gods. It's all just a turtle shockwave thing. However, at present, self-protection should not be a big problem. He sighed softly. Lee, what's the matter with you? Clarice, who had just peeled the grapes, sent the crystal-clear fruit to Lee Hayashin's mouth, and then asked with some doubts. After all, in her opinion, Lee Hayashin has always been cheerful, handsome, and powerful. There shouldn't be any troubles at all. Chapter 22 Professor X, he's the most genius I've ever seen. Nothing. Come on, let's go to lunch. Lee Hayashin smiled and shook his head. Even if he told Clarice about these things, the other party would not understand. And there are some things that cannot be said at all. Soon Lee Hayashin and the two walked towards the cafeteria. However, what Lee Hayashin didn't know was that it was in a meeting room of the school. Almost all the X-Men are gathered here. Even Phantom Cat and Colossus, who haven't graduated yet, are here. It can be said that these are almost all the elites and important figures of the school. The atmosphere is dignified. That's how it happened. Logan looked at the crowd and said slowly. All of a sudden, everyone was silent. Obviously, what Logan said just now was a bit heavy for them. In that mutant institute, there are still many children. It's a pity that my strength alone is limited, and I couldn't rescue the people inside after trying several times. Obviously, that is not an ordinary research institute. To save or not to save? Wolverine spoke. In fact, if Logan had no choice, he would not return to Xavier College to find reinforcements. I really didn't expect that there is such a hateful mutant laboratory. We mutants are not experimental materials and must be destroyed. This matter can't be done casually, you have to inform your superiors. Then when are we leaving? 9 o'clock in the evening, you can arrive at 10 o'clock from here. Scott, Orlo and Logan will lead the team Tilda. By the way, call Katie, her ability will be very convenient when saving people. Soon everyone settled the matter. The rest of the people stay in the academy, after all, there needs to be someone staying here. The professor glanced at it, and the other people who were not mentioned immediately spoke. If everyone is dispatched, then the defensive strength of Xavier Academy will be weak to the lowest. It is impossible to protect this place by relying on these students. Once an enemy invades, it will definitely cause huge casualties. This is something Professor X absolutely does not want to see. Especially recently, Professor X always has some uneasy emotions. think something bad is going to happen. Professor X is currently recognized as the most powerful telepath on the surface. His mental power is already so strong that it is unimaginable. Although it is somewhat different from thought power, it cannot affect reality. But it can invade other people's minds, browse their memories, and even directly manipulate them. It is so powerful that Professor X has some special abilities, such as a strong sixth sense. This is not a specific superpower, but it cannot be ignored. These days he often feels uneasy. It seems that something is going to happen. It's just that Professor X doesn't have the ability to predict after all. So he couldn't predict what kind of crisis made him feel so uneasy. It's always okay to be cautious. I have used the brainwave booster several times, but I still can't find the source of the danger. Professor X thought secretly. And these things can't be said to other people. After all, he was worried about causing panic. Professor, I suggest that it is best to bring Lee Hayashin along for this operation. At this time, Orlo, the Storm Maiden, suddenly spoke. Zwish. Immediately everyone looked at her. Although Lee Hayashin's strength is indeed very strong, he has not undergone professional training, so he directly participated in this kind of operation. Colossus said. Colossus also saw the scene of Lee Hayashin fighting Cyclops Scott earlier. Much stronger than when fighting him. He guessed that Lee Hayashin's strength should have surpassed him. So in terms of strength, there is no problem in taking Lee Hayashin there. But normal training and actual combat are two different things. Especially when fighting, you will see blood and kill people. The average student will not be able to bear it for the first time. And this task is very important. If something goes wrong at a critical moment, it is likely to cause danger to the rescued children. Yes, I think what Colossus said makes sense, Cyclops nodded immediately. After all, although he recognized Lee Hayashin's strength. But the two of them competed one-on-one and followed them to carry out real life-and-death crisis action missions. Still not the same. At that time, although individual force was also important, teamwork was more important. Otherwise, once something goes wrong, it is likely to cause great danger to the entire team. Even annihilation of the entire army is very possible. The Lee Hayashin you're talking about, Orlo also told me earlier. I heard that he is a genius, but he is too young after all. At this time Logan spoke. He is the longest-lived of them all. I have seen too many people, too many things, and too many geniuses. So he didn't think it was a good suggestion to bring a teenage student to participate in this mission. Even if the opponent's strength is really good. I don't think age is a problem. He is cautious by nature and his personality is calm and calm. With a little training, you can become a good X-Men. And the best training is actual combat, isn't it? At the beginning, we didn't have much training, so we went straight to it. Stormgirl said immediately. Let him be very optimistic about Lee Hayashin first and really want to train him. Orlo, I didn't expect you to be so optimistic about him. Even Professor X was a little surprised. Storm has been with him for a long time, but he has never seen Orlo's evaluation of a person so high. I've been following him, Orlo said. He is indeed the most talented person I have ever met. At this time, Professor X also nodded. Professor, you say that too. Logan next to him suddenly had a flash of shock in his eyes. It's fine if Orlo says so, but who is Professor X? Almost considered to be the leader among mutants at the moment. The most powerful psychic abilities. But now the professor also said that Lee Hayashin is the most talented person he has ever seen. This evaluation is really a bit high. Even Magneto back then was never praised so much by Professor X. Go and ask. Professor X did not reject Orlo's proposal. In fact, he was a little moved and wanted Lee Hayashin to participate in this action. It's just that Professor X feels that Storm's proposal is likely to fail. Because the professor invited Lee Hayashin to join the X-Men, the other party refused. Let alone directly participating in actual combat operations. Lee Hayashin, who had just finished eating, pulled Clarice to go to the terrace of the library. Enjoy the warm afternoon sun. I saw Stormgirl walking towards him with Logan and others. P.S. If you don't feel like reading enough, you can read the author's old book, the 50-word pirate fanfic. My god-level choice in the pirate world is already very fat and you can kill it directly. Finally, I would like to ask for a 5-star praise and a free gift, thank you. Chapter 23 Warlike Blood. Library Open-Air Balcony. What, you want Lee to join your operation? Clarice looked at Storm Girl and the others in shock. But Lee Hayashin was a little surprised when he heard the invitation and fell into silence involuntarily. That's right. Even though Lee isn't an X-Men yet, I still want you to join the action. After all, this mission is not very dangerous and it can increase your actual combat experience. This will be of great help to your future battles. Orlo looked at Lee Hayashin and said seriously. Don't worry, the professor has approved this operation, there will be no danger. Scott next to him spoke. Seeing Lee Hayashin's silence, he thought that the other party was worried about danger. But in fact, Lee Hayashin didn't fall silent because he was worried about danger. But at this moment his heart is fighting fast. I can't go, although I have the absolute power to protect myself. But what if something unexpected happens? After all, my appearance may cause a butterfly effect. What's more, here is still a chaotic world, not absolute X the world of cop wars. I have to go, I have Saiyan blood in my body. How can I be afraid of danger when I am proud? The enemy just hit it. Don't you want to compete with a real master? When you get strength, you don't want to find someone to fight? No, you won't because you're a fighting Saiyan. I can't go, this world is still too dangerous. Once there is a problem that a Super Saiyan can't solve, wouldn't it mean that you will die again just after crossing? Next time you may not be able to cross again. If you die, there will be nothing left. Fart, you have to go, have you forgotten the pride of the Saiyan? What's more, you still have the talent of fighting blood and you will be stronger when you are dying. Don't you want to break through the bottleneck of the Super Saiyan earlier? Calm down, absolutely don't go. This world not only has all kinds of strange mutant abilities, no less than superpowers, but also various gods with powerful divine power. Super Saiyans are powerful in combat, but they can encounter weird with superpowers. If you are a little careless, you will be recruited. Suddenly, two voices appeared in Lee Hayashin's mind. Hey, I won't be schizophrenic, will I? He was suddenly speechless. This was the first time that two different voices appeared in his consciousness. Lee, what's the matter with you? Seeing Lee Hayashin's strange expression, Clarice asked worriedly. You don't want to force him anymore? Since the little said in group 9802005-8-5/6 stay away from him. How can you let him go to such a dangerous thing? What? We are only students. Clarice, who had always been shy, now bravely stood up and spoke loudly to the teachers of the academy. This change surprised Storm, Cyclops, and the others. They didn't expect that Clarice became so brave. No, Clarice, you misunderstood us. Orlo spoke immediately. As the teachers of the academy, how could they do such a thing? I just want to take Lee Hayashin to see the actions of the X-Men and let him feel the joy of being a hero. Perhaps Lee Hayashin will fall in love with this feeling from now on and choose to join the X-Men. After all, this operation is not very dangerous. With her, Cyclops, and Logan leading the team, it is not too difficult to deal with a mutant research institute guarded by dozens of special forces. The reason why Lee Hayashin was called was because Orlo really liked him very much. So I just want to take Lee Hayashin to increase my knowledge and combat experience. If Lee Hayashin was really worried about the danger and refused this action. Although Orlo will be a little disappointed, he will not force the other party to follow them. After all, it was originally a good intention, how could it become forced? No, Clarice, you've misunderstood something. I choose to participate in this operation. After a while, Lee Hayashin suddenly spoke. Although I still don't know why two voices appeared in my mind like schizophrenia. But Lee Hayashin finally decided to participate in this mission. With his current strength, there is absolutely no problem with his ability to protect himself. Even if you do meet a mutant with rare superpowers or a god with powerful divine power. The big deal is to use teleportation, just go back to Xavier College. Anyway, his sense of chi is enough to cover the entire Earth. Lee, don't be impulsive. Clarice suddenly became a little anxious. Even though Lee Hayashin's strength is already very high, they are still just students after all. Don't worry, Clarice, I'll be fine. Didn't the teachers say that this operation is not very dangerous? Taking me there is not intended to be the main combat force but just to increase my knowledge and improve my combat experience. Lee Hayashin immediately touched Clarice's head and said with a smile. What's more, as long as you are safe at school, nothing will happen to me. The meaning of this sentence is actually, as long as Clarice is still in school, then he can use teleportation to return here from any dangerous place. When Clarice heard it, she had another meaning. Suddenly her earlobes turned red. Okay, then you have to pay attention to safety. Clarice was not blocking but lowered her head and whispered. I wait for you to come back. The sound was like a mosquito, but none of the people present was an ordinary person. Of course they all heard it. Ha ha ha. Cyclops Scott immediately laughed and then gave Lee Hayashin a thumbs up. I didn't expect that your kid is not only talented but also good at picking up girls. This is Scott's voice. Although Storm Maiden Orlo didn't speak, she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. It's nice to be young. Wolverine Logan, who had been silent beside him, shook his head and sighed. If nothing else but Lee Hayashin's words, he will approve of the other party. As for strength, it can be improved slowly, but picking up girls is born. This operation is mainly to rescue a child in a mutant research institute. Their defense force is not very strong, dozens of special forces lead some mobs. The only thing to be aware of is that there are 2 controlled mutants in the research institute. Their strength is not weak, we need to pay attention. Of course, in addition to this information, there may be some hidden means and dangers. After all, Logan's previous infiltrations failed in the end. These are the intelligences we know. Storm Girl immediately began to tell Lee Hayashin the news she had. This is also to reassure Lee Hayashin. After all, with Lee Hayashin's strength, facing these methods currently displayed by the Research Institute, there is no danger. P.S. Thank you for nomming me a friend's domineering gift, mighty and domineering. Chapter 24, The X-Men's Privileges. So the danger this time is not high, otherwise the professor would not agree. Storm Maiden Orlo said with a smile. When she proposed to let Lee Hayashin follow this operation, it was because she considered that this mission was not dangerous. Otherwise, she wouldn't let Lee Hayashin participate in this operation. After all, Orlo appreciates Lee Hayashin, not wants to destroy Lee Hayashin. If after this operation you feel good about participating in X-Men operations, you can consider formally accepting our invitation to become a standing X-Men member. In this way, you can also register with the Ministry of National Defense of some friendly countries, which will be of great help to you in the future. Scott also spoke. For Lee Hayashin, although he doesn't appreciate it as much as Orlo. But Lee Hayashin's strength and talent have indeed been recognized by him. In the previous battle on the training ground, Scott had tried his best. But the opponent was able to draw with him. This made Scott recognize Lee Hayashin from the bottom of his heart. After all, the strong are always respected. Moreover, the opponent's age is much younger than him, and his potential is even greater. He believes that it won't take long for the opponent to surpass him. Ministry of Defense registration. Lee Hayashin was stunned when he heard the words and became curious. Although mutants have been rejected by ordinary people all these years, the professor's efforts for so many years are not in vain. As the X-Men, when we conduct mission operations, as long as the airspace, territorial waters and territories of friendly countries are open to us, it will not be regarded as a hostile force and attacked. And the X-Men are equivalent to some special departments in some friendly countries. Even at critical moments, you can ask for assistance from the local police. Scott said proudly. After all, there are still quite a few mutants in this world, and they usually hide among the general population, making it difficult to be discovered. But once a mutant commits a murder or commits a crime, it will be devastating to ordinary people. Just like powerful mutants like Cyclops Scott and Iceman Bobby. If it wants to endanger society, it is enough to cause hundreds of thousands of casualties in a short period of time. Over time, even tens of thousands of victims may appear. At this time, it is time for the X-Men to come forward. After all, only supernatural power can defeat supernatural power. I'll just say it. Lee Haoshin immediately resolved a doubt in his heart. When watching those film and television dramas before, he was a little curious. Why do X-Men's planes often fly around the world? But it has never been bombarded by missiles. This is somewhat unusual. After all, any country has an airspace defense system. And the X-Men's plane is not a certain Xinjiang drone, and it can fly wherever it wants. If you cross the airspace of other countries at will, you will be intercepted or even shelled. But the X-Men never encountered those. At that time, Lee Haoshin was still a little curious, but now it seems that it should be Professor X's efforts. Give them some privileges. After chatting for a while, Storm and the others left. Lee, you have to pay attention to safety. After seeing everyone leave, Clarice couldn't help reminding her again. Okay. Let's bask in the sun. Oy. In a flash, night fell. Lee Haoshin likes to lie on the lawn in the sun the most, and suddenly it vibrated. A moment later, a plane with a sense of technology rose slowly. With a bang, it disappeared into the sky. It has aroused the envy and yearning of many students. They all know that this is the X-Men going out on a mission again. By the window of the study room, Clarice watched the departing plane, praying secretly in her heart. This dress is really nice. Lee Haoshin looked at the unique black uniform of the X-Men on his body. Thanks to Kakarot's template, Lee Haoshin's figure has become better and better these days. Now with the uniform of the X-Men, it looks energetic and handsome. A look is the messenger of justice. Lee Haoshin looked at the others, the heroic Storm Orlo, the wild and bold Wolverine Logan, the handsome and intellectual Cyclops Scott. Wearing uniforms, they exude a unique charm. Even Lee Haoshin couldn't help sighing that there is a little truth in the fact that appearance is justice. But it's a pity that no one can suppress Lee Haoshin's aura. Young, handsome, strong confidence brought by Saiyan. This makes Lee Haoshin have a stronger aura. Lee, you are so handsome. The phantom cat Katie next to her had bright eyes and couldn't help but speak. Hey. Lee Haoshin was also very satisfied. He is already past the age of middle school, but deep down in Yu's heart, has there ever been a middle school boy? What's more, he is only a teenager now. It still takes more than 3,000 miles, and we will arrive at the mission site. According to the flight speed, it only takes 2 hours at most. Our mission this time is mainly to save the hostages. There is no need to tremble with those people. At the beginning of the mission, Orlo, Colossus, you two will attack head-on with me. Be sure to attract all the enemy's firepower. And Logan, Lee, and Katie, you go directly to save people. With Katie's ability, I believe you can directly enter the core position of the Institute. There is only one request: to keep the children safe. At that time, we will cooperate internally and externally, and after gathering together, we will directly fight out. Cyclops Scott said immediately. He's the captain of the X-Men, so he's in charge of every mission. After all, the professor originally planned to let Scott take over. It's just that something happened later, and the burden finally fell on the Storm Girl. Lee, Katie is not a fighting mutant. Although she has special abilities, she is weak. Your main task this time is to protect her. At this time, Orlo, the Storm Maiden, thought of something and immediately added. Lee, I entrust my safety to you. Katie immediately smiled sweetly, looking forward to it even more. Sharing adversity and fighting together can better cultivate feelings. Clarice, this is beyond your reach. Kitty the Phantom Cat thought secretly. Okay, I will protect her. Lee Haoshin nodded seriously. With his strength, protecting Katie is no problem. Lee, this is your first mission, so you may not be clear. If you encounter an enemy, as long as the other party does not surrender and you think the other party may pose a threat, then. When Scott said this, a red light flashed across the glasses on his face. Kill directly. It is their own protection. After all, the human heart is sinister. Chapter 25: Attacking the Research Institute and Taking First Blood. Okay, I get it. Lee Haoshin nodded immediately when he heard the words, expressing that he understood. Young man, you're very good. The Wolverine next to him couldn't help being a little surprised to see Lee Hayashin accepting it so casually. After all, ordinary students will appear a little timid and cowardly, and even have a little bit of the heart of the virgin because of morality. A student like Lee Hayashin who can accept it instantly, and with a deadpan face seems to be a natural student. It was the first time he saw it. You are so brave. Kitty the Phantom Cat immediately gave Lee Hayashin a thumbs up. When she first participated in the mission, it took a long time to accept this. No wonder Mr. Orlo is so optimistic about you. Don't say that your strength is far superior to mine and the psychological quality alone is not something I can compare. Calm, brave, and handsome. God, I really can't help myself. Katie praised Lee Hayashin without any stinginess. Oops. This actually made Lee Hayashin's face turn slightly red. Although he had heard others praise him, it was the first time for someone to be as straightforward as Katie the Phantom Cat. And she's a little beauty, a young girl with a Western charm. Who can bear this? Unless his surname is Liu. The speed of the fighter plane is getting faster and faster, and it seems that it is not far from the destination. In this way, Lee Hayashin was somewhat excited and couldn't help looking forward to it. After all, the previous shot was just a simple trial and exchange. Where there is a real battle, the enemy can even be killed on the spot. So exciting. Oh yeah. Corn Country. This is a populous country in the world, but there is no stable and peaceful order. Chaotic riots occur from time to time. But far away in the outskirts of a certain city, there was a short-lived peace strangely. Because there is a mutant institute here. Dozens of special forces and well-known local gangs jointly guarded the place. This made the order here surpass that of the main urban areas of many big cities in the Corn Country. At this moment, a fighter plane landed randomly in the sky. The huge roar instantly alarmed the guards at the gate of the mutant detention center. Enemy attack. Someone invaded. Everyone is on alert. In an instant, the Mutant Institute's alarm sounded. A group of special forces and gangsters with automatic rifles rushed out. Some people even carried rocket launchers in their hands. The Desert Eagle, automatic rifle, and handheld submachine gun in his hand are all the latest models. If they changed their clothes, no one would object even if they were called the local army. The mafia forces in the Corn Country are so powerful. This is also one of the reasons why the Institute of Mutants is built here. There are absolute armed forces guarding. Otherwise, with the strength of Wolverine Ron, it would not be so difficult to sneak in here. Let's make a move. At this time, the plane turned on and Stormy and the others walked out from inside. Before the guards of the Research Institute moved, the surroundings became violent. A terrible storm enveloped the entire institute in an instant. The surrounding air began to become a little cold. Storm Girl slowly lifted into the sky, her eyes turned white, and powerful energy fluctuations ran through her surroundings. Dow of cold air permeated the air instantly, and thunder flickered above the sky. The experienced Storm Girl immediately opened up her hands as soon as she made a move. Go to hell, Invader. A gang member is about to launch a bazooka at Storm Girl. Boom! But before he could make a move, Cyclops Scott blasted past with a red light. Immediately, that person burned up and turned into a pool of ashes in the blink of an eye. Don't look at when Scott and Lee Hayashin fought, this powerful laser beam can be blocked, it doesn't look very strong. But that was because Lee Hayashin was too powerful, an ordinary person couldn't resist it at all. Speed attracts firepower. Scott gave a low shout and immediately rushed into the crowd. Terrible laser beams bombarded these special forces and gangsters. It hurts when you rub it and you die when you touch it. Click, click, click. At this time, Stormgirl finally launched an attack. The thunderbolts under the clouds fell densely under his control. Like a waterfall, madness descends. And Colossus is even more like a humanoid tank, crazily rushing through the crowd. Whether it's an automatic rifle or a handheld assault rifle, hitting Colossus is like raindrops hitting him, and it can't hurt him at all. Good fun. Lee Hayashin suddenly became a little excited. In his previous life, he also occasionally played chicken eating games. But at the moment, it is much more exciting than eating chicken. The Saiyan blood flowing in Lee Hayashin's body even began to boil. Let's go. At this time, the Storm Girl and other advance teams have already opened up the situation. All the firepower of the Mutant Research Institute was attracted here. So Wolverine immediately greeted Lee Hayashin and Katie and rushed towards the interior of the institute. In fact, Lee Hayashin really wanted to join Storm Girl and their advance team. That was the fun. But he had already promised Storm that he would protect Katie the Phantom Cat. What's more, Katie had a good chat with him before, and the friendship between the two is growing day by day. The firepower of the Mutant Research Institute is still very ferocious. Although Colossus is not afraid, if Katie is shot, she will probably be GG. The three enter the corridor inside the institute in an instant. Look at me. At this time, Katie the Phantom Cat grabbed the hands of Lee Hayashin and Wolverine in an instant. Whoosh whoosh tilde. In an instant, a strange force came, and Katie led the two of them directly through the wall. Curious ability. A trace of curiosity flashed across Lee Hayashin's eyes. There are many kinds of mutant abilities such as Iceman Bobby, Cyclops Scott, and so on. They are all aggressive mutants. As for the Phantom Cat, Katie is very weak in attack power, but it seems to have superpowers. When fighting with people in the future, you must be careful when you meet people you don't know. Lee Hayashin immediately reminded himself again. If you know each other, you will naturally know the ability of the other party, and you will have a way to deal with it. But if you don't know the other party, then you need to be cautious about the other party's ability. Just like Guru of the Jinut team in Dragon Ball, his strength is weak. But his super power, if used well, is enough to kill very powerful enemies. Who? Just as the three of them passed through one wall and rushed towards the other, they were spotted by two gangsters armed with automatic rifles. Puff! Wolverine immediately let go of Katie's hand. With a bang, a wolf claw made of Edmund metal popped out of his hand. In an instant, the automatic rifles in the hands of the two were cut to pieces. Next moment, he wanted to stab the two of them to death, but Lee Hayashin was faster. I saw two beams of light shot out from Lee Hayashin's fingers in an instant and hit the eyebrows of the two of them. In an instant, the two fell to the ground. Chapter 26: The Mysterious Mutant. Energy Beam. Wolverine was taken aback when he saw this scene. He did not see the battle between Lee Hayashin and Scott on the training ground. So when I saw Lee Hayashin's fingers emitting laser light, I was a little curious. You are much calmer than I imagined. Although even if Lee Hayashin didn't make a move just now, Logan has absolute confidence that he can easily kill those two people. As a student who participated in the operation for the first time, he was able to shoot and kill the enemy so calmly and quickly. This made Logan take another high look at Lee Hayashin in his heart. Lee, you are so brave. Phantom Cat Kitty patted her small chest and said in shock. While she's been in a few X-Men operations, she's never killed anyone. It's not that I can't do it, but I have never dared to do it. We hurry up and must rescue the children before the enemy finds us. Logan's face suddenly became serious. Now is not the time to joke. It is not difficult to deal with the people in the Mutant Research Institute. But the main reason why Logan failed every time. Still worried about children being in danger. Otherwise, he could have carried out the assassination. With his strength, it is not difficult to kill all the people here. After all, whether it is special forces or those gang members. Even if their weapons are excellent when facing powerful mutants, it still looks so fragile. It's just that Logan is worried that the children will be in danger on the way. More likely, the other party will take the children as hostages. Let him cast the mouse. In this way, not only will the child not be saved, but it is very likely that even oneself will be trapped inside. Come with me. Kitty the Phantom Cat nodded immediately, grabbed the arms of the two of them again and ran quickly. The three of them ran wildly through the corridors. All the armed men encountered on the way were instantly dealt with by Logan and Lee Hayashin. Lee Hayashin is also becoming more and more proficient in grasping power. Soon the three of them appeared in the final corridor, and when they got here, Logan stopped Katie. Mutant children, all of them are locked in the rooms on both sides. Let's split up now. Logan looked at Lee Hayashin and Katie immediately and spoke immediately. The two nodded and immediately walked to one side. This wall is mixed with metal, which is a special concrete, which is far stronger than ordinary cement walls. The gate is made of a special alloy, which cannot be destroyed by ordinary automatic rifles or handheld charges. But this is for ordinary people. Facing such powerful people as Wolverine and Lee Hayashin, it seemed a bit thin. Wolverine stretched out his sharp claws directly, and the sharp claws made of Edmund metal, like tearing open a cardboard box, tore a big hole in the metal door. As for Lee Hayashin, he punched through the door panel and then yanked it hard. With a strong force, the door was pulled down from the wall abruptly. But the easiest one is Kitty the Phantom Cat. Although the wall is strong, it is no different from air in front of her ability. Soon the three of them rescued the people in the room one by one. Just as everyone was leaving, one of the mutant children suddenly trembled and tugged at Lee Hayashin's clothes. What happened? Lee Hayashin was a little puzzled and looked down. Brother, let's not go there. The mutant child said timidly. Why? Lee Hayashin was suddenly curious. Blood, there is a strong smell of blood there, and there are countless innocent souls. The little boy said earnestly. His mutant ability allows him to see things that ordinary people cannot see. Logan said earlier that there are mutants in charge of guarding the Institute. Is it them? Lee Hayashin suddenly became interested. He is a mutant with Saiyan blood. At this moment, the blood of the Saiyan in the body suddenly boiled. The blood of the Saiyans is also called the blood of death. But Lee Hayashin doesn't care about this, he just wants to have a good fight now. You stand back. At the time of Lee Hayashin, there were still 4 mutant children at the moment. He pushed the 4 children back and then punched them hard. The powerful punch brought a wave of air and instantly shattered everything around him. In an instant, the originally dilapidated and chaotic corridors became much cleaner in an instant. Many machines with flashing red dots on both sides of the wall shattered at the same time. Laser channel. Seeing this scene, Lee Hayashin smiled disdainfully. These things are okay against ordinary people or low-level mutants. It's not enough to deal with mutants of his level or Wolverine's level. Soon Lee Hayashin came to the end of the corridor, where there was a door. This is a room which should be the place full of blood and wronged souls that the little boy said just now. I just don't know if Logan said it, the mutant in charge of the guard in the Institute. Lee Hayashin was a little curious, and then slammed his hands on the door. Suddenly a gust of cold air gushed out from inside. It's not the low temperature and coldness of Poppy the Iceman, but a kind of freezing that seems to penetrate the soul. Gloomy. Something interesting. Lee Hayashin walked in immediately. Whoosh. However, the moment he entered inside, a purple-red spark suddenly came head-on. It was clearly a flame, but it was actually icy cold. Drink. Lee Hayashin's face changed slightly. Obviously this is the ability of mutants. Lee Hayashin dare not be careless. Suddenly, a wave of white air exploded out of his body. Boom! The spark was instantly blown away by the air wave. But before Lee Hayashin continued to move forward, he saw a purple flame rising out of thin air on the ground. It's hot. Even if Lee Hayashin is protected by chi facing the flames, he still feels extremely hot. The abilities of mutants are really strange. It's not that if you are strong in combat, you can be immune to everything. Lee Hayashin's fighting power is absolutely beyond the charts. You don't need Super Saiyan form to blow up the power detectors of Frieza and others. Not to mention now. But even so, it is not easy to be immune to various superpowers. Who come out? Lee Hayashin immediately gave a low shout. He didn't even notice the person's aura. It seems that the other party is also good at hiding the aura. But no one responded to Lee Hayashin. Boom! Instead, there were purple flames rising from the ground one after another. It's endless. Look down on me. Lee Hayashin was immediately annoyed. Although the flame couldn't hurt him, it was very painful to burn on his body. Get me out. He immediately pointed at the top of the room and there was a flash bomb. This is the use of chi, not very powerful but very bright. That is. As soon as the light came out, Lee Hayashin immediately saw the scene in the room. Immediately his eyes widened sharply, revealing a look of shock. Chapter 27 Fallen Angel. This. A trace of surprise flashed across Lee Hayashin's eyes. Not far away, a woman with a graceful figure wearing a purple light armor and a beautiful face was suspended in the air. The bright appearance was not the reason why Lee Hayashin was surprised. But behind the opponent, there is a pair of purple-black wings. Angel. It looks like a mutant angel. But the wings look different. The angel has white wings, but the woman in front of her is purple-black. The dark purple eyeshadow looks a bit enchanting, and her purple-red hair hangs over her shoulders. Like a fallen angel. Kill, kill, kill. When the fallen angel saw Lee Hayashin, confusion flashed across his eyes. The voice was crisp and sweet, but with a hint of madness. Kai kai kai. In an instant, the ground around Lee Hayashin began to steam with the terrible purple flames before. Whoosh! At the same time, 9 purple chains shot out from her body. The chain seemed to pierce through the void and was instantly bound to Lee Hayashin's body. A strange force came. Lee Hayashin suddenly felt dizzy. Even the surroundings began to be a little blurry, and the field of vision could not be seen clearly. The chi in his body was actually being consumed rapidly. Chinese letter, 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 asterisk, Chinese letter, and Chinese letter 980205. Tilde 8-5/6 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The originally slender and fair fingers seem to be shining with a strange light. It seems that steel can also be frozen through. And this finger is grabbing towards Lee Hayashin's heart. What kind of superpower is this? Lee Hayashin was shocked immediately. Break! He didn't dare to be careless. He raised his energy immediately and burst out crazily. Boom! The purple flames burning around were instantly blown away. Come here for me. The next moment, Lee Hayashin grabbed the chain violently, pulling it hard. The fallen female angel suddenly lost control of her figure and flew towards Lee Hayashin like a cannonball. Give me a moment to be honest. Lee Hayashin immediately shot an air bomb in his hand and slapped it. Although the opponent is very beautiful, but if you shoot him, that is the enemy. And the enemy is regardless of gender or age. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed from the body of the fallen female angel. Suddenly, a spherical turtle shell appeared on her body. Safety mask. A powerful gas bomb instantly bombarded it. Was offset. Can you still defend against the shock? Lee Hayashin's eyes suddenly brightened. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, I don't believe it, your protective shield has no limit. Boom! Another powerful shock wave. And this time, the chi that Lee Hayashin injected into it was several times stronger than before. With a puff, the shield was instantly shattered. The fallen female angel was pushed by the air bomb and instantly hit the ground. The whole person directly lost his fighting power. Let me just say, there can't be an invincible shield. Lee Hayashin flashed to her side immediately. He turned her over, pressed her to the ground, and unbuttoned her pants. Then he tied his hands with a belt. Kill! As soon as the fallen angel was tied up, he struggled crazily. Not honest. With a slap he slapped it up. But considering this pretty face, it would be a pity if it was broken. Lee Hayashin hit the back hard. What? A strong slap made her distort not only her face, but also her back. The severe pain finally made the fallen angel's eyes regain a little clarity. Snapped. Can you speak well? Snapped. I'm a good guy, not a bad guy. Snapped. Is your mind still confused? Snapped. Can you speak? Clap clap tilde. Lee Hayashin's slap is stronger than a slap. No way he wanted to save this lost girl. To pull her back from the brink, a slap was a must. Pain. Finally, after the dimension behind the fallen angel was a size bigger. The other party spoke the first sober words. Great, you finally recovered from the chaos, Lee Haoshin said with a smile. He looked at his palm and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. You, This fallen female angel suddenly looked at Lee Haoshin timidly. I'm a good person, don't worry. Lee Haoshin spoke. But the fallen angel looked at the hands that were tied behind his back, and the pain was still coming from the back with doubts in his eyes. Hahaha, sorry. Lee Haoshin quickly untied the waistband of his trousers, and then tied them on the trousers. Then with a finger point, a wave of light appeared, shining around. He steps aside, an old switch was flipped. Suddenly the room brightened. At this time, Li Hao really took a closer look at the appearance of the fallen female angel. The eyeshadow on the opponent's face was not applied, but caused by mutant genes. In addition, her lips are also a sexy dark purple. It makes people look like there is a suppressed desire. Whether it's Clarice or the phantom cat kitty, they are all inferior to this fallen female angel. Because her beauty is depraved and inherently full of temptation. However, the surrounding scene left Lee Haoshin speechless. There are wreckage everywhere, traces of being burned by flames. The pungent smell, dilapidated, dirty. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful angel lived in this kind of room. The master of this institute is really a bastard. Lee Haoshin shook his head helplessly. It's a pity that even if he has seen all the X-Men series. But it is also impossible to know everything. After all, the film only tells about some of the important characters, not the whole world. The richness and variety of this world is not to mention recorded by film. Even writing books and biographies cannot fully record it. What's more, all the series he has watched have deleted parts. This made his understanding of the world even more incomplete. Fortunately, these are not important. Okay. Lee Haoshin turned his head to look at the fallen female angel, only to find that she was dragging the hem of her clothes and hiding under a table timidly. At this moment, she completely lost the power of the terrifying mutant before. Like a weak, helpless, ordinary girl. Hey. Don't worry, I'm really not a bad person. See the clothes on me, it's the X-Men uniform. So I'm really a good person. Come here just to save you out. Of course I'm a mutant too. Seeing the fallen female angel like this, Lee Haoshin felt a little helpless. Do I look that bad? Are you really a mutant? Only then did the fallen angel carefully scrutinize the young man in front of him. Fair skin, a face like a crown jade, a handsome uniform, and a perfectly proportioned figure. For a while, the fallen angel actually felt ashamed. Compared with him, I look so weird. Just like an ugly monster. P.S. Can anyone guess who the prototype of this mutant is? Quack quack. Tears are begging for a wave of free gifts and 5-star praise, thank you. Chapter 28 Edmund Metal Chain. But, why don't you look like that at all? The fallen angel said in a low voice. Lee Haoshin was speechless for a while. Does one have to become a mutant with strange-looking things growing on one's body? There are many kinds of mutants, and some of them look no different from ordinary people. It's just that there are some extraordinary abilities. He immediately smiled and explained to the fallen angel. Very nice. When the fallen angel heard Lee Haoshin's words, envy flashed in his eyes. Are you envious of me? Lee Haoshin was a little curious. Okay. You are handsome and good-looking, but I look like an ugly monster. The fallen angel subconsciously touched his face and then looked at the wings behind him. These are the places where she is different from ordinary people. It is also the chief culprit for all the blind eyes and bullying she has suffered since she was a child. So she really hates that. Nope. I think it's super good-looking, sexy, and cool. Lee Haoshin really shook his head quickly. This is a fallen angel. In his previous life, he didn't know how many times he had fantasized that he could become an angel. In this way, you can fly freely in the air. And, from a certain point of view, if you have such a female friend, it is simply a dream thing. How sexy and exciting. Really? When the fallen angel heard what Lee Haoshin said, he was stunned for a moment and his eyes were even more disbelieving. Because she has never heard such words since she was a child. There is only endless humiliation, endless bullying, endless abuse. Of course it's true. Didn't I tell you I'm an X-Men? It's a special police officer who maintains order among mutants, so I won't lie to you. Lee Haoshin immediately said seriously. Thank you. The fallen angel's eyes turned red immediately, and he couldn't help crying. Okay, don't cry. Such beautiful eyes, if they are swollen from crying, it will be bad. Li Hao stepped forward consciously and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his hand. Zwish. The fallen angel trembled suddenly, and her delicate face couldn't help but blush. This is the first time she has blushed since she grew up. Okay, let's go, there are companions waiting for us outside. Li Haoshin immediately stepped forward and pulled the fallen angel up. Thank you for coming to save me, but I can't get away. The fallen angel said it very negatively. Why? Li Haoshin was stunned when he heard the words. Could it be Stockholm Syndrome? Fall in love with this place. It's still this girl who tends to be SM. Because of it. Just when Li Haoshin was thinking wildly, the fallen angel pointed at his feet. Okay. Li Haoshin looked down. Only then did he discover that there was a chain on the opponent's foot. Earlier, because the room was too dark, Li Haoshin didn't pay attention to this chain. Now, after turning on the light, I discovered the existence of this chain. Isn't it just a chain? It's okay. Seeing this, Li Haoshin smiled and shook his head. With his current strength, let alone a 3-finger thick chain. Even a chain as thick as a thigh can be easily broken. Let me break it for you. He immediately stepped forward, grabbed the chain and slammed it hard. Clang! The chains rattled all of a sudden, but they didn't budge. Seeing this scene, Li Haoshin was stunned. Could it be that the battle just now consumed too much chi? But even if I digest my chi, my basic physical strength should not decrease. Li Haoshin was suddenly puzzled. But this time he took a deep breath and used his arms fiercely. The powerful force directly tore the uniform a little. Highly bulging muscles possess unimaginable explosive power. Terrible force suddenly pulled hard. Clang! But this chain has not changed at all. Useless. This is a chain made of Edmund metal fused with special materials. Except for the key of the chain, it cannot be opened by external force at all. I've tried many things, even burning my flames for days and nights. But it didn't work at all. A trace of sadness and pain appeared on the fallen angel's face. This is also one of the reasons why she was a little confused before. She who was locked up here was really about to be tortured and go crazy. An alloy made of Edmund metal and special materials. Li Haoshin was speechless when he heard the words. In this case, it is indeed not easy to diagnose. At least not what the current Li Haoshin can do. He could easily destroy the entire research institute and even blow up the entire Corn country to dust. But this chain made of adamantium metal and special materials is very difficult to break. However, although this chain cannot be broken, but it doesn't mean that Li Haoshin has no way to take this fallen angel away. Your chains are strong, but I don't believe the whole house is made of adamantium. Li Haoshin said with a smile. The fallen angel was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Li Haoshin was talking about. You be careful. After Li Haoshin finished speaking, he grabbed the chain and immediately pulled it outward with all his strength. Hurrah! All of a sudden the chain tightened. Yo! His eyes suddenly lit up. Obviously, the place where the chain is fixed is also made of adamantium metal. But I can't believe you have so much adamantium to build a house. Li Haoshin gritted his teeth immediately, and a wave of golden air suddenly burst out from his body. The next moment his hair turned golden. Super Saiyan transformation. His hair. When the fallen angel saw this scene, he widened his eyes and became a little surprised. So beautiful. Golden hair with waves like golden flames. It's so handsome that it explodes. This was more handsome than any man she had ever seen before. The fallen angel thought of Li Haoshin wiping her tears and those words that praised her. For a moment my heart was beating wildly, as if a deer was bumping wildly. Rise! But at this time Li Haoshin used all his strength. It has to be said that this chain is definitely connected to something with a gravity exceeding hundreds of tons. Even Lee Hayashin in his normal state was helpless. But after his transformation, his strength also increased dramatically. Boom! Suddenly the entire institute trembled. Then Storm, Cyclops and others who were fighting outside saw their shocking scene. In the depths of the research institute, a golden light burst out. Lee Hayashin dragged a solid metal iron block that was 3 stories high and flew out of it. On this iron block there are several children sitting on it. Chapter 29. I don't trust anyone except him. Lee Hayashin. Storm Maiden Orlo was stunned when she saw this scene. Let him follow Wolverine Logan to save people, why did he come out by himself? And the metal iron he was holding was a little too exaggerated. Even if it is a metal building, it is not an exaggeration. Alice, can you help me protect these lovely children? Boom! The metal iron block was thrown down and fell to the ground. Although there is still an Edmund metal chain, Alice's strength is enough to defend against the attacks of ordinary people. Lee, I will protect them even if I die. Fallen Angel Alice nodded heavily. The name was told to Lee Hayashin by Alice, a very common name. But this is the first time Alice has told a stranger her name in 10 years. I'll find someone to help you open the chain. Lee Hayashin smiled and touched Alice's face, although it was not very fair, it was very tender. Feels good. Whoosh. He immediately brought a wave of golden air and rushed into the research institute again. Only magic can defeat magic, so only a Delman metal can smash the adamantium chain. Lee Hayashin's target is Wolverine Logan. Logan didn't say anything about this mutant. Storm looked at Alice, who was full of vigilance and was a little surprised. I don't know where Lee Hayashin was rescued from. But the breath on the opponent is very strong. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying laser, it slammed beside him fiercely. These people outside the institute were finally cleaned up completely. Hi, my name is Orlo. The storm immediately flew towards Alice. But before she got close, a spark came over. Hurricanes. Huhuhu tilde. In an instant, a powerful hurricane surrounded the surrounding area, blowing away the spark. I have no malice. Orlo was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect this mutant to be so wary. Closer kill. Alice suddenly said in a cold voice, there seemed to be confusion and bloodlust in her eyes. We are the X-Men, not bad guys but good guys. Colossus also came over. I wouldn't believe anyone but Lee. The chaotic look in Alice's eyes became intense again. Boom! Purple flames instantly rose from the ground, enveloping Colossus. Oh, it hurts. The scorching flames made Colossus twitch like crazy. Storm Girl, this guy doesn't look easy to get along with. Colossus ran wildly for a while, and then left the area filled with flames. The flame was a little weird, it even made him feel burning pain. I really don't know how that guy Lee Hayashin managed to get along with him peacefully. He shook his head helplessly. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying shock wave blasted out from the inside of the research institute instantly. Directly on the ground, a passage several meters in diameter was opened. Then Lee Hayashin grabbed Logan with one hand. In a cloth bag wrapped in a large curtain with the other. Flew out from inside. And in the big cloth bag, there are many children inside. Logan. He was a majestic Wolverine, but he was dragged out by the neck with one hand. But considering the safety of the children, Logan still did not resist. Let Lee Hayashin be carried out like this. Vda. Cyclops Scott couldn't help laughing when he saw Wolverine like this. After all, the relationship between him and Wolverine is not that good. Strictly speaking, the two are rivals in love. Oh my! Colossus also stared at the copper bell-like eyes, thinking it was quite interesting. After all, Logan, who has always been a hunk, now looks like this. It was the first time they had seen each other. But seeing that Lee Hayashin could fly, everyone looked at each other, surprised and helpless. How much ability does this guy need to awaken? Even Colossus is somewhat envious of Lee Hayashin's X-gene. The strength is not inferior to him, and the energy is comparable to Cyclops Scott. Now like Storm she can fly again. and the speed seems to be extremely fast. It's true that people are more deadly than others, and they have to be thrown away when they compare goods. Let's go. Seeing that the woman had been rescued, the storm woman immediately got up and flew towards the fighter plane. Logan break Alice's chain. Lee Haoshin immediately brought Logan over. When Alice saw Lee Haoshin coming back, the confusion and bloodlust in her eyes disappeared instantly. Lee, she hurriedly greeted Lee Haoshin. Hey. This treatment made Colossus almost cry with envy. When he went over just now, he just said a word and he was burned like a rat. But when Lee Haoshin came over, his eyes were soft just like water. Edelman metal chain. Logan was suddenly surprised. He looked at Alice with some caution and doubts. This research institute actually locked the mutant in front of him with adamant metal. What does it say? She is dangerous. Even the level of danger is very high, otherwise adamant metal chains would not be used. And there is a metal block the size of 3 buildings hanging at the foot. Incredible. He who was studied at the beginning did not have this kind of treatment. How can a girl who looks beautiful and weak in front of her be so strong? Break this chain with the sharpness of your claws, it is absolutely possible. Lee Haoshin said immediately. It is good. Logan was silent for a while and suddenly rubbed and popped out his sharp claws. Clang! Sparks flew and the chains shook. This time, the hard Edmund metal chain was finally no longer unscathed. There is a cut mark on it. It's not completely broken yet, but just a few more strokes can tear it apart. Clang clang! Wolverine swung his claws wildly, and the chain broke in an instant. Alice, congratulations on regaining your freedom. Seeing this scene, Lee Haoshin laughed immediately. Puff! Before Logan could speak, Alice threw herself into Lee Haoshin's arms. Logan! Thank you, Lee. Alice's eyes turned red. She hadn't heard the word freedom for a long time. This has always been her dream. Get out of that room. And now all this has come true, only because of this good-looking man in front of him. Gone. The phantom cat Kitty came out from the side immediately and said with a little anger. He clearly promised to protect her, but in the end she disappeared. Forget it, there is one more woman. The most hateful thing is that this woman is pretty. Even Katie, who is a little beauty, has to admit it. Alice is prettier than her. Goy. In the burning ruins, the fighter plane slowly lifted into the sky. Accompanied by the roar, it quickly swept into the distance. Finally disappeared into the sky. And in the fighter plane, Lee Haoshin was in a good mood. Because when he was looking for Logan just now, he found the research information of this institute. Hopefully there's something interesting to be found in there. Chapter 30 Hydra and the Hellfire Club. Xavier College. Lee Haoshin and others got off the fighter plane. This time the mission was not difficult at all, and it wasn't even a near miss. A total of 11 children were rescued. Counting Alice, there are 12 people. Colossus and Katie were arranged to take these mutant children to the dormitory to settle down. Storm and Cyclops go to Professor X to report on the mission. And Lee Haoshin took Alice back to his dormitory. No way. Alice doesn't trust anyone and doesn't follow anyone, she just follows Lee Haoshin. After returning to the dormitory, Alice seemed so tired that she fell directly on the bed and fell asleep. It seems that Alice can't sleep peacefully for a day in that dilapidated research institute. Seeing the other party sleeping so deeply, Lee Haoshin sighed softly. The persecution suffered by mutants is unimaginable to ordinary people. Those inhumane experiments really make life worse than death. The top 10 tortures of the Tartars in the face of mutant experiments, not even a younger brother. Let me see what's in the research materials of this experiment. Lee Haoshin walked to the computer and sat down. All the research materials he got were stored on a floppy disk. Soon Lee Haoshin opened the file. In an instant, a large amount of mutant research data appeared on the computer. X gene variant data, various cruel experimental data and analysis. According to the experimental body information, experimental data, experimental results, and experimental summary and inference, it is divided into documents. He browsed quickly. The strengthening of Lee Haoshin is not only physical strength, mental strength, nerve speed, etc., all of which are improved as a whole. So his current brain power is also very strong. He read these materials almost by hand, but he remembered them all clearly in his mind. Those videos are even faster at 32x and can still capture what's on the screen. After half an hour, he browsed through all these things. If ordinary people go to see it, they will have to watch it for at least a month. It seems that the research institute is not simple. Lee Haoshin learned a lot of knowledge and research results about mutants from it. Only then did he open the document about recording the identity information of the experimental subject, including all 11 children. However, it can be seen from the identity information document that there are 76 experimental groups in that institute. But in the end, there were only 12 left. It was the 11 children and Alice who was locked in the room by Edmund's metal chains. In the materials and videos he watched earlier, there were records of a large number of mutants being killed by cruel experiments. Okay. Soon, Lee Haoshin found Alice's information in the identity information of the experimental subject. No. 33. Name Alice. Gender female. Age 16. Codename Fallen Angel. X gene, presumably a rare person with triple mutation ability. Abilities: Eclipse Fire, Hellfire, Energy Shield, Soul Chain, Berserk, Fly, Devour. Status: Experiment suspended, locked up. Evaluation: Evil, Powerful, and 2 Uncontrollable. 17 experiments failed. Character experience: An accidental fire broke out in the orphanage in Carl City, Eagle Country, and everyone was burned to death, but the bodies were not damaged. Agents were dispatched to investigate the truth, and at the cost of the loss of 112 people, the girl with wings on her back was captured. After being organized, he began to conduct experiments on mutant human X gene No-23. But 17 experiments failed. Lost 5 mutant guards and 43 ordinary Special Forces guards. In the end, he was imprisoned in cell number 1 with Edmund metal chains. Organize the scientific research and technology of the headquarters and make a breakthrough. The mutant X gene experiment has entered the No-31 stage. The second stage of the Fallen Angel team. I didn't expect it to look like this. Lee Haoshin's eyes flickered suddenly, thoughtful. There is only so much information about Alice. But from here, it can be seen that Alice seems to have been in a lot of pain these years. However, this research institute is as expected as I guessed. It is not simple. The place that was destroyed earlier seems to be just a branch. The so-called headquarters in the introduction, I don't know where it is. Could it be Hydra? Lee Haoshin touched his chin, thinking secretly. In the world of Marvel, there are many evil forces hidden underground. But the most famous ones are Hydra and Hellfire Club. Of these 2 underground organizations, one has a huge personnel organization. It even infiltrated special organizations such as S.H.I.E.L.D. in the beautiful country. The other one is where the rich and powerful gather. So the force behind this research institute, is it Hydra or Hellfire? Lee Haoshin was a little curious, but these things were not for him to worry about. For Lee Haoshin, he only needs to cultivate his own strength to the strongest. At that time, whether it is Hydra or Hellfire for him, all can be destroyed with the snap of a finger. This world is indeed more complicated than I imagined. Lee Haoshin looked at Alice sleeping soundly on the bed and muttered to himself. Although Alice's strength does not pose much threat to Chin Haoshin. But this random strange mutant has more than 3 levels of power. Even very likely, close to the 4th level mutants. This made Lee Haoshin feel a little embarrassed. So hidden in the dark. Is there a stronger one? It's hard to say. Although the mission this time was not dangerous, the battle with Alice also made me understand my own shortcomings. Lee Haoshin secretly analyzed this action in his heart. In terms of absolute strength, Lee Haoshin who can transform into a Super Saiyan. Definitely the strongest in this mission. But in terms of the completion of the task, it is not the best. Even he is so much stronger than Alice. But he was evenly matched by the other party. This shows that Lee Hayashin has inherited the power of the Saiyan Kakarot and can even transform into a Super Saiyan, although he is extremely powerful in terms of absolute strength. But there is no perfect use of this power. Transform into your own strength. Just like in Tianlong Babu, Su Zhu inherited the beaming magical power and internal strength of Wu Yazi, the head of the Xiaoyao school. Although there is an incomparably powerful internal force, it is difficult to display it. The current Lee Hayashin seems to be pretty much the same. It seems that I have to find a way to improve my actual combat ability. Lee Hayashin sighed in his heart. Okay. At this moment he was taken aback suddenly. After so many days of accumulation, the power of rules in his body. It was full at this time. This shows that he can create a new system again. Chapter 31 Birth of the Super Battle Space. It really came in time. Lee Hayashin's eyes suddenly brightened. He was still thinking just now to improve the fighting level. The power of rules here is full. Just in time for the rain. Create a combat space system this time. In fact, Lee Hayashin had some idea just now. If there is a place that can simulate battles infinitely, there will be more suitable opponents to practice with. It will be even better. Unexpectedly, the power of rules is now full. As soon as I fell asleep, someone brought a pillow. Have it. Lee Hayashin's heart moved suddenly, and he started creating again. He who already had 3 systems created a system. It is more handy. Ding! Super Combat Space System created successfully. After a while, the power of the rules was consumed in an instant. Even Lee Hayashin's body was a little weak. This is a somewhat serious sequelae of depleting the power of rules. But in Lee Hayashin's mind, a reminder sound came again. System created successfully. Now don't worry about combat experience. Lee Hayashin showed a satisfied look on his face. The Super Battle Space System created this time can be used in 2 ways. One is where the spirit enters, and the other is where the body enters. The function of the system mainly has 2 functions. The first one is the speed of time. In this Super Battle Space System, when the spirit enters it, the speed of time can reach 1 to 5. To put it simply, 5 minutes into the battle space and 1 minute outside. And if the body enters it, the time flow rate will become 1 to 10. The second is to sparring opponents. In the battle space, according to Lee Hayashin's ideas, an imaginary enemy no more than 3 times Lee Hayashin's strength can be created. Whether it is spiritual entry or physical entry, this function can be used. Of course, the battle space of the system can be obtained with Lee Hayashin's permission. To let another person's spirit or body into it. Although this battle space is a created system, but it is a small world that really exists. It's just that the rules inside are all formulated by Lee Hayashin. And because the power limit of the small world is 3 times that of Lee Hayashin's own strength. So as long as the person who enters it, the strength is no more than 3 times that of Lee Hayashin. It is impossible to destroy this small world inside. If the spirit enters it, then the opponent's spirit will be bound in this small world. If the opponent's body enters this battle space, the whole person will be imprisoned in this small world. From this point of view, this combat space has a third function. Domain space. It can be used as a battlefield to enhance Lee Hayashin's strength. It can also be used as a large space for storage, or as a prison in a different space. What a great system! Lee Hayashin was very satisfied. Then glanced at the properties panel. Host Lee Hayashin. Strength 96 tons. Spirit 412, 3 for normal people. Physical strength 46, 80, 110 for ordinary people. Speed 360 ms. System space. Cube. Possessed systems, spiritual shielding system, sunning to become stronger system, god-level inheritance system, and battle space system. It seems that the progress these days is still great. Lee Hayashin looked at his current data and nodded in satisfaction. His basic strength has reached 96 tons, which is not far from the strength of 100 tons. The speed reached 360 meters per second. And the sound is 340 meters per second under the condition of 1 standard atmospheric pressure. So Lee Haoshin's speed at this moment has exceeded double the speed of sound, which is Mach 1. The previous system space was only 100 square meters, but now there are only cube. Lee Haoshin sighed lightly. However, he also knew that this was due to the combat space system, which merged the original 100 cubic space of the system. So this cubic refers to the size of the combat space system. Big enough. Lee Haoshin is very satisfied with the size of this space. As for the spiritual aspect, it is 137 times higher than that of ordinary people. And physical strength is 468 times that of ordinary people. But my upper limit has not yet reached the limit. I can still feel that just being in the sun makes me stronger. Lee Haoshin secretly thought in his heart. The system that becomes stronger when exposed to the sun also has a limit, and it cannot become stronger endlessly. And this limit comes from the upper limit of the X gene itself. So how strong Lee Haoshin's basic ability becomes depends on how high the upper limit of his own X gene is. As for Lee Haoshin, the X gene itself belongs to the Alpha class or the Omega class. It's hard to say. But Lee Haoshin guessed that the probability is Omega level. Not thinking about it, Lee Haoshin looked at the inheritance template again. Character Kakarot Son Goku. Race Saiyan. Progress 11 1%. Abilities Dancing Kongshu, Turtle Shockwave, Sun Fist, Control Chi, Energy Bullet, Violence, High-Speed Flight, Teleportation. Transformation Super Saiyan 1 Level 10, Saiyan Giant Ape. Combat power increased by 1700 times, need more than million Bruzibo. Talent Blood of Battle. The progress has reached 11 1%, perhaps not far from the second stage of Super Saiyan 1. Lee Haoshin is in a good mood. Everything is going in a good direction. Looking at the sky, it was already morning. Alice was still fast asleep. He walked over and touched Alice's face, which was still so tender. It's just that the corners of the other party's eyes were slightly wrinkled. Obviously, the dream was not very pleasant. It will get better in the future. Lee Haoshin whispered in her ear. Gradually, the corners of Alice's eyes flattened, and her face became much more relaxed. It seems that although I don't have spiritual power, my spirit, which is 137 times higher than that of ordinary people, still has some effect. He smiled. Ordinary hypnotists have about twice as much spiritual power as ordinary people. But using some means such as watches, scenery, and other props can hypnotize ordinary people. Lee Haoshin's mental strength is hundreds of times higher than that of ordinary people, and he can actually do it. Therefore, simple spiritual comfort to Alice still has some effect. Should I learn hypnosis? He smiled and stopped thinking about it. With Lee Haoshin's strength, learn how to hypnotize a ghost. When encountering a problem, no one punch can't solve it. If so, a turtle blaster. If it still doesn't work, let's bomb it. Looking at the sky, Lee Haoshin immediately turned around and left the dormitory, walking towards the cafeteria. He ordered a hamburger, ordered a cup of hot milk, and just found a corner to sit down. Clarice, who looked haggard, came over. Okay. Seeing Clarice like this, Lee Haoshin frowned immediately and said in a somewhat cold voice. Who bullied you? Chapter 32. Money is not important, I just like being a hero. Someone bullied Clarice. This is Lee Haoshin's first feeling. Otherwise, the other party has no reason to be so haggard, as if he didn't sleep well all night. However, Lee Haoshin didn't realize that his desire to kill is much stronger than before. No. Clarice was taken aback for a moment, apparently frightened by Lee Haoshin's appearance. She had never seen Lee Haoshin with such an angry look. No one bullied you. Lee Haoshin frowned, somewhat disbelieving. Then why are you so haggard, as if you haven't slept all night? He asked. Tilde. This is because. Clarice was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect that the reason why Lee Haoshin was angry was because of this. Suddenly his face turned red, he couldn't help lowering his head and muttered softly. But after talking for a long time, I still faltered and couldn't explain clearly. What exactly is it? Lee Haoshin asked immediately. What else could it be? I must be worried about you, so I didn't sleep all night. At this moment, Kitty the Phantom Cat came over. He was still holding a dinner plate in his hand, which contained a hot dog and a cup of coffee. Ugh. Hearing Katie's words, Lee Hayashin was taken aback for a moment. He looked at Clara suspiciously. However, he saw that the other party's head was lowered, almost touching the flower buds that were about to open. So it is. Lee Hayashin was a little dumbfounded. He thought someone was bullying Clarice. How did you know? Lee Hayashin looked at Katie curiously and couldn't help asking. I want you to take care of it, Katie said angrily. Thinking of the beautiful mutant who was rescued yesterday, he slept in Lee Hayashin's dormitory all night. Katie felt a little unhappy in her heart. Although she also knew that it was impossible for Lee Hayashin and the mutant to have something happen right after they came back. But still couldn't help but make her feel a little uncomfortable. For a while, she, who originally regarded Clarice as her rival in love, suddenly felt that Clarice was much cuter. That beautiful mutant is the real enemy. After all, Katie thought she was no worse than Clarice, but when facing that mutant. But I feel a little ashamed. The other party is really beautiful. And there is a strange temptation. This made her think of Clarice as a teammate in the same trench for a while. Baffling. Lee Hayashin really shook his head helplessly. Could it be because I promised to protect her yesterday, but later I went to save Alice? He suddenly thought of this matter and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. It was indeed a bit inappropriate for him to do this. Don't worry, my strength is so strong, the injured can only be others. Lee Hayashin immediately changed the topic, looked at Clarice with her head down and smiled and said, That's good. Clarice took a deep breath, patted her chest and relaxed. Looking at Clarice like this, a trace of tenderness flashed in Lee Hayashin's eyes. He didn't expect that Clarice was so worried about himself. What was yesterday's mission like? Seeing that Lee Hayashin was not in danger, Clarice became curious again. So Lee Hayashin told Clarice about yesterday's mission while eating. Time passed and the three of them finished their meal. Just when Lee Hayashin took Clarice and Katie, ready to go to class, Colossus called Lee Hayashin and Katie away. Soon Colossus brought the two of them to a room in the basement. Pushing the door open, Lee Hayashin found that it was a meeting room. And all the main members of the X-Men are here, including Professor X, who is also sitting on the main seat. Sit down, Storm Girl said to the three of them. Then he turned his head and continued, Yesterday's mission was completed perfectly. The 11 mutant children and 1 mutant girl in the Research Institute were successfully rescued from the laboratory. In the end, we completely destroyed that laboratory. In this mission, Lee Hayashin's performance is even more outstanding. After finishing speaking, Storm Girl looked at Lee Hayashin, smiled and nodded at him. Lee, everyone is very satisfied with your performance in this mission. So I invite you again to be a member of the X-Men. Have you considered it? Professor X looked at Lee Hayashin and said with a smile. Although he knew that Lee Hayashin was strong, but Professor X didn't expect it. In this mission, Lee Hayashin performed so well and was appreciated by Storm, Cyclops and others. The others also looked at Lee Hayashin expectantly. After all, Lee Hayashin's strength has been fully demonstrated. If the opponent can join the X-Men, then the success rate of their future missions will be greatly increased. After all, no one would refuse a strong and handsome teammate to join. Yes, Lee, your performance is much better than I imagined. Even Wolverine Logan, who thought Lee Hayashin was a little arrogant at first, couldn't help but speak up. Especially during missions, Lee Hayashin acted decisively. In this regard, Lee Hayashin is very suitable for Logan's appetite. Dealing with the enemy should be decisive and spicy. Thank you for your high expectations for me, but I feel that I am still young and should focus on my studies, and I cannot take on this responsibility. Lee Hayashin did speak. Although being an X-Men is very cool, there is no such thing as basking in the sun, drinking coffee, and reading every day to become stronger and more comfortable. Especially now that he has created the Super Battle Space System. When you are free, you can also arrange opponents for yourself to conduct more reasonable and perfect battles. Then what reason is there to join the X-Men to do missions? Lee, this will not delay your studies. Because in normal times, the X-Men have nothing to do. Only when encountering mutants who use their abilities to commit crimes will they come forward to protect them. Or like this operation, to save fellow mutants in the research institute. Work is not very busy. And with responsibility, there are corresponding benefits. Not only can you get visa-free privileges from friendly countries, but you can even browse some confidential information. Of course, the most important thing is that there is a basic salary of 15,000 beautiful national currency per month. If there is a mission, the corresponding bonus allowance will be issued according to the difficulty of the mission. Professor X suddenly said with a smile. When he was talking about welfare just now, he noticed Lee Hayashin's brow twitching. So Professor X, who directly handed over the benefits to the X-Men, also said all of them. What, 15,000 a month, still a beautiful national currency? One mission and a lot of subsidies. Lee Hayashin was taken aback for a moment, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. When he came to this world, he had no money. Although at Xavier College, there is no need to spend a penny. You can go out later, you can't always eat free food, right? Not to mention relying on strength, just go out to rob and make money. Anyway, in his previous life, he was also a good young man in the Dragon Kingdom, and his education did not allow him to do this. So relatively speaking, money is still very important. It's just that for the time being, Lee Hayashin hasn't thought about how to get money. At this moment, I heard Professor X say that when joining the X-Men, not only will he get a salary. There are allowances and subsidies for missions, and there is usually nothing to do. It's the perfect high-paying job. It doesn't matter if it's money or not, I just like being a hero. Thinking of this, Lee Hayashin said with a smile. Oh right. This mission also has a subsidy. Chapter 33 Lolita cultivation needs some costs. Hey. Professor X was speechless for a while. Money is a good thing. Lee Hayashin secretly thought in his heart. After all, a penny beats a hero. Throughout the ages, in all the heavens and myriad worlds, money is indispensable everywhere. Even in a chaotic world like Marvel, money is still extremely important. If you don't believe me, just ask Iron Man and Batman, both of them are people with powerful financial abilities. Have. Professor X said immediately. How many? 100,000. Well, just give me cash. Hey. This matter will come to an end soon. Professor X said some details about the life of these 11 mutant children at Xavier College. The meeting was dissolved after an hour. However, Lee Hayashin was retained because he needed to go through some formalities about the X-Men. For example, access to some special places in Xavier College and so on. Soon Lee Hayashin followed Professor X to an office. Okay. He was suddenly suspicious. Because this is not like a place for formalities. Come here mainly because there is something for you. Professor X saw Lee Hayashin's doubts and smiled immediately. Then he nodded to Logan beside him. This is for you. Logan immediately walked to the desk and walked over carrying a large iron box from above. Bass. The other party threw the box to Lee Hayashin. Some weight. Lee Hayashin opened it and saw several chains. Edelman metal chain. He immediately recognized the things in this big box. It was the Edmund metal chain that was placed on Alice's feet earlier. Not bad. We have checked and the chain is more than 90% adamantium. The other 10% are some special alloy materials. Professor X said. The ingredients are very high. Lee Hayashin nodded. Adman metal is the hardest metal known on Earth. And once it cools, it needs a high temperature of more than 50 degrees Celsius to melt again. Therefore, it is difficult to resmelt. According to the information we have, the core element of this adamantium metal is some kind of meteorite. A lot of alloys are added to it and it is smelted. It's just that the specific method seems to be available only to the officials of the beautiful country. This thing is extremely hard and it is difficult for ordinary people to process it. And its price is much more expensive than gold of equal quality. Based on a conservative estimate, this chain is worth at least tens of millions of beautiful national coins. Professor X sighed. Even Professor X, who is also very brave, has to be cautious about things that exceed tens of millions of beautiful coins. So much. When Lee Hayashin heard what Professor X said, a shock flashed in his eyes. Although he knows that the Edmund metal chain is by no means ordinary, it should be worth some money. But I didn't expect that there were more than million beautiful coins. Because you brought this chain back, so naturally it belongs to you. Professor X said with a smile. Of course, if you want to sell it, I can ask Scott to help you. He opened his mouth to speak. I want to make it into a weapon. I wonder if Professor X can help. Lee Hayashin thought for a while and said immediately. Build weapons. Professor X nodded immediately upon hearing this. As a member of the X-Men, I was obliged to prepare weapons for you. This Edmund metal chain belongs to you. It's no problem to make it into a weapon for you. So what kind of weapon do you want to make? Professor X said with a smile. These few Edmund metal chains weigh a lot. If it is made into a weapon, ordinary weapons will never be used up. I need to forge a dagger that is 3 fingers wide and 1 foot long. The rest is to forge the nebula chain. Lee Hayashin thought for a while and said, Dagger and nebula chain. Professor X was stunned when he heard this. He can understand this dagger and it is easy to make. But what is that nebula chain? Is such that. Lee Hayashin immediately walked to the table in front, picked up a book from above and turned to the last place where there was no word. He picked up the pen next to him and started sketching again. So it is. Soon Lee Hayashin drew the style of the nebula chain. Professor X nodded immediately after reading it and understood. Lee, with your strength, it's not appropriate to use weapons like daggers and chains. He asked with some doubts. After all, Lee Hayashin's strength is comparable to that of Colossus. It can fly again and its speed is astonishing. It is absolutely possible to turn this Adman metal chain into a huge two-handed sword. Or heavy weapons such as mountain axes, maces, and wind hammers. When the time comes, it will fall from the sky and there will be almost no mutants who can resist it. But Professor X was a little puzzled why Lee Hayashin wanted to build this type of weapon that didn't seem to be too lethal but was more inclined to an assassin. This is not very compatible with the strength of the opponent. I didn't use it for myself. Lee Hayashin smiled and shook his head. That dagger was prepared by me for Claris. Her mutant abilities flicker and she can travel through space. If she cooperates with the indestructible Edmund metal dagger to achieve a one-hit kill, her strength will definitely be greatly improved. And that nebula chain is for Alice. Oh, Alice is the fallen angel mutant who was rescued yesterday. Lee Hayashin said with a smile. In fact, with his current strength, he doesn't need any weapons at all. As for selling the Edmund metal chain, Lee Hayashin never thought about it. Such a precious thing has a price but no market. Money can be earned in various ways, but such things as Edmund metal chains are not always available. So Lee Hayashin decided to make it into a weapon and give it to Claris and Alice. Anyway, those 2 women were his best female friends by default. It is definitely not a loss to use it for yourself. After all, both of them are only in their teens, which gave Lee Hayashin a sense of pleasure. But to develop it requires cost. It's worth the effort. I never thought that you would be willing to give such precious adamantium metal to your friends as weapons. Professor X suddenly felt a little emotional. Earlier, he thought Lee Hayashin was the kind of person who loved money very much. But now it seems that Lee Hayashin doesn't pay much attention to money. Instead, focus more on emotion. For Professor X, this was a scene he was happy to see. If the other party only cares about money interests, then it is very likely to be corrupted. This is something that Professor X does not want to see. Chapter 34. Claris finished squatting, Alice squatting. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 days. In the small garden of Xavier College, Lee Hayashin lay lazily on the ground, basking in the warm sunshine. The cells in the body seem to be getting stronger. He can feel that the transformation of the body starts from the cells. It seems to be breathing, it seems to be growing. When the power of rules is rich, let's start Imagine Boo's inheritance. In terms of survivability and learning ability, Majin Buu is really strong. Can better adapt to any environment, even in the universe. Call. At this moment, a faint fragrance suddenly came over. Clarice, here you come. This familiar question, even without looking, Li Haoshan knew who it was. Boo. Crisp sound with a touch of sweetness. The Chinese letter, 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 asterisk, Chinese letter, and Chinese letter 980205, tilde 8-5/6 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. What does this mean? Thank you, Li. Clarice suddenly smiled and took out a dagger that shone with metallic luster from her arms. The style is simple, but it is very textured. X has already told me that this is the dagger you dragged him to forge. It's adamantium. I heard that the price per gram is 20 times higher than that of gold. When Clarice said this, her eyes turned red. You should be happy to receive a gift, why are you crying? Li Haoshan was speechless for a while. This girl's mind is the same whether it is a mutant or an ordinary person. Can't guess. I have never been so kind to me since I was a child. Clarice's shoulders trembled slightly. Even after coming to Xavier College, no one treated her so well. Jason and others used to take pleasure in bullying her. Others kept her at arm's length. Only Li Haoshan regards her as a friend, stand up for her and encourage her. Now it is giving her such a precious weapon. This made Clarice thank Li Haoshan from the bottom of her heart. Coupled with the girl Huge-chun, I met this handsome, powerful, and gentle. How can someone who is willing to spend money on himself be indifferent? Well, this is something to be happy about. Your mutant ability combined with this Edmund metal dagger will definitely make you stronger. Li Haoshan patted the other party's shoulder and said with a smile. Okay. I will become stronger and act with you in the future. Clarice said with a firm gaze. Hey. Li Haoshan felt helpless for a while. He gave Clarice a dagger, just hoping that the other party could protect himself. Instead of performing tasks with him. I believe you. But looking at Clarice's firm gaze, Li Haoshan nodded seriously. Butilde. I'm going to train. Before Li Haoshan could speak, Clarice quickly ran away like a frightened deer. This girl. Li Haoshan touched his face immediately, shook his head and smiled. How dare you? Wait for some days to let the fruit ripen, and he will definitely eat it. Stretched out, the weather is still early, the sun is still plenty. He immediately lay down again, took out a book, and covered his face. Continue to enjoy the lazy afternoon. Tilde. Well, less than half an hour later, another burst of fragrance came out. And it also has a special smell, not the fragrance of a girl, but it smells even better. Alice, you're here. No one in the entire Xavier Academy has this taste. Only fallen angels have this smell. So Li Haoshan didn't need to look to guess who was coming. Thank you, Li. The crisp voice still carried a charm. But Li Haoshan was a little numb. Thank me again. He shook his head helplessly. Didn't it mean that pretty girls like to ask for it and then take it for granted? But Clarice is not like this, and Alice is not like this now. What a headache. I like the chain you gave me very much. It can be combined with my ability. A perfect fit. Alice spoke. Well, as long as you like it. Li Haoshan nodded. Seeing Alice's clear and piercing eyes, he let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid of Alice, so he came to cry too. This is very bad. There is no way. Li Haoshan is the one who hates women crying the most. I have already told Professor X that I will stay at Xavier College. However, I will only be with you. Alice said flatly, but her words were full of firmness. Actually, Alice, you are free now. The sky is big and the earth is big, you can go anywhere you want. Li Haoshan said seriously. Although he must know Alice, Li Haoshan doesn't want her to be free. The world is not big, but it is not small. There will always be a harbor where people can feel at ease. Anyway, with Li Haoshan's strength, even the whole world can sense the familiar chi. And he had already recorded Alice's anger. As long as Lee Haoshin is willing, he can move anywhere through teleportation. Come to Alice's side. So he didn't worry about Alice's going to stay at all. No. This world has rejected me since I was a child, so I don't belong to it either. But you didn't reject me, so I belong to you. Alice looked at Lee Haoshin and said flatly. But her eyes were shining with determination and seriousness. This kind of gaze is very straightforward. Ugh. Lee Haoshin was taken aback for a moment. He immediately understood that this is a woman who dares to love and hate and is very stubborn and individual. Okay, as long as you like it. Now that Alice has already made up her mind, Li Hao will not deliberately shirk it. Then follow me. Many beauties with exotic styles are not only pleasing to the eye, but also exciting and enjoyable. Boo. But the next moment, Lee Haoshin was attacked again. Dark purple lips with a softness different from Alice's purple. It also has a unique fragrance. I'm going to polish the proficiency of the nebula chain. The next mission, let me protect you. Alice turned and left immediately. Walking is very chic, very straightforward, and even more cool. Well, a completely different personality than Clarice. Cold and sexy. I like. Lee Haoshin laughed. However, Professor X's efficiency is really high. It's only been 3 days, and the weapon I mentioned has been built. And it was directly sent to Clarice and Alice. He accepted the other party's love. In another 4 or 5 days, the power of rules will be full again. What kind of system should we get? Thinking about it, Lee Haoshin felt a little sleepy. But before he fell asleep, a pleasant scent of perfume wafted in. Plum. A voice rang again. Again. Lee Haoshin turned his head and saw Katie, the phantom cat, directly doing it. You are enough, don't keep taking advantage of me. Chapter 35. Katie is gone. Not surprisingly, Lee Haoshin was kissed forcibly again. It's just that when Katie hinted that he could go further at night, he refused. Am I that kind of person? Haha. Right now he just wants to become stronger, so fuck that bullshit love story. Women only affect my sunbathing progress. So, cultivate it first. After all, after exposure to the sun, there is no need to worry about affecting the process. Like at night when there is no sun. He's so handsome he really has troubles. I used to read novels and felt that those authors made the protagonist so handsome, and I didn't have a sense of substitution at all. After all, none of them are as handsome as me. But now, my sense of substitution is completely full. He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and continued to concentrate on basking in the sun. In a blink of an eye, it's night. Lee Haoshin immediately walked out of the bedroom and came to Katie's dormitory. He came to ask the other party to borrow books, and he had nothing else to do. But before he could knock on the door, he was dragged away by Alice. Soon Lee Haoshin was dragged by Alice to the grove behind the dormitory building. Does Alice want to? Lee Haoshin's eyes lit up immediately, and he thought of the other party's sexy lips. And that career line goes way beyond Clarice and Katie. His throat felt a little dry, and he suddenly wanted to drink a glass of beer. Lee, if I become ugly, will you dislike me? Just when Lee Haoshin was thinking wildly, Alice suddenly spoke. They. Hearing Alice's question, Lee Haoshin was stunned. I suddenly discovered that there is this thing growing on my forehead. Seeing Lee Haoshin's puzzled face, Alice didn't hesitate and directly lifted the covered hair on his forehead. I saw a single horn growing out of the upper right corner of his forehead. It is the kind of slightly curved, upward purple-red unicorn. Huhuhu tilde. At this time Lee Haoshin could even hear Alice's breathing. The other party just stared at him like this. Hey. Lee Haoshin was speechless for a while. If Lee dislikes me, then I will leave Xavier College, find a place deep in the mountains, and never come out again. Alice secretly swears in her heart. What a cool character, how can you say that about yourself? Lee Haoshin said suddenly. Hey. This time it was Alice's turn with a dazed look on her face since Zio asterisk said in group 9-80205-8-5/6 stay and look at Lee Haoshin. Alice fantasized about Lee Haoshin's many answers. For example, I don't dislike it, I dislike it, it's okay, it's average, it's not ugly, it's acceptable. But never thought that Lee Haoshin would answer like this. This role is a perfect match for you, it makes your already charming and sexy face even more seductive. I love it to death. Lee Haoshin spoke immediately. This is not a yellow ape comforting Alice, but his heartfelt words. The other party is that kind of coquettish beauty, like a vixen. Full of exotic style. Now that there is an extra unicorn, it has more characteristics. It seems that there are some fat nerds who like cat-eared girls, rabbit-eared girls, little fox girls, and so on. When Lee Haoshin saw Alice with a single horn, not only did he not feel ugly. On the contrary, it feels strangely beautiful. Are you serious? Alice said in disbelief, her eyes were even moist. I can prove it to you, but don't be angry. Seeing this, Lee Haoshin said seriously. It is good. Alice nodded heavily. In fact, she really wanted to know if Lee Haoshin was coaxing him, or if he really thought so. But the next moment she was stunned. I saw Lee Haoshin raised his hand and grabbed Clarice's hand, with a trace of sincerity on his face. Take a sip. Alice blushed. What? Well, what? Half an hour later, Lee Haoshin returned to the dormitory in a daze. Too strong. This made Lee Haoshin completely taught a lesson. It turns out that there are really only exhausted cows, and there is no worse fertile paddy field. Even the Saiyans, a fighting nation, will eventually run out of manpower. Lie down. Forgot I wanted to find Katie. Forget it, it's not a loss anyway. Hee hee tilde tilde. Lee Haoshin smirked and entered the dormitory. This is next door to his former dormitory. Because of the previous dormitory, Alice lived there. But as soon as he sat down, Clarice knocked on the door. Okay. Tired of life, I made pizza, try it if it's delicious. Clarice spoke immediately. Eat pizza. Lee Haoshin was slightly disappointed. But after all, it's a saint's moment, so I don't care about it. The supper was good, and Clarice left with a smile. Because of one sentence, she was moved all night. Clarice asked Lee Haoshin why he treated her so well. Lee Haoshin was indeed a little puzzled and said, "Do you need a reason to be nice to people?" So Clarice laughed and left. But after seeing the other party leave, Lee Haoshin fell into deep thought. Need a reason. In general, it is necessary. But this night, Lee Haoshin couldn't sleep because of back and forth. Just go to the combat space to have a look. Although the Super Combat Space System has been created, Lee Haoshin has not formally entered it to practice. Spirit enters. Whoosh. Suddenly, Lee Haoshin's spirit entered the super battle space. In this, Lee Haoshin is a god. Some are similar to the monthly reading space, where time, space, and quality can all be controlled. Lee Haoshin immediately turned the surrounding area into the venue of the world's #1 martial arts club. Next, choose your opponent. Under the rules of the Super Battle Space, Lee Haoshin can create opponents with up to 3 times his strength. Let's have an opponent with the same strength as me first. Lee Haoshin thought suddenly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a person exactly like Lee Haoshin appeared. This second generation of Lee Haoshin was created by the system. Has the same strength as Lee Haoshin. Bring it on! Lee Haoshin immediately gave a low shout. In an instant, the second generation Lee Haoshin, who looked extremely dull on the opposite side, rushed up. Boom! Terrifying air erupted from the opponent's body in an instant. A punch broke the sound and he came directly. So fierce. Chinese letter, 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 asterisk Chinese letter, and Chinese letter 980205, tilde 8-5/6 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Not even a buffer. But he wasn't a target either, so naturally he wouldn't wait to be hit, so he punched him out. The two forces of hundreds of tons collided immediately, as if two trains collided. The air exploded. The powerful shock wave directly sent Lee Haoshin flying. With the same power, the other party was fine, but he was directly blown away. God Turtle Shockwave. But before Lee Haoshin could react, the other party blasted over with a shock wave from the tortoise. Boom! Lee Haoshin's whole body was scorched black. In an instant, his spirit dissipated and his consciousness returned to reality. This is the state of being killed by the opponent. Once Lee Haoshin's spirit is killed, the system will protect his consciousness from returning. I was beaten to death by myself. Chinese letter, 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 asterisk Chinese letter, and Chinese letter 980205. Tilde 8-5/6 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Chapter 36 The Call from Qin. Same power. But the second generation of Lee Haoshin only used 3 moves to kill him. Is this the huge experience gap? Lee Haoshin finally understood his fighting level. It's even better than Su Zhu, who has just acquired Wu Yazi's skill in Tianlong Babu. It's much worse. I really need a lot of actual combat. He took a deep breath and the spirit entered the battle space again. Come again. Whoosh! The second generation of Lee Haoshin who killed him earlier appeared before his eyes again. Boom boom boom. The second generation of Lee Haoshin, who doesn't talk too much harshly, rushed forward without saying a word. The two of them are like that terrible beast, punching and kicking you crazy. Carrying out a brutal hand-to-hand fight. At critical moments, Lee Haoshin II will also use shock waves to attack. And the timing is almost perfect. The painting style of this battle is more and more like the Dragon Ball that Lee Haoshin has seen. For a while, Lee Haoshin's combat mode was gradually brought up by the second generation of Lee Haoshin. It's a pity that this time he still only persisted for less than 15 moves and Lee Haoshin's spirit was killed and left the battle space. In reality, Lee Haoshin was covered in sweat and gasping for breath. Although he was knocked out of the combat space, he didn't suffer much damage. But it is still very powerful for mental consumption. Come again. After taking a few breaths, Lee Haoshin entered the combat space again. Crazy fighting started. He was killed again and entered again and again. Until his mental power is completely exhausted, he can no longer enter the battle space. This stopped. And this time, he has been killed 11 times by the second generation of Lee Haoshin in the battle space. But the effect is also remarkable. From the very beginning, Lee Haoshin persisted in less than 3 moves, until now he was able to persist in 68 moves before being killed. The improvement in strength can be seen. Sure enough, progress will be crazy only after experiencing a real life-and-death battle. Now he is almost twice as strong as before. This is still under the condition that many external conditions such as strength and energy remain unchanged. The improvement of pure fighting awareness has made him have a stronger control over power and his strength has also improved. Of course. Even so, Lee Haoshin still couldn't tie with the second generation of Lee Haoshin. Not to mention the battle space, which can increase the strength of Lee Haoshin's second generation to 3 times that of Lee Haoshin. Looks like I'm still a long way off. Lee Haoshin shook his head helplessly. Then he lay down on the bed exhausted and fell asleep. With Sei in blood, he wakes up full of energy again. After taking a shower, Lee Haoshin called Alice next door to have breakfast together. I didn't see Clarice. Normally, at this point Clarice should come over to have breakfast with him. Soon after the two finished their breakfast, Lee Haoshin took Alice to class. It turned out that there was no class today, but I went shopping in the city. To put it bluntly, it is to go shopping and let the students out. After all, Xavier College is good, but if you live here for a long time, you will feel very bored. After a long time, some people even feel like going to jail. Some students seem to be so closed that they were about to go crazy. It is a carnival for them to be able to go shopping in the city at this moment. This made all the students excited. It's just that Lee Haoshin lacked interest. But soon he was taken aback because Clarice came over. But today's Clarice actually wore a yellowish dress. Although it is very old, it is still very beautiful on her body. Does it look good? Clarice asked in a low voice with a blush on her face. Okay. Lee Haoshin nodded. Clarice usually wears her school uniform. It was the first time he had seen Clarice in a dress. Humph. The phantom cat kitty next to her couldn't help but drank angrily. You look good too. Lee Haoshin turned his head to look. I saw that Katie was wearing a casual floral t-shirt today, with green shorts underneath. Wearing black sunglasses. Looks good. Matching the face of a Western woman, it also has a touch of charm. You have good eyesight. Katie's face immediately brightened, and then she said with satisfaction. Aren't you angry? Lee Haoshin looked curiously at Alice next to him. The strong should have more than ordinary people, otherwise, what is the purpose of trying to become strong? Rush for love. Alice said coolly. Ugh. Lee Haoshin was taken aback for a moment. Can't help giving a thumbs up. Look, what a good woman, she really made a big mistake. He couldn't help but thank Storm Girl. If it weren't for the other party's strong request for him to participate in the last X-Men mission, Lee Haoshin never encountered such a good thing. Drip tilde. Soon a bus drove over from outside. Storm immediately led the students into the bus, and the bus was full in a blink of an eye. It's just that due to some mutants, the appearance is really not suitable for shopping. So everyone in this car except Alice. Basically, they all look similar to humans, and there are not many mutants with non-human appearance. As for Alice, the opponent's wings can be retracted. Then put on a coat, it is not very obvious. As for the newly grown horn on his face, he put on a hat to cover it up. Such a dress, on the contrary, looks more mysterious and sexy. And before the departure, Professor X was very considerate and gave each student a shopping bonus of 200 yuan. Let them buy some snacks and toys in the city. When you arrive in the urban area, don't run around. If you want to eat cake, you can follow me. Storm Girl immediately began to tell everyone. Because the X-Men can leave the academy at any time. So for Storm Girl, Cyclops, and Colossus, I often go shopping, or recreation in the urban area near Zerville College. Basically, I am very familiar with the shops, specialties, supermarkets, etc. in the urban area. For a while, there was a lot of noise in the car. But Lee Haoshin felt a little bored, so he lowered his head and pretended to sleep. But the spirit has entered the battle space. Boom, boom, boom. The fight begins again. An hour later, Lee Haoshin had been killed 8 times. But for the 8th time, he persisted until 100 tricks. However, Lee Haoshin did not fight the 9th time because the bus entered the urban area. The people leading the team this time are Orlo the Storm, Logan the Wolverine, and the Big Colossus. After entering the urban area, everyone got off the bus. The time is 3 hours. After 3 hours to gather here, everyone must come back. Late arrivals are absolutely not allowed. Otherwise, there will be no chance to come out to play in the future. Now divide the team, you can take more than 2 people to go together. Of course, you can also travel with me or Logan. However, students under the age of 10 can only follow Colossus and go to the playground to play. Okay, let's disband now. Storm Maid and Orlo spoke immediately. Lee Haoshin was naturally called by Orlo and went shopping together. So Alice, Katie, and Clarice all followed. At the same moment, Xavier College, Scott's dormitory. He woke up with a start. Chin. Are you calling me? Cyclops touched the corners of his eyes immediately and wept. Wait for me. He got up immediately. Rushed to Professor X's office. P.S. This book is absolutely refreshing, not Holy Mother killing resolutely invincible. The early stage is just too much and it will soon become violent all the way. So can I ask for a wave of support here? Star rating and a free gift. Thank you, quack quack. Chapter 37. Scott, your mind is messed up. Professor X looked at Cyclops Scott, who rushed in and couldn't help but speak. Teacher, I feel it, Chin is calling me. Cyclops spoke immediately. Scott, Jean is dead. Professor X sighed softly. He knew that Cyclops Scott had very strong feelings for Jean, but Jean was dead. No. None of us saw Chin's body, maybe she wasn't dead at all. Scott spoke up. He didn't want to admit Chin's death at all. No one can survive under such pressure, not even Chin. Although these words were cruel to Scott, Professor X still said it. People live in the present and cannot always remember the past. Teacher, let me go and have a look. Scott knew that Professor X had good intentions, but he couldn't go against his inner calling for Chin. These days, he has been able to feel that Chin is really calling him. This is not his delusion. You can't go wrong with that feeling. Okay, let's go. Professor X said immediately. He knew very well that if Scott was not allowed to go, the other party would be trapped in this torture forever. Sorry, teacher. Scott took a deep breath and said apologetically. After all, he also knows that the X-Men are not manned enough and the situation is very dangerous. Especially these days, Professor X has sensed an unknown crisis. Only Scott knows about this. The professor didn't tell anyone else. But at such a critical moment, Scott has to travel far to Lake Yakali to find Chin, who is believed to be dead. In Scott's view, this is somewhat sinful. Be careful, I'll wait for you to come back. Professor X smiled and nodded. Oy. Urban area. Lee Hayashin followed behind Storm Girl board. Both Clarice and Alice showed smiles on their rare faces. Obviously, for girls, whether they are ordinary people or mutants, they have no resistance to shopping and shopping. It's just that looking at the prices of the goods in the store, these girls feel a lot of pressure. Although they are mutants, the money in their hands is no different from that of ordinary girls. Only X called out and gave 200 beautiful coins as shopping gold. This made them envious. Let's go, what do you want to buy? Go and swipe your card. Lee Hayashin immediately handed a card in his hand to Clarice. Plum. Clarice was taken aback for a moment. Don't worry, there are 20 beautiful coins in it, which should be enough for you to shop. Lee Hayashin waved to Alice next to him as he spoke. Ah, where did you get so much money? Clarice was taken aback for a moment and couldn't help but exclaimed. On the other hand, Alice next to her didn't ask any more questions, picked up her bank card and walked into the store. After all, for Alice, everything about her can be handed over to Lee Hayashin, including her life. So there is no need to be polite to Lee Hayashin. And she wants to buy things too. Clarice, you have to learn more from Alice and don't be so alien to me. Lee Hayashin immediately raised his hand and rubbed Clarice's head. In the past few days, Lee Hayashin's height has grown a lot. Now he is close to 2 meters. It gave Lee Hayashin a feeling of killing by touching his head. Don't worry, this money is the reward and salary you got from participating in the X-Men operation last time. You can spend it with confidence. Lee Hayashin said with a smile. I'm not afraid. Even if you snatched it, as long as it is given by you, I can spend it with confidence. Clarice took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Ruzi can be taught. Lee Hayashin suddenly laughed. That's right. His Lee Hayashin's woman can definitely not become the Holy Mother. Soon Clarice followed Alice and walked into the store. Both of them had envious eyes before, but now that they have money, they naturally don't have to suppress the urge to buy. For a while, I frantically tried on clothes and jewelry. Lee, you are eccentric. The phantom cat kitty next to her pouted immediately. Okay, then you go too. Seeing this, Lee Hayashin shook his head helplessly. Oi! Hearing what Lee Hayashin said, Katie rushed in excitedly. Lee, you have to handle this relationship well, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Storm Maiden Orlo shook her head helplessly. Lee Hayashin is even wilder than Logan in this respect. After all, Wolverine met one and loved one at any rate, not several at the same time. Don't worry, teacher, I will take care of it. Lee Hayashin smiled. It's already a chaotic Zongman world, and he was already a dead person who crossed over. If it is still the same as the mentality of ordinary people. Find a place to hang yourself. After a moment, Clarice came out. I saw that the other party was wearing a noble wine red dress with some rubies on it. Purple lips, burgundy eyeshadow, willow leaf eyebrows with light makeup, and a lavender-colored hairpin on her coiled hair. The exquisite facial features were brought to the extreme in an instant. What a nice view. Lee Hayashin's eyes lit up immediately, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Sure enough, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Although Clarice has good qualifications, she is also very beautiful without makeup. But after putting on makeup, dressing up, and changing into clothes and jewelry, the temperament of the whole person is also different immediately. This is definitely not the effect of 1 plus 1. Of course, it will not be 1 times 1, but directly changed from 2 ones to 11. Increased by at least 10 times. This is the difference between a naturally beautiful person and a puxin person after careful grooming. You have piled up all the makeup and beauty filters, and it's just over 9 points. But Claris scored more than 9 points without makeup. Once well groomed, it's more than 10 points. Does it look good? Claris lowered her head immediately and asked a little shyly. Haha, look over there. Lee Hayashin didn't answer Claris but grabbed her finger and pointed to the side. Okay. Claris looked at it with some doubts. I saw some men not far away who had already stopped, looking at Claris with shocking eyes. Boom. Even one person, for stealing a glance at Claris, hit his head on a lamp post. Uvda. Seeing this scene, Claris immediately smiled. It turns out that I am so pretty too. No matter how beautiful it is, it only belongs to you. Claris whispered in Lee Hayashin's ear. Let's go. At this time, Alice also came out from inside. Zug. Another shocking woman. The other party was wearing a Western-style windbreaker and boots with her hair spread out over a shawl, and she was wearing a black hat. With her appearance, she is not weaker than Claris. It's also beautiful. Katie, who finally came out, was a little embarrassed. Although having her now is definitely very good. Putting it on this noisy urban street is enough to increase the rate of turning heads. Comparable to Claris and Alice. It will be inferior. Chapter 38, Finally Defeating Your Doubled Self. Katie, you look good too. Claris seemed to see what the phantom cat was thinking and immediately walked up to her and said with a smile. Really? Seeing what Claris said, Katie raised her head and asked in disbelief. Of course it's true. Claris nodded with a smile. Thank you. When Katie saw what Claris said, a smile appeared on her face. Seeing this scene, Lee Hayashin immediately showed a gratified expression on his face. Claris, this girl is very nice. This is definitely good news for Lee Hayashin. Being able to have such a woman by his side is definitely the dream of any man. Come on, I'll take you to get your hair done. Orlo, the storm girl left at this time, came up and said to a few girls. Wow, that's great. I've long wanted to change my hairstyle. Katie suddenly became excited. Others also expressed great interest. Speaking of hairstyle, it seems that I haven't changed my hairstyle for a long time now. Lee Hayashin suddenly thought that he had obtained Kakarot's inheritance, so he had the blood of a pure-blooded Saiyan in his body. So from now on, Lee Hayashin's hairstyle will never change. And Saiyans age very slowly. This is to make them in the peak period of being able to fight in most cases. Soon Orlo led the crowd to a nice styling shop. Everyone immediately went in and began to tidy up. As a result, nearly 2 hours passed by. It's almost past the agreed time. So everyone bought some food and rushed back to the agreed place. To Lee Hayashin's surprise, Alice actually likes to eat desserts. As a result, several nearby dessert shops were almost sold out. It didn't take long. Everyone returned to the previously agreed place. Basically, everyone has a big bag or a small bag in their hands. There are clothes, snacks, and toys. But when everyone saw the three of Claris, they were immediately shocked. In just a few hours, Claris and the three of them have changed so much. Especially those male students, their eyes were straightened. As for those female students, their eyes were turning red with envy. Claris, you are so beautiful, can I be your friend? Finally, there was a male classmate who couldn't help but go forward to strike up a conversation. Unfortunately, before Claris could speak, a chain appeared in Alice's hand. Then, under everyone's shocking eyes, he cocked the male classmate and hung him on the big tree next to him. Claris belongs to Lee. Alice suddenly said to the surrounding male students with bright eyes. Hey. Now everyone couldn't help but shuddered. Okay, little guys, get in the car. Logan next to him touched his nose helplessly. Are young people these days having so much fun? This made Logan, who had lived for many years, couldn't help complaining. Is it because he has lived too long and is a little behind the trend of the times? Everyone got into the car immediately and looked at Alice with a trace of fear. "It's a rose with thorns." The male student who was hung on the big tree didn't dare to look at Alice anymore. "That's right, I didn't hurt Alice for nothing." Seeing this scene, Lee Hayashin immediately showed a satisfied look on his face. The bus starts quickly, gradually heading towards Xavier College. After returning to school, Lee Hayashin immediately took a shower and then returned to the dormitory to continue practicing. He must be able to draw with the second generation of Lee Hayashin, who is twice as strong today. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? I am original and authentic, but I can't beat a Zaibai product. Of course. The main reason is that Lee Hayashin has discovered that he is far from the second generation of Lee Hayashin, who is twice as powerful. Not much difference. Earlier, he had been able to persist for 100 moves before being killed. If he gritted his teeth and persisted, wouldn't it be a tie? Obviously the same strength, it doesn't make sense that he can beat me. So Lee Hayashin fought again, unwilling to admit defeat. Although there is a time difference between the time flow in the super battle space and reality. But it was night in a flash. And Lee Hayashin has been fighting continuously in the super battle space for a full 30 hours. Finally, at the last moment when his spirit was about to be exhausted, Lee Hayashin hit the shock wave of the turtle and blasted Lee Hayashin's second generation to death. Huhuhu tilde. After leaving the super battle space, Lee Hayashin panted heavily. At this moment he was already profusely sweating, and he was extremely exhausted. But his eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally defeated the second generation of Lee Hayashin, who had doubled his strength. Lee Hayashin is very satisfied with the results of this practice. Although it took a little longer, he won in the end. Next time, try to defeat him within 100 moves. Lee Hayashin immediately set another small goal for himself. He touched his stomach, he was already a little hungry. So I went to the cafeteria to get something to eat. Took a shower and went to bed when I came back. Although the super battle space is convenient, it consumes a lot of mental power. Even if Lee Hayashin's mental strength is hundreds of times higher than that of ordinary people, he will still be exhausted every time. Fortunately, the results of cultivation are obvious, which makes Lee Hayashin painful and happy. Silent all night. The next day. The sky is bright and clear, and there are no clouds in the sky. Another day of sunshine. Same place, same action. He lay down comfortably, picked up a magazine and covered his face, enjoying the warmth brought by the sun and the improvement of his strength. "Lee, I heard that Mr. Scott is going on a trip." At this moment Clarice came over, sat next to Lee Hayashin and said enviously, "Ms. Cyclops went on a trip." Lee Hayashin was taken aback when he heard the words, then sat up and looked at Clarice. When did he leave? With the character of Cyclops Scott, how could he leave the X-Men to travel under such a tense situation at Xavier Academy? This is absolutely impossible. So Cyclops isn't traveling at all. If Lee Hayashin guessed correctly, the other party should have gone to Yakali Lake to look for Chin. Sure enough, it has entered the stage of the plot. Lee Hayashin's eyes immediately focused. Next should be Scott, who was swallowed by the resurrected Chin or the Phoenix Girl. This represents the third battle of the X-Men, which is officially about to start. With my current strength, I should be able to compete with Magneto or Chin, right? Lee Hayashin secretly thought in his heart. He was a little unsure. If he is allowed to destroy the Earth, Lee Hayashin may be able to release a super powerful shock wave of the tortoise and blow up the Earth directly. This is very simple. But it is not necessarily necessary to defeat Magneto or Phoenix Girl. Just like in Dragon Ball, many villains can easily destroy the Earth, but in the end they lost to Kakarot on the Earth. The truth is the same. But in the third battle, there were many things that could threaten Lee Hayashin. Like mutant antidote. Because all of Lee Hayashin's abilities come from his X gene. He can't guarantee that if one day the X gene disappears, he will lose the mutant ability. Whether it is still possible to have these powers that have been obtained now. Maybe you can still have it, but you may also lose it. So Lee Hayashin won't gamble. Chapter 39. From this point of view, that guy Chin may be my enemy in the future. Then shall I go and save that big wronged Scott? Lee Haoshin suddenly thought secretly. After all, the other party still took care of him in his life at Xavier College. Lee, Professor X is calling you. At this moment, Katie came over with a hint of excitement on her face. So happy? Lee Haoshin asked curiously. From what the professor looks like, he might be on a mission so he can make money again. The last time I went to the city, I fell in love with a necklace, but it was too expensive, so I didn't want to buy it. Katie spoke. Last time, didn't I give you the card? Lee Haoshin suddenly said with some doubts. That necklace is worth more than 17,000. I'm not ashamed to swipe your card. Katie said with a smile. Hey. All right. Lee Haoshin didn't expect that Katie could still think of this. Just focus on this point and beat those green tea and gold diggers in the previous life. He thought that women in the West were very open-minded, so naturally they would be free-spirited when it comes to spending money. But he didn't expect that it would save him money. Let's go. Lee Haoshin got up immediately. He will not let go of the money he took for nothing. And Lee Haoshin was still thinking about whether he should tell Professor X about Cyclops Scott for a while. Lee, stay safe. Clara said softly. Well, don't worry, I'm very strong. Lee Haoshin smiled and rubbed Clarice's hair. Katie pouted beside the sweet one. Seeing Lee Haoshin and Katie leaving, Clarice clenched her fists. I will try my best. I won't be here forever, I can only wait for the news of your return. A flash of determination flashed across Clarice's eyes, and she turned and walked towards the training ground. Soon Lee Haoshin and Katie came to Professor X's office. Logan the Wolverine, Orlo the Storm, Colossus and Poppy the Iceman were already standing by and waiting. Scott left the school, I think you already know. Seeing Lee Haoshin and Katie coming, Professor X immediately looked at everyone and said, Well, I was just about to ask you, teacher, where did that guy Scott go? Orlo asked immediately. Xavier Academy is understaffed right now, and there aren't enough X-Men personnel. At such a critical time, that Scott guy. He even left the academy. This made Orlo a little speechless. After all, apart from the professors, she and Scott are the two main people in the academy to manage. The two of them are not just the combatants in the X-Men. He is also in charge of managing the entire academy at ordinary times, but he is not as idle as he imagined. In a huge college, internal affairs, logistics, and administration are all involved. Absolutely not easy. Now that Scott has left, there is only Orlo, the Storm Girl, left in Xavier Academy. After all, the professor still has his business. Scott's off to Lake Yakali. Professor X said immediately. Hey. Before Storm could speak, Wolverine Logan next to him changed his expression slightly. Everyone knows where Yakali Lake is. And it's also known that Cyclops Scott goes there. Definitely not for play. Scott looked for me before and he said he felt the call of Jean. Professor X said. What? Wolverine Logan's face suddenly changed. There was also a look of doubt on the faces of the others. Jean is dead. This is something everyone knows. But now Scott actually said that he felt Jean's calling. Is it a trap? Stormgirl said in a deep voice. After all, in her opinion, Chin is a dead person, and it is absolutely impossible to summon Scott. And Scott should have no enemies. Then this must be a trap for the X-Men. When the others heard Storm say this, they also showed serious expressions on their faces. There are many enemies of the X-Men. Xavier College is not as peaceful as it appears on campus at the moment. However, in most cases, the people present would not convey that sense of urgency to the academy. Especially Professor X, he hopes that the students of the college can live a happy and peaceful life. The professor wouldn't tell them the truth until they were able to graduate from the academy or successfully join the X-Men. This is also the original intention of Professor X to create the school. Provide shelter to those sprouts and wait for the sprouts to become shaded before sheltering new sprouts. From this point of view, Professor X's idea is somewhat like the will of fire. But I don't think it's a trap, it's very likely that it really is Chin. At this moment Lee Haoshin spoke. Zwish. Everyone immediately looked at Lee Hayashin. There were puzzled looks on their faces. After all, Lee Hayashin probably doesn't know Chin. I saw this name in the school record and I also read the X-Men log and I got to know her briefly from it and I also knew Chin's ability. Her mind power is a very powerful mutant ability. I don't think she will die so easily, is it possible? When she was in a life-and-death crisis, her potential suddenly exploded, which led to the second awakening of mutant abilities and then gained new abilities. Finally survived. Lee Hayashin spoke immediately. In fact, the reason why Chin was able to survive was not the second awakening of mutant abilities at all. It was because the power of the Phoenix Girl sealed within her body exploded. This also caused the revived Chin's temperament to change drastically. Cyclops can be said to be a big wronged species and his death was really in vain. But Lee Hayashin couldn't say these things. Otherwise, many things cannot be explained at all. It will only get more and more troublesome. But mutants can awaken their abilities twice. While somewhat rare, it's not impossible. Isn't even Lee Hayashin himself considered a mutant who has awakened his second ability? When everyone heard Lee Hayashin's explanation, their expressions changed slightly and they became thoughtful. As for Chin's strength, Fan also has some understanding. Although in their opinion, Chin might not be as good as Professor X, but she definitely surpassed most of them present. If the opponent's ability is awakened for the second time, it is really possible to become stronger. That is a mutant at the same level as Professor X and others. Perhaps it is really possible to survive under that terrible pressure. Oops. But different from other people's reactions after hearing what Lee Hayashin said, Professor X next to him felt his heart skip a beat. It occurred to him that Jean might really be alive. Because no one knows better than him the power that is sealed within the Chin body. How terrible it is. Chapter 40 Power Beyond Omega Level. Shit. If Chin's personality recovers, then Scott will be in danger. Professor X suddenly became anxious. Although he didn't know the Phoenix Girl inside Chin, he just regarded it as another personality of Chin. But there is one thing, Professor X is very clear. That is the revived Chin, and it will be very dangerous. If Scott really met her, he would most likely be killed by the other party. Professor X is very clear about this. Scott left on a motorcycle and here is at least 2,000 kilometers away from Lake Yakali. If you go there with a fighter plane, you should be able to catch up. Logan, you and Storm take Lee Hayashin and Bobby and immediately go to Yakali Lake to stop Scott. Professor X said immediately. Just intercept the revived Jean before Scott sees it. Then there is still a chance. It is good. Storm Girl said immediately. After what Lee Hayashin said earlier, although everyone is not as aware as Professor X is that Chin has another powerful personality that is sealed. But they also felt a little uneasiness. Now with the approval of Professor X, everyone stopped hesitating immediately, turned around and got on the plane to chase Scott. Especially Wolverine Logan, with a more complicated look on his face. Just when Lee Hayashin and the others left Xavier Academy, Scott was running wildly on a motorcycle. There are only more than 300 kilometers away from Lake Yakali. And the running motorcycle with the howling wind crazily shuttled across the road. There was some confusion in Scott's mind but deep in his heart. But there was a faint voice calling him all the time. Time passed little by little and finally after more than 2 hours Scott stopped haggardly. Not far in front of him, the lake's surface glowing with white sunlight reflected on his face. Chin. Looking at the calm Yakali Lake, Scott's memory went back to that day. This made Scott, who was already distraught, even more confused. In fact, he didn't know, the calling deep in his heart. Is it his fantasy or is it real? Scott. However, at this moment, the calling voice deep in Scott's heart became louder and louder. This. Scott was taken aback for a moment, looking at the surface of Lake Yakali. The voice just now was. There is no doubt that Scott has heard the voice just now countless times in his dreams. He subconsciously walked towards the inside of Yakali Lake. Scott. As he walked closer to the lake, the inner voice grew stronger. but his head seemed to have been severely hammered. But Scott still gritted his teeth and staggered to the edge of Yakali Lake. He panted heavily and looked at the calm lake. The sudden disappearance of the voice made Scott suddenly feel angry. Angry, his eyes turned a little red. All fake. Jin Scott couldn't help but roared suddenly. Boom. The next moment, his eyes suddenly released terrifying laser beams. The terrifying high temperature instantly pierced Yakali Lake into a gully, and a large amount of water curtain spread towards the surroundings. All fake. Scott choked up, growling heartbroken. Goo, Tilda. However, at this moment, Lake Yakali, which had gradually calmed down, suddenly rolled over, and then a terrible siphon phenomenon appeared in front of him. Accompanied by the swirling vortex getting bigger and bigger, it seems that a terrifying giant beast is gradually waking up in the lake. Scott was taken aback by this sudden change. He stared blankly at the center of Yakali Lake and saw that the whirlpool was getting bigger and bigger, even piercing through the sky and the earth. The next moment, there was a powerful force that was both familiar and unfamiliar and instantly exploded from the vortex. Bang 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 tilde tilde tilde. In an instant, it seemed that the whole earth was shaking. The dazzling light instantly shook the surroundings and then fell into Scott's shocked eyes. A figure that had appeared countless times in dreams slowly flew out from the center of the vortex. The powerful momentum froze the world in an instant. The violent water waves stopped instantly in the air, as if time and space were frozen. Jin. When Scott saw this familiar figure, hot tears flowed from under the mirror. His body even trembled with excitement. Gradually, that figure slowly flew towards him. Looking at the face of the person in front of him, everything is so familiar. But Scott didn't notice that the other party's expression was cold, stiff, and slightly ruthless. It's not the ruthlessness of scumbag men and scumbags, but the silence of the inhumane world who treats everything as a dog. It's not the same feeling with the Chin he is familiar with. But seeing the love in his heart come back to life, Scott has no time to think about it. Scott just wanted to give Jean a good hug. Scott. Just when he was about to say hello to the love in his heart, Chin suddenly spoke. Well. Then, without waiting for Scott to answer, he kissed him directly. The long-lost kiss made Scott's heart melt instantly, and he was so excited that he seemed about to explode. Kai Kai. But soon he discovered that the energy in his body was even more terrifying than the siphon phenomenon he saw just now. The energy of the laser world linked in his eyes actually vented directly towards Chin's mouth. Chin, are you devouring my energy? Scott suddenly trembled, his eyes full of shock. He didn't expect that the love in his heart that he had been looking forward to for a long time, since it was the first moment of meeting. Just want to suck him dry. Chin, which absorbed Scott's laser energy, seemed to become stronger. An unimaginable fluctuation bloomed from her body. The lake water poured back into the heaven and the earth trembled. At this moment, a fighter plane flew over the Yakali Lake. God, what is that? A look of shock appeared on Iceman Bobby's face. That's the siphon phenomenon formed by cloud and mist water vapor. When Orlo, the storm maiden, saw this scene, she even showed a horrified look on her face. You know, she herself can control the weather, gather storms, gather thunderclouds. But at this moment, seeing this terrible phenomenon of cloud and mist water vapor siphoning, I still couldn't help being shocked. The coverage area is as high as nearly meters, and the radiation is more than 100 kilometers. Even at an altitude of meters at this moment, you can still see its vast scene at a glance. It simply exceeds the mushroom cloud produced by the atomic bomb. Is this the power of Chin? No, to be more precise, it's the power of Phoenix Girl. Seeing this scene, Lee Haoshin immediately showed a serious look on his face. The strength shown by Chin at this moment is definitely far beyond the ordinary Omega level. And this is just Chin, initially releasing the power of the Phoenix in her body. It has reached such a terrible level. Chapter 41 Super Saiyan V's Phoenix Force. It's really powerful and terrifying. Lee Haoshin couldn't help sighing suddenly. The power of the Phoenix is also different from Lee Haoshin's combat power. His combat power is reflected in the application of chi. After all, anger is something that everyone has. Theoretically speaking, ordinary people on Earth can also increase the strength of chi and increase their combat effectiveness through cultivation. Although it's not necessarily stronger than alpha-level mutants, it's definitely not worse than delta-level and beta-level mutants. Of course, that kind of Gen 5 scum doesn't count. And that's in theory. Is that really Chin? Storm was shocked. This powerful thought power is somewhat familiar, but it can be compared with Chin's previous thought power. What a world of difference. If the former Chin had the power of a small river, the current Chin is the sea, even the starry sky, and the universe. It's not a dimension at all. No way, this is too strong. Iceman Bobby couldn't help but exclaimed.